So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel Goofy Harry, and today I'm again back with another massive crossover with Harry Potter and Sora. And today we are gonna see what if Harry Potter rejected Hogwarts at the age 11. Rimuru opened a magic school for him and also trained him and raised him there. So if you're new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Now without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
The cupboard smelled like dust and old shoes, and something vaguely chemical that Harry had never been able to identify. He lay on his back on the thin mattress, knees bent because he'd grown again and the cupboard hadn't, and he stared at the underside of the staircase in the dark. He could hear the television through the wall. Uncle Vernon was watching the news. Aunt Petunia was in the kitchen, and every few seconds a cabinet would open or close as she put away the dishes from dinner. Harry hadn't eaten dinner. He'd burned the bacon that morning. Just the edges, barely, and Aunt Petunia had told him no meals for the rest of the day. His stomach had stopped growling about an hour ago, which was actually worse because it meant it had given up. He turned onto his side and pressed his face against the wall. The plaster was cool. Somewhere above him, Dudley's footsteps made the ceiling creak, and a little shower of dust drifted down onto Harry's blanket. Tomorrow was his birthday. He would be 11. Nobody would mention it, that was fine. Harry had stopped expecting birthday wishes somewhere around age 6, when he'd made the mistake of reminding Aunt Petunia, and she'd looked at him like he'd said something obscene. "Your birthday," she'd repeated, and then she'd assigned him the garden weeding and hadn't spoken to him for 3 days. He closed his eyes. Sleep was the best trick he'd ever learned. You couldn't be hungry if you were unconscious. The letters had started coming 4 days ago. The first one had been strange enough. Addressed to him specifically in green ink on heavy parchment, with his address listed as the cupboard under the stairs. Uncle Vernon had gone purple. Aunt Petunia had gone white. They'd moved Harry to Dudley's second bedroom that same afternoon, which should have felt like a victory but instead felt like being rearranged, like furniture being shifted to cover a stain on the carpet. More letters came the next day, and more, and more. Uncle Vernon nailed the mail slot shut. They came through the windows. He boarded up the cracks around the doors. They came down the chimney, hundreds of them, thousands, filling the living room like a paper snowstorm while Dudley screamed and Uncle Vernon grabbed Harry by the back of his shirt and threw him into the hallway and shouted, "That's it, we're leaving." And now they were here. A miserable shack on a rock in the middle of the sea, miles from anywhere. The wind screamed around the walls. Rain hammered the roof. The floor was damp and the blanket Uncle Vernon had tossed at Harry was so thin he could see through it. Harry lay on the floor. No cupboard here, just a patch of ground near the door, and watched Dudley's watch which glowed faintly in the dark. Dudley was asleep on the sofa, mouth open, one arm hanging over the edge. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia had the bedroom such as it was. 11:58, 11:59. Harry drew a lopsided birthday cake in the dust on the floor, 5 lines for candles. 12 o'clock. "Happy birthday to me," he whispered. Boom, the door shuddered. Harry scrambled backward, heart hammering. Dudley jerked awake with a snort and said, "Wah, where's the cannon?" Boom, boom. Uncle Vernon came stumbling out of the bedroom with something long and dark in his hands. A rifle, Harry realized, an actual rifle, and his face was the color of old cheese. "Who's there?" he bellowed. "I warn you, I'm armed." Boom, the door flew off its hinges. The man who stood in the doorway was the largest human being Harry had ever seen. He had to duck to get through the frame, and even then his shoulders scraped both sides. His face was almost completely hidden behind a wild tangle of black hair and a beard that could have housed a family of birds. His eyes, beetle black and glinting, found Harry immediately. "There ye are," the giant said, as if Harry were a sock he'd been looking for. "Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Ye look a lot like your dad, but ye have got your mum's eyes." Harry stared up at him from the floor, blanket clutched in his hands, and couldn't think of a single thing to say. The giant's name was Hagrid, and he told Harry everything, not gently, not carefully. Not in the way someone might break difficult news to a child who'd spent 10 years being told his parents died in a car crash. Hagrid was kind. Harry could feel that, could see it in the way the big man's eyes went soft when he talked about Harry's mum and dad. But he was also clumsy with it, and he was angry at the Dursleys, and the information came out in a great rush like water from a broken dam. Harry's parents hadn't died in a car crash. They'd been murdered. by a dark wizard named Voldemort, the worst dark wizard in 100 years, maybe ever. Harry's mother had died protecting him, and somehow, nobody knew exactly how, the killing curse had bounced off baby Harry and struck Voldemort instead. The dark wizard had vanished. Harry had survived with nothing but a lightning bolt scar on his forehead. He was famous. The whole wizarding world knew his name. And he was a wizard, and there was a school called Hogwarts, and he'd been enrolled since birth, and here was his letter. Hagrid held it out. The same heavy parchment, the same green ink. Harry took it. His hands were shaking, but not from cold anymore. He read the letter. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He read it again. He looked up at Hagrid, who was beaming down at him with such genuine delight that it almost hurt to look at. So, Hagrid said, I expect ye've got loads of questions. Harry opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. Something was happening inside him. It had started the moment Hagrid said your parents were murdered, and it hadn't stopped. It was building, layer on layer, like bricks being stacked, and each new piece of information was another brick, and the structure they were forming wasn't wonder or excitement or relief, it was anger. You knew, Harry said quietly. Hagrid blinked. Wah, you knew about me, this whole time. Harry looked down at the letter. His voice was steady, but his hands had tightened on the parchment until it crinkled. You said you brought me to my aunt and uncle. You said Dumbledore, your headmaster, left me here. Well, yeah, Hagrid said, shifting uncomfortably. Dumbledore had his reasons, Harry. Your mum's sister, the blood protection. Do you know where I sleep? Hagrid stopped. I sleep in a cupboard, Harry said. Under the stairs. I've slept there since I was a baby. I wear my cousin's old clothes. I eat what they don't finish, if they let me eat at all. Dudley hits me for fun, and Uncle Vernon. He stopped. Some things he didn't have words for yet. They told me my parents were drunks who died in a car crash. They told me the scar was from the accident. They call me Freak. Every day. For 10 years. The shack was very quiet. The rain had softened to a drizzle. Somewhere behind him, Harry could hear Uncle Vernon breathing hard and fast, and Aunt Petunia making a thin, reedy sound that might have been a gasp. Hagrid's face had changed. The cheerful brightness was gone. His eyes were wide and horrified, and his mouth was hidden somewhere in his beard, pressed into a hard line. Harry, he said, his voice rough. We didn't know it was like. You didn't check, Harry said. It wasn't an accusation, it was worse than that. It was a fact, stated by an 11-year-old boy sitting on a cold floor in oversized clothes, and the simplicity of it hit Hagrid like a physical blow. The giant man actually took a half-step back. Dumbledore, he said it was for the best. For who? Hagrid had no answer. Harry looked down at the letter again. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A whole world of magic hidden just out of sight. A world where his parents had lived and learned and loved. A world that had celebrated his survival, called him the boy who lived, put his name in books and songs. A world that had left him in a cupboard for 10 years and never once knocked on the door to ask if he was okay. No, Harry said. Hagrid stared at him. No, what? I'm not going. For a moment nobody moved. Dudley had pulled the blanket over his head. Uncle Vernon had lowered the rifle slightly, too confused to maintain his outrage. Aunt Petunia stood in the bedroom doorway with one hand pressed over her mouth. Harry, Hagrid said, and his voice cracked. Ye don't understand, Hogwarts. It's the finest school of witchcraft and wizardry in the world. Your parents went there. It's where ye belong. If I belonged there, someone would have come for me before tonight. But you're a wizard, Harry, a powerful one from a powerful family, and there's so much ye need to learn. Then I'll learn it somewhere else. Harry set the letter on the ground, not crumpled, not torn, just set down gently like putting a dead bird back on the earth. Or I won't learn it at all, but I'm not going to a school run by a man who left me here. He could feel the tears burning behind his eyes, but he wouldn't let them fall. Not here. Not in front of the Dursleys and this enormous stranger who smelled like dog hair and leather, and something woodsy that Harry might have liked under different circumstances. Hagrid knelt. When he did, his face was almost level with Harry's and his eyes were wet. Harry, please, ye don't know what you're saying. The wizarding world, they need ye. Dumbledore needs. I don't care what Dumbledore needs. The words came out harder than Harry intended, and he saw Hagrid flinch, and he felt a stab of guilt because he could tell Hagrid was a good person, probably one of the only genuinely good people who'd spoken to him in his entire life. But the anger was bigger than the guilt. It was 10 years bigger. It was a cupboard and 100 skipped meals and 1,000 casual cruelties bigger, and it sat in his chest like a coal, and it would not be put out by a letter and a smile and an invitation to a world that had never wanted him enough to check. "I'm sorry," Harry said, and he meant it. But no. Hagrid stood slowly. He looked like a man who'd been punched in a place he didn't know he could be hurt. He opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. Then he reached into his massive coat and pulled out a small box, slightly squashed. "I got Ye a birthday cake," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Made it myself." Harry took the box. Inside was a chocolate cake with Happy Birthday Harry written in green icing. One of the letters was backward, his throat closed. "Thank you," he managed. Hagrid nodded once stiffly. He looked at the Dursleys, at Vernon, who'd gone the colour of spoiled milk, and Petunia, whose expression was something Harry had never seen on her face before and couldn't name. And something dark moved behind his eyes. "You listen to me," Hagrid said to them, and his voice had changed entirely. It was low and rough, and it vibrated in the walls. "This boy deserved better than what Ye gave him, and if I find out Ye have laid one more hand on him, one more, there won't be a place on this earth Ye can hide from what I'll do." Vernon made a sound like a deflating balloon. Hagrid looked at Harry one more time, and there was so much pain in his face that Harry almost changed his mind. "If Ye ever want to come," Hagrid said, "Ye just have to ask. Dumbledore'll always have a place for Ye." Then he turned and walked out into the rain, and the darkness swallowed him, and Harry was alone again. He sat on the floor of the shack and ate a slice of birthday cake with his fingers. The chocolate was good. The icing was too sweet. The letters blurred because his eyes were wet, but he was not crying. He was just tired, and the wind was making his eyes water, and it didn't matter anyway because nobody was watching. He ate another slice. Then he wrapped the rest carefully in the thin blanket he'd been given and tucked it against the wall where the damp wouldn't reach it. Then he lay down on the cold floor and stared at the ceiling and wondered if he'd just made the worst mistake of his life. The storm had stopped. The silence felt enormous. Outside, the sea moved against the rocks with a sound like breathing, and for a while that was all there was. Harry and the dark and the sound of water and the knowledge, still so new it felt raw, that magic was real and his parents had been murdered, and an entire world knew his name and he'd told all of it to go away. He didn't sleep. He just lay there, arms folded across his chest for warmth, and cycled through every emotion he'd ever felt, and a few he hadn't until tonight. Grief for parents he'd never known. Rage at Dumbledore, this unseen puppet master who'd placed him like a parcel on a doorstep. A strange, guilty tenderness toward Hagrid, who clearly loved the world he was describing and couldn't understand why Harry didn't want it. And underneath everything, constant and quiet, the hunger. Not just the missed dinner kind, the kind he'd had his whole life. The wanting of something he couldn't name. He must have slept eventually, because when he opened his eyes, the shack was grey with pre-dawn light, and there was someone sitting on the floor about 3 feet away from him. Harry scrambled up so fast he cracked his elbow on the wall. His heart slammed against his ribs. His hand grabbed for something, anything, and closed on the edge of the cake box. "Easy," the stranger said. "I'm not here to hurt you." It was a young man. Late teens or early 20s maybe, with a face that hovered in an odd space between boyish and ageless. His hair was an unusual shade of blue. Not dyed blue, not trick of the light blue, but the actual deep blue of a clear lake, and it fell around his face in a way that looked effortlessly messy. His eyes were gold or amber or something in between, and they caught the grey light like a cat's. He was sitting cross-legged on the damp floor, as if it were the most comfortable place in the world, wearing a black coat that looked too elegant for a shack on a rock in the North Sea, and he was watching Harry with an expression of calm, friendly interest. "Who are you?" Harry's voice came out as a croak. He looked around. Dudley was still asleep on the sofa. Uncle Vernon's snores rumbled from behind the bedroom door. Nobody else had woken up. "My name's Rimuru," the young man said. "Rimuru Tempest, and before you ask, no, I'm not from Hogwarts. I'm not from your Ministry of Magic. I'm not from your world at all, actually." Harry stared at him. "My world?" "Yeah." Rimuru tilted his head, and something about the gesture was subtly inhuman, too fluid, too precise. "I know that's a lot. You just found out magic is real about 6 hours ago, and now a stranger's telling you there are other worlds. Pretty rough night. How do you know about?" Harry stopped. "Were you listening when Hagrid was here?" No, I heard about it differently. Rimuru's gaze dropped to the letter, still lying on the floor where Harry had set it down. I heard about it because when you said no to that letter, it made a sound, not a regular sound, more like a... He paused, searching for words. Imagine a bell the size of a planet and someone flicked it with their fingernail. The whole thing rang, faintly but everywhere, across every world that has magic. Harry's mouth was dry. I don't understand. Neither did I at first, so I came to look. Rimuru smiled, and it was the most disarming smile Harry had ever seen, warm and a little crooked and completely devoid of agenda. And I found you, a kid on a rock in the ocean who just told Destiny to shove off. That's pretty interesting. I didn't tell Destiny anything. I told a school I didn't want to go there. Same thing in your case. Rimuru stretched his legs out and leaned back on his hands. He looked relaxed enough to be on a beach holiday. Harry, do you know why the wizarding world calls you the boy who lived? Hagrid told me. A dark wizard killed my parents, tried to kill me, and the curse bounced back. Right. And because of that, you're supposed to be their hero, their symbol. That school, Hogwarts. It's the first step in a path that's been laid out for you since you were a baby. Go to Hogwarts, learn magic, grow up brave and noble, and when the dark wizard comes back, and he will come back, you fight him. That's the plan, Dumbledore's plan. The coal in Harry's chest, the one that had started burning when Hagrid spoke, flared. I didn't ask for that, Harry said. No. You didn't. Rimuru met his eyes, and there was something in his expression that Harry recognized with a jolt. It was the look of someone who understood. Not sympathized, not pitied, understood. Nobody asked you, nobody ever asks people like us. People like us. Rimuru held out his hand, palm up. Something shimmered above it. A small sphere of blue light, rotating slowly, casting moving shadows on the walls. It wasn't like the magic Hagrid had done, lighting a fire, giving Dudley a pig's tail that Harry had been too upset to fully appreciate. This was different. It felt different. The light had a texture to it, a depth, like looking into deep water. I wasn't always what I am now, Rimuru said. In another life, in another world, I was an ordinary person. Then I died, and I woke up as something completely different in a world I didn't recognize, with power I didn't ask for and a destiny I never signed up for. Sound familiar? Harry said nothing. His eyes were on the blue light. The difference, Rimuru continued, is that when I got my second chance, I decided the terms were mine. I didn't follow someone else's plan. I didn't become the hero the world wanted me to be. I became the person I chose to be, built my own nation, gathered my own people, made my own rules. He closed his hand. The light vanished. I'm not here to recruit you, Harry. I'm not here to tell you what you should do or who you should be. You've had enough of that for one night. He paused. But I want to offer you something, a choice, a real one, the first one you've ever had. Harry's heart was pounding. He didn't know if it was fear or excitement or some unnamed thing between the two. What kind of choice? Come with me to my world. I'll teach you magic. Not their magic, not wand-waving and Latin words, but the real foundations, how magic actually works at its root. You'll learn at your own pace, in your own way, and nobody will force you into a destiny you didn't choose. Or, Harry asked, because there was always an or you stay here. Rimuru glanced around the shack. Go back to your aunt and uncle, try to live without magic. Pretend tonight never happened. He looked at Harry again, and his gold eyes were gentle. But we both know that won't work. Magic isn't something you can ignore, especially not the amount you've got. It'll come out whether you want it to or not, and without training it'll come out badly. Harry thought about the time he'd ended up on the school roof, the time the glass at the zoo had vanished, the time Aunt Petunia had sheared off all his hair and it had grown back overnight. Why? Harry asked. Why would you do this? You don't know me. Rimuru was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice had lost its casualness. It was still warm, but there was something under it, something old and vast and surprisingly raw. Because I was alone once. Scared and confused and stuck in a world I didn't understand, with power I couldn't control, and everyone around me either wanted to use me or kill me. And what saved me, what made me who I am, was that a few good people showed up and gave me a chance. He smiled again, but it was different this time, quieter. I want to be that person for someone else, that's all. Harry's eyes burned. He looked away fast toward the window where the first pink light of dawn was bleeding across the horizon. The sea was calm now, silver and flat, and the sky above it was turning the color of a new bruise. purple fading to orange, beautiful and strange. He thought about Hogwarts, about the letter on the floor, about a bearded old man named Dumbledore who'd left him on a doorstep in November and never come back, about a world of wizards and witches who'd toasted his name in pubs while he scrubbed the Dursleys' kitchen floor. He thought about Rimuru's offer. Another world, a real choice. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs, and the smell of dust and shoe leather, and the sound of Dudley's footsteps above him, and the way the dark felt when you'd been in it so long you almost forgot there was anything else. "If I go with you," Harry said slowly, "and I don't like it, can I leave? Whenever you want. My world isn't a prison, nothing I build ever will be." Harry looked at Rimuru for a long time. He searched the young man's face for a lie, a crack, a flicker of the hidden agendas he'd learned to spot in the Dursleys' smiles. He found nothing. Just steady gold eyes and an open expression and a patience that seemed infinite. "Okay," Harry said. Rimuru raised an eyebrow. "Okay, I'll come, I'll try it," Harry swallowed, "but I want to bring my cake." Rimuru laughed. It was a real laugh, surprised and delighted, and it filled the little shack and made it feel, for one impossible moment, warm. "Yeah," Rimuru said. "Bring your cake." Harry picked up the box with the chocolate cake inside. He looked around the shack one more time. At Dudley, drooling on the sofa, at the bedroom door, behind which Uncle Vernon snored and Aunt Petunia lay awake and silent. He felt like he should leave a note, but he didn't know what it would say. "Gone to another world with a blue-haired stranger. Don't bother looking for me." Sincerely, the freak, he didn't leave a note. Rimuru stood and held out his hand. "This might feel a little strange. Stranger than tonight." "Fair point." Harry took his hand. Rimuru's grip was firm and surprisingly warm for someone who'd been sitting on a cold floor, and the moment their hands connected, Harry felt something. A hum, deep and resonant, like standing next to a massive engine. It wasn't unpleasant. It was like the world had been slightly out of tune his whole life, and was suddenly, for the first time, vibrating at the right frequency. Rimuru made a small gesture with his free hand, and reality opened. There was no other word for it. The air in front of them split. Not like a door opening, but like water parting, revealing a space beyond that was neither dark nor light, but some third thing that Harry's eyes couldn't quite process. Through it, he caught a glimpse of green. Impossible, vivid green. Trees. Grass. A sky that was blue in a way the English sky never managed. "After you," Rimuru said, with the air of someone holding open a restaurant door. Harry looked back one last time. The letter lay on the floor, already curling from the damp. He stepped through. The sensation was like falling sideways through warm water. It lasted maybe 2 seconds, but during those 2 seconds, Harry felt every cell in his body ring like a struck bell, and then the feeling was gone and he was standing on grass. Real grass. Soft, thick grass under his bare feet. He was still wearing Dudley's old socks, which were more whole than fabric, and he could feel every blade. And the air hitting his face was warm and sweet and smelled like wildflowers and wood smoke and something else. Something electric, like the air before a thunderstorm. He stood there, blinking. The sun was up. Not the pale, grudging English sun, but a full, golden sun that sat in a deep blue sky and poured light down like honey. There were trees everywhere, massive trees with canopies so dense and green they looked like they were carved from emeralds. Birds were singing, but not English birds. These songs were unfamiliar, longer, more complex, almost melodic in a way that felt deliberate. "Welcome to the Jura Tempest Federation," Rimuru said from beside him. He spread his arms wide, and there was a pride in his voice that was unmistakable. Not boastful, just genuine. "My home." Harry turned in a slow circle. They were standing on a hill, and below them, spread out like a painting, was a city, but it wasn't like any city Harry had ever seen. It was. The only word that came to mind was alive. The buildings were a mix of stone and wood and something else, something that shimmered faintly, and they were built in harmony with the landscape rather than carved out of it. Trees grew through and around structures. Rivers ran through streets that were paved with smooth, pale stone. There were bridges. Delicate, arching bridges that looked too thin to hold weight but clearly did. And gardens everywhere, green and flowering, integrated into the architecture as if the buildings had grown from the earth rather than been placed on it. And the people. Even from this distance, Harry could tell they weren't all human. Some were too tall, some were too broad, Some had skin in colours that skin didn't come in, and some had horns, and at least one had wings. Those are monsters, Harry said, not with fear but with the flat, dazed tone of someone who has reached his limit for surprises and come out the other side. Yep, Rimuru said cheerfully. Ogres, goblins, orcs, lizardmen, dwarves, you name it. Don't worry, they're friendly, most of them. Most. Well, Benimaru can be grumpy before lunch, and Shun's cooking is a genuine threat to public safety, but broadly speaking, yeah. Friendly. Harry looked down at the cake box in his hands, then at the impossible city below, then at Rimuru. I've gone mental, he said conversationally. I've actually gone mental. I'm still on the floor of that shack and I've had a breakdown. You haven't, Rimuru said. But I get why you'd think that. Come on, let's get you some breakfast. Real breakfast, not whatever those relatives of yours were feeding you. They walked down the hill toward the city. The path was well maintained. Smooth stone, wide enough for two, lined with low bushes that had small blue flowers. Harry kept looking around, trying to take everything in, but there was too much. A lizard the size of a dog basked on a rock to their left and watched them with intelligent yellow eyes. A group of children, human children or close enough, ran past on a side path, laughing, and one of them waved at Rimuru and shouted something in a language Harry didn't recognize. Rimuru waved back. How big is this place? Harry asked. The city, about the size of a large town by your world's standards. The nation, much bigger. We've got allied territories stretching across most of the Jura forest and beyond. And you run it, all of it. I have a lot of help. Rimuru glanced at him sidelong. I know what you're thinking. This guy's either incredibly powerful or incredibly crazy, and the answer is both. Harry almost smiled. It was the first time in he couldn't remember. I wasn't thinking that. No, what were you thinking? Harry looked at the city again, at the sunlight on the stone, at the people, human and otherwise, moving through the streets below, busy and purposeful and alive. I was thinking it's warm here, Harry said quietly. Rimuru didn't respond right away. When Harry glanced at him, the young man's expression was soft, and there was something behind his gold eyes that might have been sadness and might have been recognition. Yeah, Rimuru said. It is. They entered the city through an archway carved from white stone, and Harry immediately felt the difference. It wasn't just the temperature or the light or the architecture. It was the atmosphere. People greeted Rimuru as he passed. A tall woman with pale hair called out something teasing. A stocky, bearded figure that Harry thought might be a dwarf raised a hand from behind a merchant's stall. A group of goblins, small and green-skinned and sharp-featured, bowed in near unison and then immediately started chattering among themselves. Everyone seemed to know Rimuru, and everyone seemed to like him, which was a concept Harry found genuinely alien. Nobody stared at Harry's scar. Nobody stared at Harry at all, except with the mild, friendly curiosity you'd give any newcomer. He wasn't the boy who lived here. He wasn't the freak in the cupboard. He was just a kid with messy hair and too big clothes, walking next to their leader, and that was apparently fine. It shouldn't have mattered so much, but it did. Rimuru led him through winding streets to a large building that was part house, part hall, with wide windows and a veranda overlooking a courtyard where someone had planted a garden full of herbs. Inside, the ceilings were high and the air smelled like cedar and cinnamon, and there was a long table already set for breakfast. A woman was arranging dishes on the table. She was. Harry tried not to stare, but she was remarkably beautiful, with long pink hair and a serene, composed face that reminded him, oddly, of a painting he'd seen once in a museum on a school trip. She wore an elegant kimono-like garment, and when she looked up and saw Rimuru, her expression shifted from focused to warm. Rimuru-sama, you're back early. Her eyes moved to Harry and something in them sharpened, not with suspicion but with attention. She took in his too big clothes, his thin frame, the bruise on his wrist from where Uncle Vernon had grabbed him 2 days ago. Harry saw her see it. He watched her file it away. Shuna, this is Harry, Rimuru said. He's going to be staying with us for a while. Harry, this is Shuna. She's one of my closest advisors, and basically the reason this nation functions on a daily basis. You flatter me, Rimuru-sama, Shuna said, but there was a small smile at the corner of her mouth. She looked at Harry again. Hello, Harry, are you hungry? The question was so simple and so kind that Harry felt something crack behind his ribs. Yes, he said. I am. Shuna fed him. That was the only way to describe it. She didn't just put food on the table. She watched what he reached for, noticed when he hesitated, and quietly refilled his plate when it emptied without making a production of it. There was rice and fish and soup and vegetables, and a bread that was warm and soft and tasted faintly of honey, and Harry ate until his stomach, so accustomed to scarcity, sent up alarm signals. He stopped, looked at his plate. There was still food on it. "You can have more later," Shuna said gently, as if reading his mind. "It's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere." Such a small sentence, such a massive concept for a boy who'd spent 10 years snatching food when no one was looking. Rimuru sat across from him, eating with the casual enthusiasm of someone who genuinely loved food, and between bites he talked. Not about magic, not about destiny or prophecies or dark wizards. He talked about Tempest. How it was founded, the people who lived here, the challenges they'd faced and were still facing. He talked about it the way you'd tell a friend about your hometown, with affection and humour and the occasional tangent that went nowhere. Harry listened, and slowly the knot in his chest began to loosen. "So," Rimuru said eventually, pushing his plate away and leaning back, "I promised you I'd teach you magic, and I will, but not today." "Why not?" "Because today you need to rest, eat, sleep in a real bed, walk around if you want to." "Get your bearings." Rimuru's tone was light, but his eyes were serious. "Magic can wait a day, Harry. You've waited 10 years. What's one more?" Harry wanted to argue. The hunger for knowledge, now that he knew it was real, was almost physical, but his body was making a compelling counter-argument. He was exhausted, bone deep, 10 years of bad sleep exhausted, and the food in his stomach was making his eyelids heavy. "Where do I sleep?" he asked. "Shuna." "I've prepared a room," Shuna said, rising from the table. "Come with me." She led him down a hallway and up a flight of stairs to a room that was, by any reasonable standard, modest. It had a bed, a desk, a window, a wardrobe, and a wash basin. The bed had clean sheets and a thick blanket. The window overlooked the courtyard garden. Harry stood in the doorway and couldn't move. "Is something wrong?" Shuna asked. His voice caught, he swallowed. "It's got a door." Shuna went very still. "My cupboard didn't have, it had a door, but from the outside, it locked from the outside." He was babbling. He could hear himself babbling and couldn't stop. "This one locks from the inside, doesn't it? I can see the latch, it locks from the inside." "Yes," Shuna said. Her voice was perfectly even, perfectly controlled, but something in the air around her had changed. A faint pressure, a subtle vibration like the stillness before an earthquake. "It locks from the inside, Harry. This is your room. No one enters without your permission." Harry nodded. He walked into the room and sat on the bed. The mattress dipped under him, soft and giving, and the sheets smelled like lavender. "Thank you," he said. Shuna smiled at him from the doorway. It was a warm smile and a gentle one, but behind it, behind her eyes, something was burning. She pulled the door closed with a soft click. Harry sat on the bed for a full minute, just breathing. Then he took off his shoes and lay down on top of the covers, still in Dudley's old clothes, and stared at the ceiling. It was white. Clean, no spiders, no dust, no creak of footsteps from above. He fell asleep in under a minute. For the first time in his memory, he did not dream. In a castle in the Scottish Highlands, Albus Dumbledore stood at the window of his office and stared at an instrument on his desk that had, until approximately 3 hours ago, been spinning steadily and emitting a thin stream of silver smoke. It was still now. Silent and dark, the instrument monitored Harry Potter. It tracked his location, his health, his magical signature. It had been spinning since the night Dumbledore placed the boy on the Dursleys' doorstep, a constant reassurance, a steady heartbeat of information confirming that the most important child in the wizarding world was alive and safe. Safe. Dumbledore's mouth thinned. He'd told himself that word so many times it had lost its texture. Safe with his mother's sister. Safe behind the blood wards. Safe in the Muggle world, hidden from Death Eaters and Fame alike. Safe. He had not in 10 years asked whether Harry was happy. He had not asked whether the Dursleys were kind. He had, in fact, received a letter from Arabella Figg 2 years ago expressing concern about the boy's treatment, and he had written back assuring her that some discomfort was a small price for security, and he had filed the letter away and not thought about it again. The instrument was dead. Harry Potter was gone, not dead. The other instruments would have screamed if that were the case. But gone. Beyond the reach of any tracking magic Dumbledore possessed. Beyond the wards, beyond the trace, beyond the reach of every locating spell and sympathetic charm in the wizarding world. As if he had stepped off the edge of the map, Dumbledore sat heavily in his chair. Fawkes, on his perch, let out a low, mournful note. "I know," Dumbledore said quietly. "I know." He reached for a lemon drop, unwrapped it, placed it on his tongue. The sweetness was automatic, comforting, meaningless. Hagrid had sent a Patronus 20 minutes ago, barely coherent, choked with distress. "He said no, Professor." The boy said no. "He said we left him there and never checked. Professor, they kept him in a cupboard, and then he was gone. I went back at dawn and he was gone and I can't find him. A cupboard." Dumbledore closed his eyes. Behind the half-moon spectacles they were very blue and very tired and for a moment very old. He had made a mistake. He could feel the shape of it, massive and undeniable, like discovering a crack in a foundation you'd believed was solid. The question was whether the mistake was correctable or whether the whole structure had to come down. The prophecy still held. Voldemort was still out there, still seeking a way back, and Harry Potter, wherever he was, still carried the weight of a destiny that could not simply be declined, could it? Dumbledore reached for parchment and quill. His hand, for the first time in many years, was not entirely steady. "Minerva," he wrote, "we have a problem. 600 miles south, on a damp rock in the North Sea, Petunia Dursley sat in the shack's only chair and stared at the spot where her sister's son had been sleeping, and where he was not sleeping any longer. She had heard the conversation. All of it. She'd stood behind the bedroom door with her hand over her mouth, and she'd heard Hagrid's revelations and Harry's refusal, and every word between them, and later. Much later, in the grey pre-dawn. She'd heard a new voice, calm and warm, and she'd heard Harry say okay. She'd heard the silence after. Vernon was in the bedroom, packing their things, muttering about freaks and good riddance and finally being done with the whole business. Dudley was eating the rest of the birthday cake. Neither of them had noticed that Petunia had been sitting in this chair for 3 hours without moving. She looked at the letter on the floor. The parchment was warped from the damp, but the green ink was still legible. She thought about a November night almost 10 years ago, a basket on a doorstep. A letter in Dumbledore's hand explaining what had happened and what was needed and what she must do for the sake of her sister's child. She remembered the weight of the baby in her arms when she'd picked him up. How he'd been sleeping with his small face squished against a blanket, and how the scar on his forehead had still looked fresh and raw, and how he'd opened his eyes. Lily's eyes, exactly Lily's eyes, and looked at her. She'd put him in the cupboard that same night, not because she hated him. Or not only because she hated him, because she was afraid. Afraid of what he was, afraid of the world he came from, afraid that loving him meant opening the door to the same magic that had stolen her sister and left her standing outside the gate of a world she could never enter. So she'd been cruel. Not dramatically, not violently. Vernon handled that end of things, but persistently, relentlessly, in the way that water wears down stone. She'd starved the boy's heart until it was small and hard and defensive, and she'd told herself it was for the best, and she'd almost believed it. He was gone now, taken by a stranger to a place she couldn't imagine, and instead of relief, Petunia felt something she hadn't felt in years, something she'd buried so deeply she'd forgotten it was there, shame. She sat in the chair in the damp and the cold, and she didn't cry because Petunia Dursley did not cry. But her hands shook in her lap, and when Vernon called her name from the bedroom, she didn't answer for a long time. Harry slept for 14 hours. When he woke, the room was dark. But a warm dark, not the suffocating dark of the cupboard. Moonlight came through the window, painting silver squares on the floor, and the air was cool and smelled like the herb garden below. Somewhere outside, someone was playing music. A stringed instrument, something Harry didn't recognize, weaving a melody that was complex and beautiful and a little sad. He lay there, still and quiet, and took stock. He was in another world. A world of monsters and magic and a blue-haired leader who might or might not be human. He had left behind everything he'd ever known, which admittedly wasn't much worth keeping. He had no wand, no books, no money, no possessions beyond the clothes on his back and a half-eaten birthday cake. He was 11 years old. He should be terrified. He searched for the fear and found it, yes, coiled in his gut. But it was small, manageable, dwarfed by something else, something that felt like the first breath of air after being underwater. He sat up. On the desk, someone had left a set of folded clothes. Not Dudley's cast-offs, but real clothes that looked like they'd actually fit. Dark trousers, a simple white shirt, a light jacket in deep green. Beside them, a pair of boots. Harry picked up the shirt. It was soft, new, made for someone his size. He got dressed slowly, carefully, as if the clothes might disappear if he handled them too roughly. Everything fit. The boots were leather, well-made, comfortable from the first step. He caught sight of himself in a small mirror above the wash basin and stopped. He looked different. Not just the clothes. He looked different. His face was still too thin, his hair still a disaster, his glasses still held together with tape, but something in his eyes had shifted. There was a spark there, faint but real, that hadn't been there yesterday. He went downstairs. The hall was empty, but the kitchen, a separate room at the back, large and well-equipped, was lit by the warm glow of a fire, and Rimuru was sitting at a small table near the hearth, reading what appeared to be a report of some kind. He looked up when Harry entered. "Hey, sleep well." "Better than I've ever slept in my life," Harry said, and meant it. "Good, hungry. Always." Rimuru grinned and gestured to the kitchen counter, where a plate was waiting. Covered, kept warm by some method Harry couldn't identify, rice, grilled meat, steamed vegetables, a small bowl of fruit. Harry sat down and ate, and this time, with the desperation slightly dulled by the earlier meal, he actually tasted the food. It was extraordinary. Every ingredient was vivid, distinct, more flavorful than anything he'd ever eaten. "Shuna's cooking," Rimuru said, noticing his expression. "She's brilliant at it. Just don't ever eat anything Shun makes. I'm saying this as your future teacher and as someone who has technically died before and can confirm that Shun's cooking is worse than death." "Noted," Harry said, through a mouthful of rice. They sat in companionable silence while Harry ate. The fire crackled. The music from outside had stopped, replaced by the distant sound of a night patrol's footsteps and the occasional hoot of something that might have been an owl but was probably something much stranger. "Rimuru," Harry said, setting down his chopsticks. He'd figured out the chopsticks faster than he expected. His hands, trained by years of precise, quick movements in the Dursleys' kitchen, were more dexterous than most 11-year-olds. "What are you exactly?" "Ah," Rimuru set down his report. "I was wondering when you'd ask. The full answer is complicated, but the short version is, I'm a slime." Harry waited for the punchline. It didn't come. "A slime," he repeated. "Yep. Originally, I was a human. A Japanese salaryman, actually, in a world without magic. I died, got reincarnated as a slime in this world, and things kind of escalated from there." He said this with the casual tone of someone describing a moderately interesting commute. "I can take human form, which is what you're seeing now, but my true body is a small, round, blue slime. About this big." He held his hands apart to indicate something roughly the size of a football. Harry looked at the young man across from him. Confident, composed, radiating an authority that the monsters and people of Tempest clearly responded to, and tried to reconcile that with a blue football. "You're joking." "I'm really not." Rimuru's form shifted. It happened so fast Harry almost missed it. One moment a blue-haired young man, the next, sitting in the chair, a small, round, gelatinous creature the colour of a clear sky, with 2 dots for eyes that somehow conveyed amusement. Then he was human again, smiling. "See, slime." Harry stared. Then, to his own surprise, he laughed. It was a real laugh. Not the careful, quiet laugh he'd learned at the Dursleys, but a full, startled, belly-deep laugh that shook his shoulders and made his eyes water. He laughed because it was absurd, all of it, the whole situation. A boy from a cupboard sitting in another world eating rice cooked by a beautiful ogre princess, while a slime in human form calmly explained its biography by the fire. Rimuru watched him laugh, and his smile widened into something warm and pleased and just a little bit proud. "Feel better?" Rimuru asked. "Yeah," Harry said, wiping his eyes. "Yeah, I do." "Good." Rimuru leaned forward, elbows on the table. "Because tomorrow we start. I'm going to teach you what magic really is, Harry. Not spells, not tricks, not incantations or potion recipes or the names of plants. The real thing. The force underneath everything. The energy that makes worlds spin and stars burn and people like you and me possible." Harry's laughter faded, but the lightness it left behind remained. "And you think I can learn it? I think you've been doing it your whole life without knowing. Every strange thing that ever happened around you, that was your magic, breaking through without permission. Most wizards in your world never feel their magic directly. They channel it through wands, focus it with words, filter it through a system someone else built. You're going to learn to use it raw. The word sent a shiver down Harry's spine, not fear, anticipation. One more thing, Rimuru said. I'm going to be honest with you about what I know because I think you deserve that. The dark wizard who killed your parents. Voldemort, he's not dead. He's weakened, barely alive, but he's out there and he will try to come back. That's not a maybe, that's a certainty. Harry's jaw tightened. And he'll come after me. Eventually. Yes, Rimuru held his gaze. I won't lie to you about that. I won't hide it or dress it up or save it for when you're older. You're 11 and you've already survived more than most adults in any world. You can handle the truth. So you're training me to fight him? No, Rimuru's voice was firm. I'm training you to understand your own power. What you do with that understanding is your choice. If you want to fight Voldemort, I'll help you prepare. If you want to walk away and live a quiet life somewhere, I'll help you do that too. The point is that when the time comes, and it will come, you'll be strong enough to choose for yourself. Harry was quiet for a long time. The fire was dying down to embers, and the shadows in the kitchen were growing longer, and outside the window the sky was full of unfamiliar stars. Okay, he said finally. Teach me. Rimuru smiled. First lesson starts at dawn, get some sleep. Harry stood, carried his plate to the basin, washed it out of habit. Years of Dursley training didn't vanish overnight, and headed for the stairs. At the bottom he paused and looked back. Rimuru. Yeah, thank you for the choice. Rimuru's expression shifted into something Harry couldn't fully read, but it was warm and it was real, and it made the kitchen feel smaller and safer and more like a place where someone could belong. Happy birthday, Harry, Rimuru said. Harry went upstairs. He locked his door from the inside. The latch clicked with a solid, satisfying sound, and he lay down on his bed and looked at the ceiling. Through the window, the stars of another world glittered, strange constellations making shapes he'd never learned. He thought about Hagrid's face in the shack, about the letter on the floor, about a world of witches and wizards he'd never see. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs, the lock on the outside of the door, the sound of his own breathing in the dark. He thought about Rimuru's words. The point is that when the time comes, you'll be strong enough to choose for yourself. Harry turned on his side and pulled the blanket up to his chin. The mattress was soft. The room was warm. The door was locked from the inside. He closed his eyes. Tomorrow he would begin. Chapter 2. Tempest Academy. Harry woke to birdsong he didn't recognize and sunlight that was too warm and too golden to be English. For 3 disorienting seconds he lay still, waiting for the familiar creak of footsteps above him, the smell of dust, the tight walls of the cupboard. None of it came. Instead, there was a soft mattress, clean sheets, and the scent of herbs drifting through an open window. He sat up. The room was real. The clothes on the desk were real. The boots by the bed were real. He got dressed quickly, muscle memory from years of early mornings at the Dursleys making him fast and efficient, and went downstairs. The hall was already alive with morning light, and voices floated from the kitchen. Rimuru's easy, conversational tone and another voice Harry didn't recognize, deeper and slightly impatient. He pushed through the doorway and stopped. A man was leaning against the kitchen counter with his arms crossed. Tall, very tall. With crimson hair pulled back from a sharp, angular face and eyes that burned like coals. He wore armor of some kind, black and red, and he radiated a heat that Harry could feel from across the room. Not metaphorical heat, but actual warmth, as if someone had opened an oven door. Don't see why I should babysit a human child, the man was saying. I have better things to do with my morning. Benimaru, Rimuru said, from his seat at the table where he was calmly eating a bowl of rice. Nobody asked you to babysit. I asked you to be present for his first assessment. There's a difference. The difference being about 30 minutes of your incredibly valuable time. Rimuru noticed Harry in the doorway and waved him over. Morning, Harry, this is Benimaru. He's my military commander and one of the strongest fighters in Tempest. Benimaru, this is Harry. Benimaru looked at Harry the way you might look at a stray cat that had wandered into a war council. Not with hostility exactly, but with a deep skepticism about its relevance. His burning eyes swept over Harry's thin frame, his taped glasses, his messy hair. This is the child whose magical awakening shook the dimensional fabric, Benimaru said flatly. That's the one, Rimuru said. He weighs about as much as my sword. Probably less, honestly. Harry looked between them. I'm standing right here. Benimaru's eyebrows rose slightly. Then the corner of his mouth twitched, just barely, and some of the frost left his expression. So you are, eat your breakfast, boy, you'll need the energy. Harry sat and ate. Shuna appeared with plates and a quiet good morning, and Harry noticed that Benimaru's entire demeanour shifted in her presence. The hardness softened, the impatience dissolved, and he accepted a cup of tea from her with something approaching gentleness. They had the same colouring, the same bone structure. Are they related? Harry asked Rimuru quietly. Siblings, Shuna's the younger sister, Benimaru's terrified of her. I am not terrified. He once burned down an enemy fortress without flinching, but he apologizes to Shuna when he tracks mud on the floor. That is a matter of respect, Rimuru-sama. He calls it respect, the rest of us call it healthy fear. Harry watched the exchange, the easy back and forth, the way Rimuru needled Benimaru without malice, and the way Benimaru protested without real anger, and something ached inside him. This was what family looked like. Not the Dursleys' suffocating silence and sudden cruelties, but this. Teasing and warmth and a table with enough food for everyone, he finished his breakfast. Rimuru stood. Let's go. They walked through the city in the early morning light. Tempest was waking up around them. Shop fronts opening, merchants setting out their wares. The sounds of hammering from a construction site where a crew of muscular orcs was building what looked like a new wing on an existing structure. People greeted Rimuru constantly, and Harry noticed that the greetings ranged from formal bows, mostly from the goblins, to casual waves, mostly from the humans, to a kind of cheerful chaos. A group of goblin children ran up, grabbed the hem of Rimuru's coat, shouted something in unison, and scattered, shrieking with laughter. What did they say? Harry asked. They asked if you're my new apprentice. News travels fast here. What did you tell them? I didn't. They ran away before I could answer, goblins, but he was smiling. They left the main city through a northern gate and followed a path into the forest. The trees closed around them, massive trunks draped in moss and vines, and the light filtered through the canopy in shifting green-gold patterns. It was beautiful, but Harry could feel something else here too. A pressure in the air, a hum beneath his feet, as if the forest itself were alive in a way that went beyond biology. You can feel that, Rimuru said, glancing back. Harry nodded. What is it? Magicules. The basic unit of magical energy in this world. They're everywhere. In the air, the earth, the water, in living things. Your world has magic too, but you structure it differently. Wands, incantations, potions. Those are all tools for shaping magical energy. Here we work with it more directly. Is that what you're going to teach me, to use magicules, eventually? First, I need to understand what you've already got. Rimuru stopped walking. They'd reached a clearing, wide and circular, ringed by ancient trees, with a flat stone in the centre that looked like a natural stage. Benimaru was already there, leaning against a tree at the clearing's edge, arms crossed. He'd beaten them here somehow. Stand on the stone, Rimuru said. Harry walked to the centre of the clearing and stepped onto the flat stone. It was warm under his feet, even through the boots, and the hum he'd been feeling intensified. He looked at Rimuru. Now what? Now close your eyes. Rimuru's voice had changed. The casual warmth was still there, but underneath it was something precise and focused, like a lens adjusting. I'm going to examine your magical signature. It won't hurt, but it'll feel strange, like someone looking at you from the inside. Harry closed his eyes. For a moment there was just darkness and the sound of birds and the warm stone beneath him. Then he felt it. A presence, gentle but vast, touching his mind the way sunlight touches skin. Not invasive, not forceful, but everywhere. It moved through him, over him, around him, and Harry had the sudden, vertiginous sensation of being a single fish in an ocean, aware for the first time of the water. Something responded. Deep inside him, in a place he hadn't known existed, something woke up. It uncoiled like a sleeping animal disturbed by light, and it reached back toward the presence touching it, and the contact sent a jolt through Harry's entire body that buckled his knees. His eyes snapped open. The clearing had changed. No, the clearing was the same, but he could see things he couldn't see before. Faint lines of blue-white light ran through the trees like veins. The air shimmered with drifting motes of energy, millions of them, and they swirled around Harry like snow in a globe. The stone beneath him was glowing. Bloody hell! Rimuru said from the tree line, and his voice had lost all its skepticism. Rimuru was staring at Harry with an expression that was, for the first time, genuinely surprised. Not alarmed. Rimuru didn't seem like someone who alarmed easily, but surprised, as if he'd opened a box expecting a candle and found a bonfire. "Harry," Rimuru said carefully. "What I just did was a basic resonance test. I sent a small pulse of my energy into you to see how your magic responded. The expected result for someone your age and training level would be a slight fluctuation, a ripple. And you just lit up the entire clearing." Rimuru looked around at the glowing trees, the swirling moats, the luminous stone. "This is your magic, Harry, unfiltered, uncontrolled, reacting to a single small stimulus. Your world's wizards would channel this through a wand and get, I don't know, a good Lumo's charm. You just did the equivalent of turning on a spotlight without any tool at all." Harry looked at his hands. They were trembling, but not with fear. The energy was still moving through him, warm and electric, and it felt right in a way he couldn't articulate, like a limb waking up after a long sleep, pins and needles giving way to full sensation. "Is that bad?" "No, it's remarkable." Rimuru paused, and Harry could see him thinking, recalculating. "But it's also dangerous. You have an enormous amount of raw magical energy with absolutely no control mechanism. Your world's solution would be to hand you a wand which would act as a governor, like putting a valve on a fire hose. It would let out a controlled stream while keeping the rest contained. And your solution," Rimuru grinned, "teach you to be the valve." The glow faded slowly, the moats settling, the light in the trees dimming. Harry's legs were shaky, and Rimuru, who had pushed off from his tree and was now standing much closer, his skepticism replaced by a keen, martial interest, steadied him with a hand on his shoulder. The hand was hot, almost uncomfortably so. "The boy has fire in him," Rimuru said, and it sounded grudgingly like a compliment. "He has more than fire," Rimuru said. "Harry, sit down for a minute, let me explain something." Harry sat on the stone. Rimuru crouched in front of him, and behind those gold eyes something was working, vast and analytical and faster than any human mind. "In your world, magic is treated like a language. You learn spells the way you learn vocabulary. One word at a time, specific pronunciation, specific wand movement, specific result. It works. It's effective, but it's also limited because you're always working within someone else's grammar. And here, magic is treated like a force, like gravity or magnetism. Magicules are the medium, and your will is the shaping mechanism. You don't memorize a spell to create fire. You understand what fire is at a fundamental level, and you convince the energy around you to become it." "That sounds harder." "It is harder, much harder. Most people in this world can't do it at all without an innate skill or ability to bridge the gap. But you," Rimuru pointed at Harry's chest, "you've already been doing it. Every accidental magic incident you've ever had was you willing something to happen and your raw energy making it real. You grew your hair back overnight because you wanted it back so badly that your magic just did it. You ended up on a roof because you wanted to escape so desperately that your magic moved you there." Harry's mind raced. The glass at the zoo, Aunt Petunia's wig flying off, the sweater that shrunk when she tried to force it over his head. All those moments of panic or desperation or rage, and something impossible happening in response. "Your magic responds to your emotions," Rimuru said. "That's the starting point. Over time, I'm going to teach you to access it through your will. Deliberately, precisely, without needing fear or anger as a trigger. But that's a process. It doesn't happen overnight." "How long?" Rimuru stood, brushing dirt from his knees. "Depends on you. Some of my people learned basic magicule manipulation in weeks. Others took months. You're a different case. Your magic isn't based in magicules, it's something native to your world, but it interacts with magicules in ways I've never seen." "Great sage." He paused, tapped his temple. "I have an analytical ability. Think of it as a very advanced advisor that lives in my head. She's been analyzing your energy signature since I met you, and even she says she needs more data." "You have a voice in your head," Harry said, "essentially. And it's called Great Sage, Raphael, technically these days. She gets annoyed when I use the old name." Harry decided to file that under things to deal with later and move on. "So what do I do first?" "First, you learn to feel your magic on purpose, not in response to danger or emotion, on command. That's the foundation everything else is built on." Rimuru extended his hand, and a small blue sphere appeared above his palm, identical to the one he'd shown Harry in the shack. This is a magicule construct, pure energy shaped by will. By the end of this week, I want you to be able to feel your own energy this clearly, not shape it, just feel it. Know where it is, how much there is, what it's doing. He closed his hand and the sphere vanished. For now, though, I want you to sit here, close your eyes, and try to find that feeling you had when the clearing lit up. Don't force it, don't chase it, just sit with it, I'll be right here. Harry closed his eyes. He sat on the warm stone in the clearing, surrounded by ancient trees and drifting magicules, and he reached inward for the thing that had woken up. At first there was nothing, just darkness and the sound of his own breathing and the distant chatter of unfamiliar birds. His mind wandered. To the Dursleys, to Hagrid, to the letter on the floor, and he pulled it back again and again like trying to hold water in his hands. Then, faintly, he felt it, not the explosive surge from before, but a whisper. A warmth in his chest, just below his sternum, like a coal buried in ash. It pulsed gently in time with his heartbeat, and when he focused on it, it brightened. Just slightly, just enough to know it was real. There you are, he thought, and the warmth pulsed back as if answering. He sat with it for what felt like hours. Rimuru didn't interrupt. Benimaru at some point left. Harry heard his footsteps receding, and the clearing was quiet except for the forest sounds and the occasional rustle of Rimuru turning a page. At some point, the young man had produced a book from somewhere and was reading, cross-legged on the grass, as casually as if he were in a library, instead of supervising a volatile magical child. When Harry finally opened his eyes, the sun had moved significantly across the sky. His legs were stiff, his back ached, and he was ravenously hungry. But the warmth in his chest remained, faint and steady, a pilot light he now knew how to find. I can feel it, he said. Rimuru looked up from his book and smiled. I know, you've been glowing faintly for the last hour. Harry looked down at his hands. A barely visible shimmer clung to his skin like heat haze, and as he watched, it faded. I didn't know I was doing that. That's fine, awareness is the first step. Control comes later. Rimuru stood and stretched. Come on. Lunch, and then I want to show you something. They walked back through the forest, and Harry noticed things he hadn't noticed before. The magicules. He couldn't see them anymore, not like in the clearing when his power had surged, but he could feel them. They brushed against his skin like a faint breeze, clustered thickly around living things and thinned out over bare rock and dead wood. The forest was saturated with them. No wonder Tempest felt so alive. Back in the city, Rimuru led him not to the main hall but to a different building. Longer, lower, with wide windows and a courtyard that contained, improbably, a training ground, a small garden, and what appeared to be a miniature library housed in an open-sided pavilion. This, Rimuru said, is the academy. Harry had expected something grand. A castle like the Hogwarts he'd seen in his mind's eye when Hagrid described it, with towers and ghosts and moving staircases. This was different. It was practical, clean, well-built, with an atmosphere that was more workshop than palace. The courtyard had scorch marks on the flagstones and gouges in the training posts that spoke of actual use. You built a school, Harry said. I've been thinking about it for a while. Tempest is growing and the next generation needs structured education. Not just combat training, but magical theory, statecraft, history, all of it. You just gave me the push to actually do it. Rimuru looked slightly sheepish. It's not finished yet. We're still working out the curriculum and finding teachers and, honestly, figuring out what we're doing as we go. But the bones are here. How many students? Right now, you'll be the first, but there are others coming. I've sent word to our allied nations. Urazanir, Dworgen, the Sorcerer's dynasty. Families with magically talented children who want more than battlefield training or apprenticeships. And there are a few kids already in Tempest who are ready. He pushed open the main door, and they entered a hallway with polished wooden floors and that same cedar and cinnamon smell. Doors led off to either side. Classrooms, Harry guessed. And at the end of the hall, an open archway gave onto the courtyard. A boy was in the courtyard, attacking a training post with a wooden sword. He was about Harry's age. Maybe a year older, it was hard to tell. With reddish-brown skin and short-cropped black hair, and the kind of build that suggested he'd been holding weapons since he could walk. His ears were slightly pointed, and there were faint markings on his cheekbones, dark lines like ritual tattoos. He moved with a ferocity that was startling for someone so young. Each strike landed with a crack that echoed off the courtyard walls, and his face was set in a grimace of total concentration. He was also, Harry noticed, terrible. Powerful, yes. Each blow had real force behind it, but sloppy. His feet were wrong. His grip shifted with every swing. He was fighting the post with pure aggression and no technique, and the post was winning, because despite the force of his blows, he kept striking the same spot on the wood without any variation. The boy finished with a final, savage overhead strike that nearly knocked the post from its mount, then stepped back, breathing hard, and saw Harry and Rimuru standing in the archway. His eyes narrowed. "Who's that?" "Kaito, this is Harry. He's a new student." "Harry, this is Kaito." "He's an ogre from one of the clans in the Eastern Forest. He arrived last week." "Half ogre," Kaito corrected with a sharpness that suggested this was a sore point. He planted the wooden sword on the ground and leaned on it, studying Harry with open suspicion. "He doesn't look like much." "Neither do I," Rimuru said mildly. "You're a demon lord." "I'm a slime. In theory, the weakest monster in existence. Looks are deceiving, Kaito. I'd think you'd know that." Something flickered behind Kaito's eyes, a flash of something vulnerable, quickly buried. He shrugged and turned back to the post. "Whatever, I have training to do." He resumed his assault on the post. Rimuru watched for a moment, then gestured for Harry to follow him across the courtyard. His mother was an ogre from one of the Eastern clans. Rimuru said quietly once they were out of earshot. His father was human, a merchant from Bluemund. Neither community fully accepted him. The ogres thought he was too human, the humans thought he was too monster. His parents died in a raid 2 years ago, and he ended up here. Harry watched Kaito attacking the post. Each strike was angrier than the last. "He's trying to be stronger so nobody can hurt him again." Rimuru looked at him. "That's very perceptive for someone who's known him for 30 seconds. Harry said nothing. He didn't need to explain how he recognized the strategy. He'd used a different version of it himself. Not violence in his case, but silence, smallness, invisibility. Become so quiet and unremarkable that the world forgets you exist, and it can't hurt what it doesn't notice. Different tactics, same wound. He has no magical ability, Rimuru continued. None in a world where power usually manifests as magical skill. That's a significant disadvantage, especially for someone who's half ogre. His clan expected him to develop abilities. He didn't. That's part of why he was rejected. So why is he at a magic school? Rimuru smiled, and there was something deliberate in it. A teacher's smile, the kind that meant the question itself was the lesson. Because magic isn't the only kind of power worth learning. And because this academy isn't just for mages. He left it at that. They spent the rest of the afternoon exploring the academy grounds. The classrooms, the small library, already stocked with texts in multiple languages, some of which shifted and rearranged themselves on the shelves. The training yard, the dormitory wing where Harry's room would be relocated to once it was finished. Rimuru explained his vision as they walked. A school that taught not just magical combat but strategy, diplomacy, magical theory, world history, economics, medicine. A school that produced not soldiers but leaders. Tempest is a nation of monsters. Rimuru said, standing in the half-built library as the late afternoon sun poured through the windows. Most of the world still sees monsters as enemies. If we're going to change that, it starts with education. Not just teaching our kids to fight, but teaching them to think, negotiate, build. And not just our kids. I want human students here too, kids from allied nations. Kids from nowhere like Kaito. If they grow up together, learn together, maybe the next generation won't default to war every time there's a disagreement. That's ambitious, Harry said. I'm a slime who became a demon lord and founded a nation. Ambitious is kind of my thing. Harry spent the evening in his room above the main hall. His permanent quarters in the dormitory weren't ready yet, reading a book Rimuru had given him. It was titled Fundamentals of Magical Theory, written in a language Harry didn't know but could somehow read. When he'd asked about that, Rimuru had tapped his own temple and said, "Translation courtesy of Raphael, consider it a welcome gift." The magic apparently worked passively. Harry looked at the unfamiliar script, and his brain simply produced the meaning as naturally as reading English. The book was dense but fascinating. Magicules, it explained, were the fundamental particles of magical energy in this world. They existed everywhere, in varying concentrations and all magical abilities. From a goblin's basic elemental manipulation to a demon lord's world-altering power, were expressions of magicule manipulation. The key variables were volume, how many magicules you could command, control, how precisely you could shape them, and will, the clarity and force of your intent. Harry read until his eyes burned, then set the book aside and reached for the warmth in his chest. It was there, steady as a heartbeat. He held it in his awareness, not trying to do anything with it, just feeling its shape and rhythm. It wasn't magicules. Rimuru had said his magic was something different, native to his own world. But it interacted with them, resonated with them, like two different instruments playing in the same key. He wondered what Hogwarts was like tonight. Whether there were students in the great hall Hagrid had described, sitting under an enchanted ceiling, eating from golden plates. Whether anyone missed him. Whether anyone had ever known he was supposed to be there. He pushed the thought away and went to sleep. At Hogwarts, the great hall was full of first years, and the sorting hat was having a very unusual evening. The hat had been sorting students for roughly 1,000 years, and in that time it had developed certain expectations about how the evening would proceed. Children would sit on the stool. The hat would look inside their heads. It would make a judgment. It would shout a house name. Applause. Next child. Tonight, though, there was a gap. A name on the list that, when called, produced silence. Professor McGonagall had read it out. Potter Harry. And the great hall had erupted in whispers and craning necks and eager stares, and then nothing had happened because Harry Potter was not there. McGonagall had paused, her lips pressed into a thin white line, and moved on to the next name. The whispers hadn't stopped for the rest of the ceremony. Hermione Granger, freshly sorted into Gryffindor, sat at her new house table and frowned. She had read about Harry Potter in 4 separate books before arriving at Hogwarts. The rise and fall of the dark arts, great wizarding events of the 20th century, modern magical history, and notable magical names of our age. She had expected to meet him tonight. She had, if she was honest with herself, prepared several conversation starters. His absence felt wrong. Not in a vague, emotional way. Hermione didn't trust vague emotions, but in a concrete, factual way. Harry Potter had been enrolled at Hogwarts since birth. His acceptance letter had been sent. His name was on the registry. Students didn't simply not show up. She looked up at the high table where the teachers sat. Professor Dumbledore was smiling and twinkling as if nothing were amiss, but the woman beside him, McGonagall, kept glancing at an empty space at the Gryffindor table as if willing someone to materialize in it. A dark-haired, hook-nosed professor on Dumbledore's other side was staring at his plate with an expression of such controlled fury that the air around him seemed to curdle. Something was wrong. Hermione filed it away, along with 17 other observations she'd made in her first 3 hours at Hogwarts, and turned to the red-haired boy who'd been sorted just before her. "Hello, I'm Hermione Granger. Did you notice that Harry Potter wasn't called?" The boy. Ron Weasley, according to the sorting, blinked at her through a mouthful of chicken. Yeah, everyone noticed. Do you think something happened to him? Dunno, maybe he's sick. My brothers said sometimes people start a few days late. Your brothers are already students here, Fred and George. 3rd years, and Percy, he's a prefect. Ron said this last part with a complicated expression that mixed pride and mild resentment. Why, you want me to ask them? I want to know why the most famous student in our year didn't appear for sorting, yes. Ron stared at her. You're a bit intense, aren't you? I've been told. Down the table, a round-faced boy named Neville Longbottom was trying to butter a roll and accidentally launched it into Hermione's lap. Sorry, I'm so sorry. It's fine. Hermione handed the roll back and noticed that Neville's hands were shaking. Are you all right? Nervous, Neville admitted. My gran wasn't sure I'd get in at all. She thought I might be, you know, a squib. He said the word the way you'd say a terminal diagnosis. Hermione didn't know what a squib was, but she could read context well enough. Well, you're here, aren't you? That settles it. Neville gave her a wobbly, grateful smile that made him look about 8 years old. Yeah, I suppose it does. Hermione smiled back and returned her attention to the high table, where Dumbledore was rising to give his start-of-term address. His voice was warm and grandfatherly and absolutely convincing, and Hermione didn't believe a word of it. Something was wrong at Hogwarts, and it had to do with the boy who wasn't here. She would find out what. In the Slytherin common room, green-lit and cold beneath the lake. Draco Malfoy sat in the best chair, claimed immediately by right of name and force of personality, and said nothing while the other first years chattered around him. He'd been prepared for tonight. His father had spent the entire summer coaching him, who to befriend, who to avoid, how to carry himself, what to say when he met certain people. And at the top of the list, underlined and repeated, had been, find Harry Potter. Make allies with him or make it clear from the start that you are his superior. Either way, establish your position. Harry Potter wasn't here. Draco had stood in the entrance hall before the sorting, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, and he'd scanned every face in the crowd of first years. He'd rehearsed his introduction. Casual but confident, a handshake offered as a calculated gift, the implication that Draco's friendship was a privilege. He'd pictured it going well. He'd pictured it going badly and had prepared responses for that too. What he hadn't pictured was it not happening at all, the empty chair at the Gryffindor table. Because of course Potter would have been Gryffindor, his whole family had been, nagged at Draco like a loose tooth. His father would want to know about this. His father would want to know everything. Did you hear? Pansy Parkinson dropped onto the arm of his chair with the social grace of a falling piano. Potter didn't show, everyone's talking about it. Apparently Dumbledore's been closeted with McGonagall since before the feast. I heard, Draco said. My mother says his family was. I know what your mother says, Pansy. She drew back slightly, recalibrating. Draco didn't look at her. He was staring at the green-tinted water beyond the common room window, where something large and dark moved slowly through the lake's depths. Harry Potter was supposed to be his rival. His measuring stick. The adversary against whom Draco would prove himself, as his father had proven himself against lesser families, as the Malfoy name demanded. Without Potter, the game had no shape. Without Potter, Draco was just a rich boy in an expensive robe sitting in a cold room, and the future his father had mapped out for him. The alliances, the maneuvers, the careful accumulation of power, felt suddenly uncomfortably abstract. Where did he go? Draco murmured to no one in particular. Nobody answered. Harry's second day in Tempest began with meditation and ended with an argument. The meditation was Rimuru's idea. Every morning, before anything else, Harry was to sit in the clearing on the warm stone and practice finding his magic, not using it. Just finding it, holding it in his awareness, learning its texture and rhythm. Rimuru sat nearby, reading or working or sometimes just sitting with his eyes closed, and the forest hummed around them. It was harder than it sounded. Harry's magic was reactive. It surged in response to emotion and went quiet when he was calm. Learning to access it deliberately without the trigger of fear or anger was like trying to grab smoke. He'd feel the warmth in his chest, reach for it, and it would slip away. He'd reach harder and it would retreat further. Stop reaching, Rimuru said on the third morning without opening his eyes. I'm not. You are, you're treating it like something separate from you, something you have to catch. It's not. It's you. You don't reach for your heartbeat. You don't reach for your breath. You just notice it. Harry tried again. He stopped reaching. He just noticed, and there it was. Not a thing he was grabbing, but a thing he was standing in, like water, like air. It had been there the whole time. He'd been looking past it. Oh, he said. Yeah, Rimuru said, and Harry could hear the smile. Oh. The breakthrough changed everything. Once Harry stopped treating his magic as something external, it began to respond with startling fluency. By the fourth morning, he could feel it constantly, a warm current running through his body, pooling in his chest and hands, flowing like blood. By the fifth morning, he discovered he could push it outward, just slightly, enough to make the air shimmer around his fingers. Careful, Rimuru warned, when Harry's excitement made the shimmer flare into a brief, bright flash. You're a pressure cooker without a valve, remember, small steps. It wants to move, Harry said, flexing his fingers. It wants to do something. I know, and it will, but if you let it out without control, the results will be unpredictable and potentially dangerous. We build the control first. Power without direction is just an explosion. The afternoons were different, while the mornings were quiet and internal. Meditation, awareness, the slow mapping of his own magical landscape. The afternoons were physical. Rimuru believed that magical control and physical discipline were inseparable. Your body is the vessel, he'd said. If the vessel is weak or uncoordinated, the magic inside it will be too. So Harry ran. He did exercises he'd never heard of. He stretched and held positions until his muscles screamed and then held them longer. After a week, Rimuru introduced basic combat forms. Not with weapons, but unarmed. A flowing martial art that emphasized balance, awareness, and the efficient redirection of force. Harry was terrible at it. Years of malnutrition had left him small and underweight, and his endurance was poor, and his coordination, while decent for his age, was nothing special. He fell. He stumbled. He misjudged distances and overextended and tripped over his own feet. But he kept getting up every time with a quiet, stubborn persistence that Rimuru observed with visible approval. "You don't quit," Rimuru noted, after Harry had been knocked down for the 9th time by a training exercise that involved dodging small, slow-moving energy constructs. "Had a lot of practice," Harry said from the ground, staring at the sky. It was on the 7th day that the argument happened. Harry was in the courtyard, practicing the first combat form, a series of 20 movements that flowed into each other, designed to train balance and breathing. When Kaito appeared from the armory building, carrying his wooden sword, they'd been orbiting each other for a week. Harry saw Kaito at meals. The half-ogre ate fast and alone at the end of the table, and in the courtyard, always training, always alone, always attacking the posts with that same furious, undisciplined intensity. They hadn't spoken since the first day. Kaito seemed to prefer it that way. Today, though, Kaito stopped. He watched Harry move through the form, slowly, clumsily, but with genuine focus, and something about it seemed to irritate him. "Your feet are wrong," Kaito said. Harry paused mid-movement. "What?" "Your back foot, it's turned out. You'll lose your base if anyone pushes you." Kaito mimed a push and Harry, off balance, stumbled sideways, proving the point. Harry righted himself. "Okay, how should it be?" Kaito hesitated, as if he hadn't expected the question to be received without hostility. Then he walked over, dropped his wooden sword, and kicked Harry's back foot into position with his own. "Straight, toes forward, weight on the ball, not the heel." Harry tried the position. It felt different, more grounded, more solid. He moved through the next few forms and felt the difference immediately. "Better?" he asked. "Less terrible," Kaito conceded. They stood in the courtyard in an awkward silence. Kaito picked up his sword, then put it down again. Harry went back to the form, and after a moment Kaito pointed at his lead hand. "That's wrong too. Your wrist is limp. A limp wrist means a slow strike." "I'm not striking anything. This is a balance form." "Everything is a strike. Every movement is preparation for combat, or it's wasted motion." Harry lowered his hands. "Is that what Rimuru says?" Kaito's jaw tightened. "Rimuru won't train me. He says I'm not ready." "But you've been here a week longer than me." "I don't have magic." It came out flat and hard, like a door slamming. "No magicules, no innate skills, nothing." "In this world that makes me useless. Benimaru's a warrior, the greatest warrior I've ever seen, and he won't waste time on someone who can't even produce a spark." Harry heard the pain under the anger. He recognized it the way you recognize your own handwriting. "That's stupid," Harry said. Kaito's eyes widened. "What? Having magic doesn't make someone a good fighter. I've got loads of magic, apparently, and you just showed me my feet were wrong. If we sparred right now, you'd beat me in about 3 seconds. Of course I would. I've been fighting since I was 6. So you've got 9 years of combat experience, and I've got 1 week of balance exercises. Magic doesn't change that. You're better than me at fighting. That's a fact." Kaito opened his mouth, closed it. The anger was still there, but it had been joined by confusion, and behind both of those, just barely visible, was surprise. "You don't know what you're talking about. In this world, power is magic. Without it. In my world, power is supposed to be about blood. Pure blood, old families, the right ancestors. The most powerful dark wizard in history believed that so strongly he killed hundreds of people over it. My parents died because of it." Harry looked at Kaito steadily. "People who think power only comes in one form are usually the ones who want to keep it away from everyone else." The courtyard was quiet. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the flagstones, and the training posts threw dark lines like sundials. Kaito stared at Harry for a long, unreadable moment. Then he said, "Your left shoulder drops when you transition between the 3rd and 4th form." "Show me." Kaito showed him, and Harry showed Kaito the breathing technique Rimuru had taught him. The one that helped him find his center and focus his intent. Kaito couldn't use it for magic, but he could use it for concentration. and when he applied it to his sword work, his strikes became noticeably more precise. They trained together for 2 hours until the sun was low and their muscles ached. When they finally stopped, sweating and breathing hard, Kaito looked at Harry and there was something different in his expression. Not friendship, not yet, but the beginning of respect. "You're still terrible." Kaito said, "I know. But you don't quit." Harry almost smiled, "Had a lot of practice." Kaito picked up his wooden sword and headed for the dormitory. At the archway, he paused without turning around. "Same time tomorrow." "Yeah," Harry said, "same time tomorrow." He sat on the courtyard stones and watched the sky change colour and felt, for the first time in his life, like he might be in the right place. The second week brought more students. They arrived in 2s and 3s, from different nations and different species, sent by families or communities that had heard about Rimuru's academy and saw an opportunity. A pair of dwarven twins from Dworgen, short, stocky, red-haired and loud. Named Breck and Dalla, who could manipulate earth and stone with a natural talent that left even Rimuru impressed. A quiet girl from Urazanir named Mira, who was some kind of beast folk. She had fox ears that twitched when she was nervous, which was always. With an extraordinary sense for magical flows that she couldn't yet translate into practical ability. A human boy from Blumund named Soren, dark-skinned and sharp-eyed, who had no magical ability at all but had been sent by his merchant family because, as he explained with cheerful pragmatism, "The future belongs to people who understand monsters, and I plan to be ahead of the curve." The academy filled slowly, not to Hogwarts levels. This wasn't hundreds of students streaming through enormous halls, but enough to create the feeling of a community. Enough for a classroom to have voices in it, for the courtyard to ring with the sounds of training, for the dining hall to buzz with conversation at meals. Rimuru adapted his teaching approach for each student. For the dwarven twins, who were instinctive casters with no theoretical foundation, he focused on understanding and control. For Mira, who understood magic intellectually but froze when asked to use it, he worked on confidence and practical application. For Soren and Kaito, the non-magical students, he brought in other instructors. Benimaru for combat strategy, Shuna for diplomatic arts and cultural studies, a goblin named Rigurd for history and governance. For Harry, the lessons intensified. "You're ready for the next step," Rimuru said, 3 weeks after Harry's arrival, in the forest clearing that had become their regular training ground. "You can feel your magic. You can hold it in your awareness without losing it. Now we shape it." He held up his hand, and a small flame appeared above his palm. Not a magicule construct this time, but actual fire, hot and flickering. Fire is the simplest demonstration because it's the most dramatic, but the principle is the same for everything. You take the energy inside you, you give it a clear intent, and you push it outward in a structured way. He closed his hand and the flame vanished. "Your world uses wands and incantations to provide that structure. We're going to use will and visualization instead. Picture what you want, feel it, believe it's already real, then let your magic make it so." Harry extended his hand. He reached for the warm current inside him, easily now as natural as flexing a muscle, and pushed it toward his palm with a clear image in his mind. Fire, a small fire, a controlled flame like a candle. Nothing happened. His palm tingled. The air shimmered faintly, but no fire. "Don't think about fire as a concept," Rimuru said. "Think about what fire is: heat, light, movement, energy releasing. Feel the heat of the sun on your skin right now and channel that understanding into your intent." Harry closed his eyes. The sun was warm on his face, on his arms, on the back of his neck. He felt the warmth and understood it. Not intellectually, but viscerally, the way you understand cold when you're shivering. He held that understanding and pushed it through his magic into his palm and... A tiny flame sputtered to life above his hand. It was barely an inch tall, pale and flickering, and it died after about 2 seconds, but it had been there. Harry stared at his palm, his heart was hammering. "I did it. You did it." Rimuru was grinning. "Ugly little flame, barely a spark. I've seen goblins do better on their first try." "Shut up, I made fire with my mind." "You made fire with your will and your magical energy, technically. But yeah, that's the idea." Rimuru leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "Now do it again." Harry did it again and again and again. Each time the flame lasted a little longer, burned a little steadier. By the end of the session, he could maintain a small, stable flame above his palm for about 10 seconds, dim and wavering but consistent. "I want to try something bigger," Harry said, drunk on the success. "No, just a little." "Harry, no." Rimuru's voice was gentle but immovable. "You had a breakthrough today and you want to push further, I understand that, but I told you, you're a pressure cooker. If you open the valve too fast, you won't get a bigger flame, you'll get an explosion. We go step by step." Harry wanted to argue. The magic inside him was buzzing, eager, pressing against his control like water against a dam. It wanted out, it wanted to do things. The tiny flame felt like whispering when he wanted to shout, but he looked at Rimuru's eyes. Calm, steady gold. And he saw something there that he'd been learning to recognize. Genuine concern, not the performative concern of teachers who worried about liability or the Dursleys' concern about appearances. Real concern for him, for his safety. "Okay," Harry said, "step by step." They walked back toward the city, and Rimuru told him stories as they went. About his early days in this world, when he'd been a tiny slime in a cave, alone and terrified and completely ignorant of everything. How he'd met a dragon named Veldora who'd been sealed in the cave for 300 years, and how they'd become friends simply because they were both lonely. He was a true dragon, one of the 4 most powerful beings in existence, and he was trapped in a magical prison alone for centuries. Rimuru said, "And you know what he wanted more than anything? Someone to talk to, not freedom, not revenge, just a friend." Harry thought about that, about the cupboard, about the long, silent hours in the dark when even the spiders were better company than nothing. "I understand that," he said. Rimuru glanced at him. "I know you do." They walked in silence for a while and the forest hummed around them, and Harry felt the magic in his chest pulse in time with his steps like a second heartbeat. "Rimuru," he said. "Yeah, this Voldemort thing, you said he'll come back." "That he'll come after me." "Yes, if I stay here, in Tempest, in another world, can he reach me?" Rimuru was quiet for several steps. "Honestly, I don't know. Dimensional barriers are significant. In theory, someone in your world shouldn't be able to reach across into mine, in practice." He trailed off. "There's a connection between you and Voldemort. I've sensed it. It's faint, but it's there, anchored somewhere deep in your magical signature. Whatever it is, it might give him a thread to follow." Harry's hand went to his scar. It hadn't hurt since he'd arrived in Tempest, but it was always there. A ridge of raised skin, a reminder. What kind of connection? "I'm still analysing it." That careful tone again. Honest but measured, as if Rimuru were deciding how much weight Harry could bear today. "When I know more, I'll tell you. I promised you the truth, and I mean it. But right now, I'd rather tell you what I know than what I suspect." Harry accepted that. He didn't like it, but he accepted it, because Rimuru had earned a degree of trust that no adult in Harry's life had ever earned before. And trust meant allowing someone the space to share information on their own terms. They reached the city gates. The sun was low, and Tempest glowed in the amber light, and somewhere in the city, the dwarven twins were arguing loudly about something. Their voices carried across the rooftops like dueling foghorns. "Dinner," Rimuru said. "Dinner," Harry agreed. Albus Dumbledore sat in the Hog's Head pub in Hogsmeade, across from a woman who was doing an admirable job of not shouting. "A cupboard, Albus." Minerva McGonagall's voice was low, clipped and vibrating with restrained fury. "Arabella's reports. The Weasley twins told me, not you. That they saw bars on his window last summer." "Bars, Minerva. You told me the boy was safe. You told me the blood wards required him to call that place home. You told me." She stopped, pressed her lips together and looked away. The pub was nearly empty. Aberforth was behind the bar, pretending not to listen. "You told me it was necessary. I believed it was. And now," Dumbledore looked at his hands. They were folded around a glass of fire whiskey he hadn't touched. "Now the boy is gone, Minerva. Taken by an unknown entity to an unknown location, beyond the reach of every tracking method at my disposal. The blood wards have collapsed. The monitoring instruments are dead. For all intents and purposes, Harry Potter has vanished from our world." McGonagall absorbed this. She was not a woman who panicked, but something close to panic moved behind her eyes. "What about the prophecy?" "The prophecy stands. It is bound to Harry and to Voldemort, but prophecies do not enforce themselves. They describe a possibility. A probable outcome based on the convergence of certain factors. If one of those factors is removed," he spread his hands, The future becomes uncertain. You mean we lose? I mean, I don't know, and that Minerva terrifies me more than anything Tom Riddle ever did. McGonagall leaned back in her chair. She looked tired. The start of term had been brutal. The whispers about Potter's absence had metastasized into full-blown rumours. The parents had started sending howlers, and the Daily Prophet was circling like a vulture. "Where is the boy who lived?" had been the headline for 6 days running. "What do we do?" she asked. "We find him, we talk to him, not to force him back. I am not so arrogant as to believe I can force a child who has chosen to leave." A pause. "Not any more." The words carried weight, and McGonagall's sharp eyes caught it. The flicker of something that might have been shame. "But we must make contact. We must understand who took him and why. And we must determine whether the connection between Harry and Voldemort still functions, because if it does, then Harry is in danger regardless of what world he inhabits." "How do we find someone who's vanished from our world entirely? I have theories, none of them comfortable." Dumbledore finally took a sip of fire whiskey. "I need Severus." McGonagall's expression soured. "Severus is not in a cooperative mood. Is he ever?" "Less so than usual. When he heard about the boy's living conditions, he destroyed 3 cauldrons and a desk. He hasn't spoken to you in a week." Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. Severus Snape, whose entire adult life was an act of penance for a sin he could never undo, whose devotion to Lily Potter's memory was the one fixed point in his bitter, complicated soul. Of course the news about the cupboard would shatter him. "I'll speak to him," Dumbledore said. "He'll hex you." "Probably, but I'll speak to him nonetheless." He stood, leaving the fire whiskey nearly full on the table. "Minerva, I need you to do something for me, quietly, without involving the Ministry." "What?" "The entity that took Harry. It opened a dimensional rift. I detected residual traces at the shack before the trail went cold. Those traces are unlike anything in our magical tradition. They don't match any known form of wizarding transportation. Not apparition, not portkey, not flu. Whatever opened that rift operates on a different magical system entirely." McGonagall's eyebrows rose. "A different system, a different fundamental framework, as if the magic itself is built on different laws." Dumbledore's eyes were sharp, the twinkle gone, replaced by the razor intelligence that most people forgot was there. "I need you to research dimensional magic, not the Ministry's sanitized archives. The restricted section at Hogwarts, the Flamel Collection, the Black Family Library, if Sirius's imprisonment hasn't sealed it. Anything that references travel between worlds, parallel realities, alternate magical systems. You think we can follow him? I think we must follow him." Dumbledore moved toward the door, then paused. "And Minerva, if you find anything, tell me before you tell anyone else. The Ministry cannot know about this. If Fudge learns that the boy who lived has left our world entirely, the political fallout will be catastrophic, and in the chaos, Voldemort's agents will move." He left the pub. The street was dark and cold, and Hogsmeade was quiet under a sky full of stars. Dumbledore walked slowly, his mind turning. He thought about a baby on a doorstep, a cupboard under the stairs, a boy who'd looked a giant in the eye and said you didn't check. He thought about the greater good. A phrase he hadn't spoken aloud in decades, but that still governed his every decision, a framework of sacrifice and necessity that had justified so many choices, so many costs, so many children used as instruments for a larger purpose. He thought about Ariana. He walked faster as if he could outpace the thought, but it followed him as it always did, up the hill to the castle, through the gates, through the corridors, up the spiral staircase, and into his office where Fawkes trilled a soft, sad note. And the monitoring instruments sat dark and dead on their shelves. Dumbledore sat at his desk and stared at nothing. He had made a mistake. The question, the terrible, urgent, unanswerable question, was whether the mistake could be survived. Harry was a month into his training when the nightmares started, not the old nightmares. The green flash, the high cold laugh, the ones he'd had as long as he could remember. These were new. In these dreams he stood in a dark room and there was a mirror, and in the mirror he saw himself, but wrong. The reflection's eyes were red. The scar on its forehead was open and bleeding. It smiled at him with his own face, and the smile was hungry. "I know where you are," the reflection said. "You can't hide from me. I'm inside you." Harry woke gasping, soaked in sweat, the scar on his forehead throbbing with a dull, persistent ache. He sat on the edge of his bed. He'd moved to the dormitory now, a room of his own with a window and a lock, and pressed his palm against the scar and breathed and waited for the pain to pass. It passed. It always passed. But each time it took a little longer. He didn't tell Rimuru about the nightmares. He should have. He knew he should have. But there was a stubborn, frightened part of him that didn't want to be a problem. Didn't want to be the broken boy who needed fixing. He was doing well. He was learning. He'd made a friend. Kaito trained with him every afternoon now, and they developed a dynamic that was half rivalry, half brotherhood, built on mutual respect and an unspoken understanding that they were both damaged in compatible ways. He'd made other friends too. Mira, who was slowly coming out of her shell and who could sense magical disturbances with uncanny precision. Soren, whose cheerful pragmatism and gift for strategy made him the social glue of the student body. Even Breck and Dalla, whose loud, chaotic energy was exhausting but strangely comforting. He didn't want to ruin it. He didn't want to give anyone a reason to send him back. Shuna noticed, of course. Shuna noticed everything. "You're not sleeping," she said one morning as Harry picked at his breakfast. She said it factually, without accusation, setting a cup of tea in front of him. The tea smelled like chamomile and something else, something floral and calming. "I'm fine. You have circles under your eyes that I could pack luggage in." She sat across from him, folding her hands in her lap with her characteristic elegance. "Harry, I am not going to force you to talk. But I want you to know that nothing you tell me, nothing you're experiencing, will change your place here. This is your home now. Homes don't come with conditions." Harry's grip on his teacup tightened. He stared into the amber liquid and watched the steam curl. "I'm having dreams," he said almost inaudibly. "Bad ones, about a face in a mirror. It says it's inside me." Shuna went still in the way that Harry had learned meant she was taking something very seriously while projecting complete calm. "How long?" "About 2 weeks. And the scar?" Harry's hand twitched toward his forehead. "It hurts after, when I wake up." Shuna was quiet for a moment, then she reached across the table and gently took Harry's free hand. Her fingers were warm and steady. "Thank you for telling me," she said. "We're going to talk to Rimuru about this today." "Together?" "I don't want him to." "Harry." Her voice was soft but unyielding, like silk over steel. "Rimuru-sama built this place so that children like you wouldn't have to carry things alone. Let him help." Harry looked at her steady, kind, concerned face, at her hand holding his. "Okay." He whispered. He told Rimuru that afternoon in the clearing, sitting on the warm stone while the forest rustled around them. He described the dreams, the mirror, the red-eyed reflection, the pain in his scar. He watched Rimuru's face while he spoke and saw the pieces connecting behind those gold eyes. The faint connection Rimuru had mentioned weeks ago, the thread between Harry and Voldemort, the thing Rimuru had been analysing. "I need to examine you more closely," Rimuru said when Harry finished. His voice was calm, but there was a tightness to it that Harry hadn't heard before. "Specifically, I need to examine the area around your scar. I'm going to use an advanced analysis. Deeper than what I did on your first day. You might feel me poking around in your magical signature. It won't hurt, but it'll be intimate, like someone reading your diary." "I don't have a diary." "You know what I mean. I need your permission." "You have it." Rimuru placed his fingertips lightly on Harry's forehead, just above the scar. His touch was cool, and Harry felt the familiar, vast presence settle over him. Rimuru's awareness, or maybe Raphael's, sweeping through his magical signature with the precision of a surgeon's laser. It went deeper this time. Past the surface, past the bright current of Harry's own magic, down into layers Harry hadn't known existed. And there, in the deepest stratum, tangled into the roots of Harry's magical core like a parasite wrapped around a vital organ, it found something. Rimuru's fingers went rigid against Harry's forehead. His gold eyes widened. Harry felt it too. A cold spot. A knot of something dark and alien, buried so deep in his magic that he'd never noticed it, the way you don't notice a splinter until someone presses on it. Now that Rimuru's awareness was illuminating it, Harry could feel it clearly. A wrongness, a corruption, a piece of something that was emphatically not him lodged in the core of his being. "Rimuru," Harry's voice was small. "What is it?" Rimuru withdrew his hand. He sat back on his heels and was quiet for a long time, long enough that Harry's fear began to spiral. "It's a piece of a soul," Rimuru said finally. His voice was flat, controlled. Not your soul, someone else's. It's been embedded in you since you were a baby, since the night you got that scar. It's anchored to your magical core, feeding off your energy, and it's what's connecting you to Voldemort. It's how he's reaching you in your dreams. Harry's blood went cold. A piece of his soul, how, why? I don't know why. I don't know if it was intentional or accidental. But it's there, and it's been there your whole life, and it explains a lot. The dreams, the scar pain, the connection. Rimuru met his eyes. Harry, I want you to listen to me. This is not your fault. This is something that was done to you, and I am going to find a way to remove it. Can you? I don't know yet. Raphael is analyzing it now. It's deeply integrated. Whoever or whatever placed it there, it's been growing into your magical signature for 10 years. Removing it without damaging you is going to be. He stopped, started again. It's going to be a challenge. But I've faced harder challenges. What if you can't? Rimuru's jaw set. The casual warmth, the friendly teacher persona fell away, and for a moment Harry saw something underneath. Something vast and old and powerful, something that had faced apocalyptic threats and survived, something that did not accept the word impossible. Then I'll find another way, Rimuru said. I didn't pull you out of that shack and bring you to my world to lose you to a parasite. Whatever this is, whatever it takes, we deal with it, together. Harry's eyes stung. He blinked hard and looked away at the trees, at the sky, at anything that wasn't Rimuru's fierce, determined face. Okay, he said. His voice cracked on the word, and he didn't try to hide it. Together. They sat in the clearing as the sun moved across the sky, and Rimuru began explaining what Raphael had found so far. The nature of soul magic, the theoretical framework for soul fragmentation, the horrifying implications of a wizard who would tear his own soul apart. Harry listened, and the fear didn't go away, but it shrank, compressed by the weight of knowledge and the steadying presence of someone who had promised to stand with him. When they finally walked back to the city, the sun was setting, and Kaito was waiting in the courtyard with his wooden sword and an impatient scowl. You're late, Kaito said. I've been standing here for an hour. Sorry, Harry said. Got held up. Kaito looked at him more closely. At his red eyes, his pale face, the tension in his shoulders, the scowl softened almost imperceptibly. You look terrible. Thanks. I mean it. You look like you've been punched by something invisible. Kaito raised his wooden sword. Want to hit something? Harry looked at the training post. At Kaito's awkward, gruff attempt at comfort. At the courtyard where he'd trained every afternoon for a month, surrounded by people who'd chosen to be here, in a world that didn't know his name from a prophecy but knew it because he'd introduced himself. He picked up a wooden sword from the rack. Yeah, he said. I really do. They sparred until dark. Harry lost every round, but he didn't care because each impact of wood on wood and each jarring block and each stumbling dodge pushed the cold feeling in his chest a little further away. Kaito didn't ask what was wrong. He didn't need to. He just kept fighting, kept pushing, kept giving Harry something tangible to struggle against instead of the intangible horror buried inside him. When they finally stopped, breathing hard, bruised and sweating, Kaito looked at Harry through the twilight and said, Whatever it is. You're not dealing with it alone. He said it the way he said everything, bluntly, with no softening, no emotional padding. A statement of fact. Harry leaned on his practice sword and felt the last of the day's fear crack and crumble. I know, he said. Above them, Tempest's sky blazed with unfamiliar stars, and the magic in the air hummed like a promise, and somewhere in another world, a dark wizard dreamed of a boy he could no longer find. But not, as the cold knot in Harry's scar reminded him, for lack of trying. Chapter 3. The language of power. The flame in Harry's palm had changed. 6 weeks ago it had been a sputtering, pale thing. A candle flicker that died in 2 seconds. Now it sat above his hand like a living jewel, steady and bright, burning a deep gold that threw sharp shadows across the clearing floor. He could shape it. Stretch it tall and thin like a needle, compress it into a dense marble of heat, spread it flat across his palm like a glowing coin. He could hold it for minutes at a time without strain, and when he released it, the energy folded back into his core as smoothly as water returning to a river. Good, Rimuru said from his usual spot on the grass. He was whittling something. A small wooden figure, though Harry couldn't tell what it was supposed to be. Rimuru whittled the way he did most things, with an air of casual competence that made it look effortless. Now split it. Harry frowned. Split it. 2 flames, 1 in each hand, same size, same intensity. Independent control. Harry opened his other hand and pushed his magic outward, trying to fork the flow like a river branching. The flame in his right hand guttered immediately. He grit his teeth and stabilized it, but the left hand produced nothing, just a faint heat shimmer that dissipated. "You're trying to divide the stream," Rimuru said, not looking up from his whittling. "That's the wrong model. You don't have one river of magic flowing out of you, you have an ocean. You're drawing from it through 2 channels simultaneously, each one draws independently." Harry closed both hands, let the flame die and reset. He took a breath, found the ocean, the warm, vast reservoir in his core that he now knew intimately, its tides and currents and the dark, cold spot near the bottom that he tried not to think about. He didn't split anything. He reached in twice with 2 separate acts of will and drew 2 separate threads. 2 flames bloomed, 1 in each palm. They wobbled, stuttered, leaned toward each other like flowers seeking the same sun. Then steadied, gold and bright and independent. "There you go," Rimuru said. He held up the whittled figure. It was a small slime with a comically grumpy expression. "Present for Kaito. Think he'll like it. I think he'll threaten to use it as kindling. That means he likes it." Rimuru pocketed the figure and stood, brushing wood shavings from his coat. "You've gotten fast, Harry. Faster than I expected. Your magical throughput has roughly tripled since you arrived, and your control has improved even more than that. But," who said there's a but, "you've got your teaching face on, the one that means you're about to tell me something complicated." Rimuru gave him a look of mock offense, then dropped it and nodded. "Fair, there is a but. Your fire is impressive. Clean, hot, well-controlled, but it's all conversion. You're taking your raw magical energy and converting it to heat and light. That's the most basic form of magical expression. It's like learning to write by only making the letter A useful but limited." Harry let the flames die and sat on the stone. His palms were warm but not burned, another sign of progress. 6 weeks ago his own fire had singed his eyebrows. So what's the next letter? Force, movement. The ability to push, pull, lift, compress, accelerate. Telekinesis in your world's terms, but it's more than that. It's the direct application of will to physical matter. Fire is easy because it's transformation. Energy becomes heat. Force is harder because you're not transforming anything. You're imposing your intent on the world directly. "Show me." Rimuru pointed at a rock the size of a football, half buried in the earth at the clearing's edge. He didn't move his hand, didn't gesture, didn't speak. The rock simply moved, pulled itself from the ground with a sound like tearing cloth and floated to the center of the clearing, trailing dirt, and hung in the air at eye level. "No conversion," Rimuru said. "No fire, no light, no heat. Pure will. I decided the rock should be there and my energy made it so." He let the rock drop. It thudded into the grass, leaving a small crater. "This is where your wizarding magic and this world's magic converge most closely. Your people's spells. Wingardium Leviosa, Accio, Depulso, they're all structured versions of this fundamental principle. They use incantations and wand movements to provide the framework. We skip the framework and go straight to intent. And you think I can do that? I think you've been doing it your whole life without knowing. Remember the glass at the zoo? You didn't heat it. You didn't transform it. You imposed your will on it and it vanished. That's force manipulation. Raw, unstructured, triggered by emotion, but the principle was there." Harry looked at the rock. It sat in its small crater, mundane and heavy and stubbornly earthbound. He reached for his magic, drew a thread. Not toward his palm, not toward heat, but outward toward the rock, like extending an invisible hand. He pictured the rock lifting. He willed it upward. Nothing happened. He pushed harder. The magic flowed. He could feel it leaving him, but it hit the rock and dissipated like water splashing against a wall. The rock didn't twitch. "You're throwing energy at it," Rimuru said. "That's not will, that's force. Will isn't about how much power you throw, it's about clarity of intent. You're saying move, rock. You need to say you are moving, rock. Present tense, already happening, not a command. A fact." Harry stared at the rock. He'd spent 6 weeks learning to feel his magic, to shape fire, to build control brick by brick. This should be the next logical step. But every time he pushed at the rock, his magic skated off it like wind off a mountain. He tried for an hour. The rock didn't move. By the end, his head ached and his magical reserves felt noticeably depleted, a hollow tiredness that was different from physical fatigue. Enough for today. Rimuru said. Don't force it. The breakthrough will come when you stop treating the rock as an obstacle and start treating it as part of you. Harry wiped sweat from his forehead and scowled at the rock with an intensity that, had his fire magic been engaged, would have melted it to slag. That doesn't make any sense. It will. Rimuru tossed him a water flask. Trust the process. They walked back toward the city, and Harry's frustration simmered beneath his skin like low-grade electricity. He was used to progress now. The daily satisfaction of being measurably better than the day before, and the sudden wall was jarring. The rock had beaten him. A stupid, ordinary rock. It bothers you, Rimuru observed. Obviously. Good. Complacency kills progress faster than failure ever could. Just don't let the frustration become the focus. Frustration is noise, signal is understanding. You sound like a fortune cookie. Rimuru laughed. I've been told. Come on, Shuna's making that stew you like. The academy dining hall was full by the time they arrived. The student body had grown to 15 now. The original handful plus newcomers from increasingly distant nations. The latest arrivals included a tall, silent girl from the Eastern Empire named Yuki, who could generate ice with a thought but couldn't melt it once created, and a pair of goblin brothers who were so magically talented that they accidentally set things on fire when they sneezed. Harry sat in his usual spot, between Kaito and Mira. Kaito was eating with his customary single-minded intensity, his wooden practice sword propped against the bench beside him. Mira was reading a book propped against the water jug, her fox ears twitching as she turned pages, a habit that meant she was deeply absorbed. How was training? Kaito asked without looking up. The rock won. Kaito snorted. I'll fight the rock for you. I don't need magic to move a rock. I just need a lever. That's cheating. That's engineering. Soren's been lending me books. Kaito took a huge bite of bread and chewed reflectively. There's an entire science of moving heavy objects without magic. Humans figured it out thousands of years ago. Pulleys, levers, inclined planes. They couldn't use magic, so they used their brains. Harry looked at him. That's actually interesting. Don't sound so surprised. Mira glanced up from her book. He's been reading about siege warfare too, and aqueducts. I found him in the library at midnight last week, drawing diagrams of catapults. Siege warfare is practical knowledge, Kaito said, reddening slightly. If the academy is ever attacked. By whom? A disgruntled rock? Shut up, fox girl. Mira's ears flattened, but she was smiling. The three of them. Harry, Kaito, Mira, had become a unit over the past weeks, their friendship forged in the daily crucible of shared meals and shared training and the small, constant acts of understanding that accumulate between people who see each other every day. They weren't the same. Harry was driven, intense, and quietly carrying a weight the others could sense but couldn't name. Kaito was fierce, blunt, and channeling his pain into relentless physical discipline. Mira was sensitive, brilliant, and slowly learning that her nervous fear didn't define her. They fit together the way broken pieces sometimes do. Not perfectly, but in a way that made each piece stronger. Soren dropped into the seat across from them, carrying a plate piled absurdly high. The merchant's son from Blumund had a metabolism that defied physics and a social intelligence that made him the unofficial diplomat of the student body. He could diffuse an argument between the dwarven twins. No small feat, given that Breck and Dalla argued the way volcanoes erupted. And he'd somehow befriended every student in the academy, including Yuki, who as far as Harry could tell had never voluntarily spoken to another human being. News from the city, Soren announced, stabbing a piece of meat with his fork. Delegation arriving tomorrow. From somewhere called the Western Holy Church. The table went quiet. Harry noticed Kaito's hand tighten on his bread. Where did you hear that? Mira asked. I talked to the merchants talk to everyone. Apparently the church has been sending envoys to all of Tempest's allied nations, trying to assess Rimuru-sama's growing influence. Soren shrugged, but his eyes were sharp. They don't like monsters. They really don't like a nation of monsters led by a demon lord. And they especially don't like a demon lord who's educating the next generation across species lines. They're threatened, Harry said. Obviously, the church's entire power structure is built on the premise that humans are superior and monsters are enemies. Tempest disproves that just by existing. Soren took a bite and chewed thoughtfully. The question is whether they are here to talk or to provoke. If they provoke, Benimaru will. Kaito started. Benimaru will do whatever Rimuru-sama orders, and Rimuru-sama will order restraint, because starting a war with the church over a diplomatic insult is exactly what the church wants. Soren pointed his fork at Kaito. This is why you need to read more than siege warfare books. Politics is the real battlefield. Politics is just fighting with more words and less honesty. And fighting is just politics with more blood and less strategy. Same game, different rules. Harry listened, but his mind was elsewhere. He was thinking about the rock, about Rimuru's words. Stop treating the rock as an obstacle. Start treating it as part of you. What did that mean? Fire had been intuitive because fire was transformation. Energy becoming heat, becoming light. Harry understood transformation at a bone-deep level. His entire life had been a series of transformations. Invisible boy to wizard, cupboard prisoner to tempest student, helpless to powerful. Conversion was his native language, but force, direct imposition of will on the physical world, that required something different. Not transformation but connection. Not changing the rock but relating to it. Knowing it. Understanding its weight, its density, its relationship to the earth beneath it and the air around it. Understanding it the way he was learning to understand his own magic. Not as something separate, but as something he was already part of. Oh, Harry stood abruptly. His chair scraped against the floor and Kaito looked up, startled. Where are you going? Mira asked. The clearing, I need to try something. It's almost dark. But Harry was already moving out of the dining hall, through the courtyard, past the gates, into the forest path. The trees closed around him and the magicules thickened in the air. He could feel them brushing his skin, a constant ambient presence. He ran. The path was familiar now, mapped by weeks of daily walks, and his feet found the way without conscious thought. The clearing was silver in the moonlight. The rock sat where it had landed, in its small crater, exactly as stubborn and immovable as it had been that afternoon. Harry stood in front of it, breathing hard from the run, and closed his eyes. He didn't reach for his magic. Instead, he reached outward with his awareness. The same awareness Rimuru had taught him to turn inward. He felt the air around him, thick with magicules. He felt the earth under his feet, dense and cool and ancient. He felt the trees, vast living pillars of wood and water and slow, patient growth. He felt the rock, it was granite mostly, old, dense. It had been part of a larger formation once, broken off by some geological event and tumbled through soil and time until it came to rest here. It was heavy. It was cold. It was real. It was matter, and matter was energy, and energy was magic, and magic was him. Harry opened his eyes. He looked at the rock, not as an obstacle but as a fellow expression of the same fundamental force that beat in his chest and burned in his palms and hummed in the air of this world. You're already moving, he thought. Not a command. A recognition. At the atomic level, the rock was a storm of motion. Electrons orbiting, molecules vibrating, energy locked in crystalline structure. It was already moving. It just didn't know it yet. The rock lifted, it came up slowly. Not the dramatic, effortless float Rimuru had demonstrated, but a grinding, shaking ascent, as if the earth were reluctantly releasing its grip. Dirt showered from its underside. It rose 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, wobbling in the air like a balloon in a breeze. Harry held it there. His arms were at his sides. His eyes were open. His magic flowed outward not as a force shoving the rock upward, but as an extension of himself, a bridge between his will and the rock's reality. A shared understanding that gravity was a suggestion and the rock was free. He held it for 10 seconds. 20. 30. Then his concentration broke. A branch snapped somewhere in the forest and his head whipped toward the sound, and the rock dropped like a stone, crashing back into its crater with a thud that shook the ground. Harry stood in the moonlit clearing, breathing hard, his heart hammering, and a grin split his face so wide it hurt. He sprinted back to the academy. The dining hall was nearly empty. Most students had retired to their rooms. But Rimuru was still there, sitting at the table with a cup of tea and a stack of papers. I moved the rock, Harry said, breathless, bursting through the door. Rimuru looked up, took in Harry's flushed face, his wild eyes, the barely contained energy radiating from him like heat shimmer. How? I stopped trying to push it. I connected to it. I felt what it was. Actually felt it at the deepest level, and then I just recognized that it could move, like you said, not a command, a fact. Rimuru set down his tea, his expression shifted through several stages. Surprise, analysis, satisfaction, and finally a deep, warm pride that he made no effort to conceal. You just independently derived the fundamental principle of thought manifestation, Rimuru said. It took my best people weeks of instruction. It took you one evening and a missed dinner. I had a hint. You had a direction. The leap was yours. He studied Harry with those gold eyes, and behind them, Harry could see the wheels turning. Raphael processing, analysing, incorporating this data point into whatever vast model she was building of Harry's capabilities. This changes your training trajectory. If you can apply this principle to force manipulation, you can apply it to everything. Every magical discipline. Elemental manipulation, spatial magic, enhancement, even healing. They're all expressions of the same core skill, imposing your will on reality through understanding. So I'm not just learning spells, I'm learning to talk to the world. Rimuru smiled. Now you're getting it. Welcome to the language of power, Harry. Harry floated through the next 3 days on a wave of breakthrough after breakthrough. The rock had been the key that unlocked a door, and behind that door was a vast room full of other doors, each one leading somewhere new. He moved the rock, then he moved a larger rock. Then he moved 3 rocks simultaneously, juggling them in the air with independent threads of will. Then he tried water, pulled it from the stream that ran past the clearing, shaped it into a sphere, a ribbon, a helix. Water was different from rock, fluid, yielding, wanting to move. And working with it was less about imposing will and more about guiding intent, like the difference between pushing a boulder and steering a horse. Then air. Air was invisible and everywhere and impossibly slippery, but Harry found that if he stopped trying to grab it and instead became aware of it the way he'd become aware of the rock, he could nudge it. Not much. A breeze, a gust, a localized eddy that scattered leaves, but it was there. Earth, water, fire, air, Rimuru said, watching Harry coax a small dust devil into existence in the clearing. The classical elements. Not because they're magical categories, but because they represent the 4 fundamental states of matter and the 4 fundamental relationships between will and reality. Solid, impose; liquid, guide; gas, suggest; plasma, transform. And the 5th, Rimuru raised an eyebrow. There's always a 5th, Harry said. In every magical system I've read about, 4 elements and a 5th that ties them together. Spirit, ether, void. You've been reading ahead. Mira lent me her books. Rimuru was quiet for a moment, and when he spoke, his voice had the careful weight it carried when he was deciding how much truth Harry was ready for. The 5th element in this world's framework is what we call spiritual energy. It's the force that connects consciousness to magicules. The bridge between mind and magic. It's what separates a sentient being from a magical beast. Animals can instinctively manipulate magicules. People can do it deliberately because spiritual energy gives them the ability to impose meaning on raw power. And that's what I've been developing. The connection, the understanding. Yes, and you're developing it at a rate that, frankly, makes me nervous. Rimuru held up a hand before Harry could protest. Not because you're doing anything wrong, because you're doing everything right faster than should be possible. Raphael has been tracking your growth curve, and it's not linear. It's exponential. Your magical reserves are expanding, your control is sharpening, and the interaction between your native wizarding magic and the ambient magicules of this world is producing something. He stopped, started again. Something new. New how? Your magic isn't becoming like the magic of this world, and it isn't staying purely like the magic of your world. It's merging, creating a hybrid system that has properties of both but behaves like neither. You're the first person to ever bridge these 2 magical frameworks, Harry, and the result is unpredictable. Unpredictable bad or unpredictable interesting. Both, always both. Rimuru stood, pocketed his whittling knife and stretched. Keep practicing, we'll push harder tomorrow, but Harry. I know, step by step. I was going to say eat a big dinner. You're burning through calories at an absurd rate, and Shuna's worried you'll blow away in a stiff breeze. Harry had in fact been eating more than he'd ever eaten in his life, and his body was responding. The gaunt, underfed waif who'd arrived in Tempest was filling out. Slowly, because years of malnutrition couldn't be reversed in weeks, but visibly. His arms had muscle now. His face had colour. He'd grown 1/2 inch, and Shuna had already replaced his clothes once. He was changing. not just physically. When he looked in the mirror now, the boy looking back at him was someone he was beginning to recognize. Not the invisible non-entity of Privet Drive, not the famous hero of a world he'd rejected, but someone new. Someone being built, day by day, choice by choice, in a forge of his own making. He was still Harry. He still flinched at loud noises sometimes. He still woke in the night with his scar burning and the echo of a high, cold laugh in his ears. He still had moments of sudden, savage anger. At the Dursleys, at Dumbledore, at the injustice of a childhood stolen. That left him shaking and breathless, but he was learning that the anger didn't have to control him, that the fear could exist without defining him. That the dark spot in his magical core, the cold parasite Rimuru was still analyzing, didn't get to decide who he was choosing. Every day he was choosing. That was the whole point. The Western Holy Church delegation arrived on a Tuesday. Harry knew something was off before he even saw them. The magicules in the air shifted, not dramatically but enough that his heightened awareness picked it up, a subtle curdling like milk on the turn. He was in the courtyard running through combat forms with Kaito and he stopped mid-strike. "What?" Kaito said, sword raised. "Something's coming." "Can you feel that?" Kaito couldn't feel magicules. He lacked the ability entirely, but he trusted Harry's senses by now. He lowered his sword and looked toward the city gates, visible from the courtyard over the academy's low walls. A group of riders was approaching. Horses, not the dire wolves or tempest wolves that most of Tempest's scouts used. The riders wore white robes over silver armor, and the lead rider carried a banner, a golden sun on a white field. Their faces were hidden behind veils, and even from this distance Harry could see the rigidity in their posture. These were not people who had come to make friends. "Holy Church," Kaito said, his voice low and hard. "My mother's village was destroyed by their crusaders. They called it purification." Harry looked at him. Kaito's face was stone, but his knuckles were white on the sword's grip. "We should find Rimuru," Harry said. "We should find weapons." "Kaito." The half-ogre held his gaze for a moment, then breathed out slowly through his nose. "Fine, Rimuru." They found him in the main hall, already in conversation with Benimaru and Shuna. The atmosphere was tense but controlled. Benimaru radiated contained fury, his aura making the air around him visibly shimmer with heat, while Shuna stood with her hands folded and her expression so serene it was clearly a mask. "Ah, Harry, Kaito." Rimuru's voice was easy casual, as if discussing lunch plans. "You noticed our guests." "Hard to miss. They feel wrong," Harry said. Rimuru tilted his head. "Wrong how?" "The magicules around them are. Repelled, like there's a field pushing them away. Everything in Tempest is saturated with magical energy, but around those riders there's a dead zone." Rimuru exchanged a glance with Shuna. "That's holy barrier magic, a passive enchantment that disrupts magicule flow. The Church uses it as both protection and projection. It makes their knights resistant to monster abilities, while signaling their hostility to anything that relies on magicule-based power." "In other words," Benimaru said, "they've walked into our nation wearing weapons they intend as insults. In other words, they're diplomats." Rimuru's tone was dry. "I'll meet with them. Shuna, you're with me. Benimaru, if they so much as..." "Benimaru, I need you calm and visible. Stand behind me, look intimidating, and don't incinerate anyone unless I specifically ask you to." Benimaru's jaw worked. "And if they provoke?" "Then I handle it. This is politics, not combat." Rimuru looked at Harry and Kaito. "You two, stay at the academy, don't engage with the delegation. If anything feels wrong, genuinely wrong, not just uncomfortable, find me immediately." "We could help," Harry said. "You could. But the Church doesn't know you exist, and I'd like to keep it that way for now. An unknown human student at a demon lord's academy is a complication I'd rather reveal on my own terms." Harry didn't like it, but he understood the logic. He and Kaito returned to the academy courtyard, where news of the delegation had already spread. Mira was on a bench with her ears flattened against her skull. The Holy Church's reputation among beastfolk was, if anything, worse than among monsters. And Soren was sitting beside her, talking in a low, steady voice that was clearly aimed at keeping her calm. "What do you know about them?" Harry asked Soren, sitting on his other side. "More than I'd like." Soren's usual cheerfulness was muted. "The Western Holy Church is the dominant religious institution in the human nations west of the forest. Their theology holds that monsters are impure beings, creations of chaos that exist outside the divine order. Demon lords are the apex of that impurity. A demon lord who builds cities and educates children is, to them, a fundamental heresy. So they want to destroy Tempest. Some of them do, others want to control it, co-opt Rimuru into the existing power structure, make Tempest a vassal state under church oversight. And some, I think, are genuinely curious. The church isn't a monolith. It has factions, competing agendas, internal politics that are at least as complex as anything in Tempest. Soren glanced toward the city centre, where Rimuru and Shuna were walking to meet the delegation. The question is which faction these particular envoys represent. They didn't have to wait long for an answer. The meeting lasted 2 hours. Harry spent those 2 hours in an agony of restless tension, alternating between combat forms and pacing, until Kaito physically blocked his path and told him to sit down before he wore a groove in the flagstones. When Rimuru returned, his casual mask was firmly in place, but Harry had learned to read the man beneath it. The tightness at the corners of his mouth, the slight flatness in his gold eyes, the way his hands were tucked in his pockets in a posture that looked relaxed but kept them ready. Well, Benimaru demanded, they want to inspect the academy. Silence. They claim, Rimuru continued, sitting on the courtyard bench with the bonelessness of a man who was tired in ways that went beyond physical, that their interest is purely educational. They want to understand what we're teaching, how we're teaching it, and to whom. They say it's a gesture of good faith, allowing them access to demonstrate that we have nothing to hide. And if we refuse, Shuna asked. Then we have something to hide, and they report back to the church that the demon lord of Tempest is building a secret army of indoctrinated monster children. We're not a secret army, Kaito snapped from behind Harry. I know that, you know that, the church delegation probably knows that. But perception is reality in politics, and if we refuse the inspection, the perception becomes the story. Rimuru looked around at them, his commanders, his students, his people. I'm going to allow it, one day supervised. They see the classrooms, the curriculum, the training yard. They do not enter the restricted areas, they do not access student records, and they do not interact with any student without that student's explicit consent. And if they see something they don't like, Soren asked, then we have a conversation. A public, transparent, well-documented conversation that we can use as precedent for future interactions. I'd rather establish the terms of engagement now than let the church control the narrative later. Harry watched the discussion unfold. Benimaru arguing for strength, Shuna counselling patience, Soren offering strategic analysis, Kaito simmering with barely contained outrage. And he saw clearly what Rimuru was doing. He wasn't just making a political decision. He was teaching. Every question, every objection, every counterargument. He let them play out, let his people engage with the problem, let them arrive at understanding through debate rather than decree. It was, Harry realized, the same principle as the rock. Not imposing, connecting, guiding. The inspection happened 2 days later. 3 church knights walked through the academy with measured, evaluating strides. They wore their white and silver uniforms and their holy barriers like armor, and the dead zones around them made every magicule-sensitive student flinch. Harry stayed near the back of the group, dressed in his academy clothes, the same as every other student, deliberately nondescript, and watched. The lead knight was a woman. She introduced herself as Dame Ilara, and she was, Harry decided within the first 5 minutes, extremely dangerous. Not because she was hostile, but because she was smart. Her questions were precise. Her observations were acute. She studied the curriculum documents with the focus of someone who actually intended to understand them, and her comments were measured and insightful, which was somehow worse than if she'd been openly contemptuous. You teach magical theory to non-magical students, she said to Rimuru, pausing in the classroom where Shuna conducted diplomatic studies. Her voice was clipped, precise, flavoured with an accent Harry couldn't place. I teach all subjects to all students, Rimuru said. The academy doesn't segregate based on magical ability. An unusual approach. Most institutions reserve magical education for those with the capacity to use it. Most institutions assume that understanding magic is only useful if you can cast it. I disagree. A general who understands magic can plan for it. A diplomat who understands magic can negotiate around it. A merchant who understands magic can trade in it. Dame Ilara's gaze was steady. And a soldier who understands magic can counter it. Yes, that too. Something passed between them, a recognition, a mutual assessment. Harry could feel the tension in the air, not hostile but electric, two sharp minds testing each other's edges. The delegation moved on to the training yard where, because Rimuru had a flair for strategic presentation that bordered on theatrical, Benimaru was conducting a combat demonstration with 3 of his best fighters. The display was controlled, precise, and devastatingly impressive. Benimaru moved through the 3 opponents like a flame through paper, his katana a blur of steel and fire, each strike stopping just short of lethal contact with the kind of control that made the near miss more terrifying than the hit. The church knights watched. Their faces were impassive, but Harry noticed that the youngest one, a man barely out of his teens, had gone slightly pale. "Your military commander is formidable," Dame Ilara said. "He is," Rimuru agreed. "And you, I'm a teacher. I leave the fighting to the professionals." Dame Ilara looked at him, and Harry saw her not believe a single word. But she smiled thinly and moved on. The moment came in the courtyard near the end of the tour. The delegation was passing through the main space when one of the other knights, a broad, heavy-set man who had been radiating silent hostility all morning, stopped in front of Mira. She was sitting on a bench with a book, trying to be invisible, her fox ears pressed flat against her head. "Beastfolk," the knight said, not a greeting, a classification. His holy barrier flared slightly and Mira flinched, the disruption in magicule flow hitting her sensitive perception like a slap. "She's a student," Harry said. He hadn't planned to speak. The words came out before the thought, and suddenly the knight's attention was on him. Pale eyes, hard face, the particular expression of someone who had categorized the world into human and other, and found the other wanting. "And who are you, boy?" Harry met his gaze. Something cold and steady settled in his chest. Not anger, not fear, but something between the two, something that had been forged in a cupboard under the stairs and tempered in 6 weeks of learning that he didn't have to be small. "I'm a student too. A human student, at a monster's school." The knight's lip curled. "Your parents must be proud." The cold thing in Harry's chest didn't spike. It didn't need to. It just sat there, solid and controlled, and Harry looked at the man the way you look at a dog that's barking, with patience and a very clear understanding of who held the leash. "My parents are dead," Harry said. "They were killed by someone who believed that some people are inherently better than others. You remind me of him." The courtyard went absolutely silent. The knight's face darkened. His hand drifted toward his side, where a sword hilt was visible beneath his robe. Behind Harry he heard Kaito's sharp intake of breath and the scrape of a wooden sword being drawn. "Sir Gareth." Dame Ilara's voice cut through the tension like a blade. "We are guests here, comport yourself accordingly." The knight, Gareth, held Harry's gaze for a long, dangerous moment. Then he turned away stiffly, and the moment broke. Rimuru appeared at Harry's shoulder, seemingly from nowhere. His hand rested briefly on Harry's back. A touch so light it was barely there, but it carried a message. "Well done." "I'm here, stand down." Harry's pulse was racing, but his face was calm. He stepped back, gave Mira a small nod. She was staring at him with wide, luminous eyes, and returned to his place at the back of the group. The rest of the inspection passed without incident. Dame Ilara asked more questions, made more observations, and thanked Rimuru with a formality that was correct if not warm. The delegation mounted their horses and rode out through the gate, and the academy collectively exhaled. That evening in the courtyard, Kaito found Harry. "That knight would have drawn on you. Maybe, not maybe, I saw his hand on the hilt if Ilara hadn't stopped him, but she did." Kaito was quiet. "Then, what you said, about your parents, about the man who killed them." "Voldemort," Harry said. The name came out easily, without the flinch or the whisper that wizards in his world seemed to require. He believed that pure-blood wizards were superior to everyone else. Muggle-borns, wizards from non-magical families, were inferior. Muggles, non-magical people, were barely human at all. "And he killed your parents because they opposed him. Because my mother was Muggle-born and my father married her anyway. Because they fought against him. Because—" Harry paused. There was more, of course, the prophecy, the Horcrux, the whole tangled web of destiny and sacrifice. But that wasn't what this conversation was about. because he couldn't stand the idea that people who didn't meet his definition of worthy had power. Kaito leaned against the courtyard wall and looked up at the sky. My mother was the most powerful warrior in her clan, an ogre through and through. Strong, proud, fierce, and my father was a human merchant who couldn't lift a sack of grain without help. Her clan disowned her for marrying him. His town ran them out for being with a monster. They built a home in the borderlands between worlds and they were happy. Harry waited. The church came, Kaito said. Not the diplomats, the crusaders, the ones who purify. His voice was flat as glass and just as brittle. My mother fought. She killed 11 of them before they brought her down. My father didn't fight. He stood over her body and told them they'd have to kill him too, and they did. The courtyard was dark. The stars above were bright and cold and indifferent the way stars always are. I'm sorry, Harry said. Don't be sorry, be angry. Kaito looked at him and his eyes, dark, fierce, burning with a fire that no magicule could match, held Harry's without wavering. Be angry and be strong, and when the time comes, be ready. Because people like that knight, people like your Voldemort, they don't stop, they don't negotiate, they don't learn. They just keep pushing until someone pushes back hard enough to break them. Harry thought about the rock in the clearing, about the difference between force and will, about Rimuru's voice saying power without direction is just an explosion. Pushing back doesn't have to mean becoming like them. Harry said, No, but it means not flinching. Kaito straightened, picked up his ever-present wooden sword and held out a hand. Come on, I need to hit something and you need the practice. Harry took his hand and let himself be pulled to his feet. They sparred in the dark courtyard until the moon was high, the crack of their wooden blades echoing off the stone walls, and neither of them spoke again about parents or knights or the things that had been taken from them, but the understanding between them, already strong, deepened into something that had no name, something harder than friendship and warmer than alliance, forged in shared loss and shared rage and the shared, stubborn refusal to let the world tell them who they were. In the Hogwarts library, long after curfew, Hermione Granger was reading a book she wasn't supposed to have. She'd been at school for 6 weeks, and in that time, she'd earned the respect of every professor, the resentment of about half her year-mates, and exactly one friend. Neville Longbottom, who followed her around with the grateful loyalty of a dog that had been kicked too many times and finally found someone who didn't. She'd also pursued, with quiet, relentless tenacity, the mystery of Harry Potter's disappearance, the official story. Repeated by the Daily Prophet, by the Ministry, by Dumbledore himself in his start-of-term remarks, was that Harry Potter had chosen to defer his Hogwarts enrollment for personal reasons and was being privately tutored elsewhere. The Wizarding world had largely accepted this, because the Wizarding world had a remarkable capacity for accepting comfortable lies. Hermione had not accepted it. She'd started with the public records, which told her nothing. Moved to the historical archives, which told her Harry's family history but not his current location. Dug into the restricted section, through means she was not proud of but would not apologize for, and found references to dimensional magic, parallel worlds, and something called a veil. That existed in the Department of Mysteries. The book she was reading now was different. She'd found it in a locked case in the deepest corner of the restricted section, behind a shelf of screaming books that she'd silenced with a well-placed muffliato, taught to her by a 6th-year Ravenclaw in exchange for a proofread essay. It was titled Theorems of Transplanar Displacement, and it was written in a tiny, crabbed hand by someone named Eldritch Vane, who had apparently been conducting experiments in dimensional travel in the early 1800s, before disappearing entirely. The book described, in precise and slightly unhinged detail, the theoretical framework for opening rifts between worlds, not time travel, spatial displacement across parallel dimensions, different worlds with different magical laws, different physical constants, different realities. Vane had theorized that such worlds were separated by a membrane he called the Veil of Realms, and that sufficient magical force, applied with sufficient understanding, could puncture this membrane and create a temporary passage. Hermione read the passage 3 times. Then she cross-referenced it with the residual magical analysis that had been published, buried in Section C of the Daily Prophet, barely noticed, about the unusual energy signatures detected at a location in the North Sea on the night of Harry Potter's disappearance. The energy signatures didn't match any known form of wizarding magic. Because they weren't wizarding magic. Hermione set down the book and stared at the library ceiling. Harry Potter hadn't been kidnapped. He hadn't gone into hiding. He hadn't deferred enrollment. He'd left. Someone or something from another world had opened a rift, and Harry Potter had walked through it. "Oh my God," she whispered. A throat cleared behind her. She spun, wand out, and found herself face to face with Professor McGonagall, who was standing in the aisle between the shelves with her arms crossed, and an expression that combined fury, respect, and something that looked uncomfortably like recognition. "Miss Granger," McGonagall said. "You are out of bed after curfew, in the restricted section without authorization, reading a book that is classified under Ministry Ordinance 7B as sensitive material." Hermione opened her mouth. No sound came out. "You are also," McGonagall continued, "approximately 4 weeks ahead of my own research." She pulled out a chair and sat down across from Hermione. "Tell me what you found." And Hermione, wide-eyed and breathless and vibrating with the particular excitement of someone who has been right about something everyone told her was impossible, told her. They talked until dawn. McGonagall listened, asked sharp questions, corrected errors and, to Hermione's astonishment, shared her own findings. Not all of them, but enough to confirm that Hermione's hypothesis was correct, that the Hogwarts staff were aware of the dimensional nature of Harry's disappearance, and that efforts were underway to make contact. "Professor," Hermione said as the first grey light of morning crept through the library windows, "if Harry is in another world, a world with a different magical system." "Yes. Then he's learning magic that no wizard in our world has ever seen. He's developing abilities that don't fit our framework. And when he comes back, if he comes back, he'll be something we don't have a category for." McGonagall regarded her for a long moment. "You assume he'll come back? He has to." Hermione's voice was quiet but certain. "Voldemort killed his parents, the prophecy." "I know about the prophecy, Professor, I'm not stupid. Binds him to this world. He can run as far as he wants, to any world he wants, but the unfinished business will pull him back. Not because destiny demands it, but because Harry Potter is the kind of person who doesn't leave things unfinished." "You've never met him?" "I've read everything about him. I've talked to Hagrid, who, by the way, cries every time the subject comes up. I've studied his family's history, his parents' records, every account of the night Voldemort fell." Hermione met McGonagall's eyes. "I know him, Professor. Not personally, but I know the kind of person who does what he did. Who rejects a whole world because it failed him and walks into the unknown with nothing but a birthday cake. That's not someone who runs forever. That's someone who's getting ready to fight." McGonagall looked at this girl. 12 years old, Muggle-born, sitting in a restricted section at dawn with stolen books and stolen knowledge, and a certainty that blazed like a lantern. And she thought, briefly, of another brilliant Muggle-born girl who had walked through these halls decades ago. Lily Evans had changed the world by dying. Maybe this girl would change it by refusing to. "Miss Granger," McGonagall said, standing, "you will serve detention for being out of bed past curfew. You will serve additional detention for unauthorized access to restricted materials." "Yes, Professor." "Your detentions will be served with me in my office on Tuesday and Thursday evenings starting next week." McGonagall paused at the library door. "Bring the vain book." Hermione stared. "You want me to? I want you to help me find Harry Potter. And then, Miss Granger, I want you to help me bring him home." She left. Hermione sat in the empty library as the sun rose and the dust motes danced in the light, and the magnitude of what had just happened settled over her like a cloak. She gathered her books, returned the ones she'd borrowed, except the vain book, which she tucked into her bag with reverent care, and headed for the Gryffindor common room. In the corridor, she passed Neville, who was heading for the greenhouses with soil under his fingernails and a look of quiet contentment. "Morning, Hermione. You look like you've been up all night." "I have. Reading, something like that." She paused. "Neville, if I told you something impossible." Something that sounded completely mad. "Would you believe me?" Neville thought about this. "Last month my toad turned into a teacup during Transfiguration, and Professor McGonagall said it was the worst accidental magic she'd seen in 40 years. After that, I'll believe pretty much anything." Hermione looked at his round, earnest face, the face of a boy who'd been underestimated his entire life and who kept showing up anyway, and made a decision. "Walk with me," she said. "I have a story to tell you." Back in Tempest, Harry stood in the moonlit clearing and held the rock in the air. Not one rock. 7. Different sizes, different weights, orbiting around him in a slow, complex pattern like a miniature solar system. His eyes were closed. His breathing was steady. His magic flowed outward in 7 independent threads, each one maintaining a separate relationship with a separate object, each one requiring its own balance of will and understanding. Rimuru sat on the grass and watched. He'd stopped pretending to read 20 minutes ago. What Harry was doing shouldn't be possible. Not at his age, not at his experience level, not with 6 weeks of training. Multi-target force manipulation was an advanced technique that required years of practice and an instinctive grasp of parallel processing that most mages never developed. Harry was doing it while humming. Report, Rimuru thought. Raphael's voice answered in his mind, cool and precise. Analysis of subject's magical development continues. Current growth rate exceeds all projected models by a factor of approximately 4. The hybridization of the subject's native magical system with ambient magicule interaction is producing novel energy patterns with no precedent in available databases. Recommend continued observation and structured expansion of training parameters, and the soul fragment, a pause. Unusual for Raphael, the soul fragment remains stable. However, analysis indicates that the fragment's integration with the subject's magical core is not static. As the subject's power grows, the fragment is being progressively compressed, squeezed toward the periphery of the core by the expansion of the subject's own energy. Extrapolating current trends, the fragment will reach a critical threshold within approximately 4 to 6 months. What happens at the threshold? 2 possibilities. The fragment is expelled naturally as the subject's magic overwhelms it. Or the fragment resists expulsion, destabilizes, and triggers a catastrophic resonance cascade within the subject's core. Rimuru watched Harry orbit his 7 rocks through the moonlight, humming a tune that sounded vaguely like something from a Muggle pop song, and he felt the weight of the choice that was coming. 4 to 6 months. Maybe less, if Harry's growth continued to accelerate. He had to find a solution before then. Not a maybe, not a hope, a certainty. Raphael, begin modeling extraction procedures. Every possible approach, every theoretical framework. I want options understood. Initiating comprehensive analysis. Estimated time to preliminary results, 72 hours. Rimuru stood, walked to the edge of the clearing and looked up at the stars of his world. His world, the one he'd built and bled for and filled with people he'd die to protect. Now there was one more. Hey, Rimuru, Harry called out, his rocks still orbiting. Watch this. He brought his hands together, and the 7 rocks converged. Not colliding but merging, their separate threads of wool braiding into a single cord, and the rocks pressed against each other and fused, magical energy acting as a binding agent, and what had been 7 individual stones became one rough, lumpy, vaguely spherical boulder that floated in the center of the clearing like a small moon. Harry opened his eyes, saw it and laughed. Rimuru looked at the fused boulder, at the laughing boy, at the stars, and made a promise he didn't speak aloud but meant with every particle of his being. You are not going to lose this one. Chapter 4. Uninvited guests. Harry felt them before he saw them. He was in the training yard, 3 months into his time in Tempest, running through a sequence Kaito had designed. A fusion of the combat forms Rimuru taught, and the brutal, efficient close-quarters style Kaito had learned from his mother. Harry had grown into it, literally. He was taller now, broader across the shoulders, and the coordination that came from daily physical training had begun to merge with his magical awareness in ways that surprised even Rimuru. He could feel the weight of the practice soared not just in his hands but in his magic. An extension of his will, a channel for force that blurred the line between physical and supernatural. Kaito stood at the edge of the yard, watching with the critical eye of someone who had appointed himself Harry's combat instructor and took the job more seriously than any official title. He traded his wooden sword for a real one last month, a gift from Rimuru, earned through a grueling series of trials that had left Kaito bruised from scalp to heel, but grinning for the first time Harry had ever seen. The fact that Rimuru had given it to him at all was significant. The ogre commander didn't give weapons to people he didn't respect. Harry pivoted through the final form. a spinning strike that transitioned into a low sweep designed to take an opponent's legs, and stopped. Something had changed. The ambient magicules had shifted, not in the curdling way they had when the church delegation arrived, but differently. A disturbance. A ripple, like someone had dropped a stone into still water and the rings were spreading outward through the magical fabric of the entire region. You feel that? Harry asked. Kaito frowned. Feel what? Something just. Harry turned toward the north, toward the edge of the forest beyond the city. The disturbance was coming from there, a point of concentrated wrongness that pulsed like a wound. Something just tore. The word came to him instinctively, and he knew it was right. Something had torn. The membrane between worlds. The barrier Rimuru had punctured so cleanly and carefully when he'd brought Harry to Tempest, had been forced open from the other side, and whoever had forced it wasn't Rimuru. Harry dropped his practice sword and ran. He heard Kaito shout something behind him, heard footsteps following, but he didn't slow down. The disturbance was pulling at him. Not physically, but through his magical awareness. It felt familiar. It felt like the magic of his own world, sharp and structured and fundamentally different from the fluid energy of Tempest. It felt like home, and that frightened him more than anything. He cleared the city gates and sprinted into the forest, following the pull. The trees blurred past him, and he realized with distant surprise that he was fast, much faster than he should have been. His magic was feeding his muscles without conscious direction, a trick he hadn't learned yet, but his body seemed to have figured out on its own. The clearing. His clearing, the one with the warm stone, was ahead. The disturbance centered there. He burst through the tree line and skidded to a halt. The air above the flat stone was split open. Not the clean, smooth portal Rimuru had created like water parting. This was ragged. A gash in reality, edges crackling with unstable energy, spitting sparks of gold and white. Through it he caught flashes of another place, grey sky, stone walls, the hint of a tower. 2 people stepped through. The first was a woman. Tall, severe, with a tight bun of black hair streaked with grey, and a face that seemed to have been designed for the specific purpose of making children sit up straighter. She wore emerald green robes, and her eyes, sharp, alert, scanning the clearing with the practiced wariness of a soldier entering enemy territory, landed on Harry and went wide. The second was a man. Dark-haired, sallow-skinned, with a hooked nose and black eyes that held less warmth than the space between stars. He wore all black. Robes, cloak, boots, and he moved through the rift with a precise, controlled grace that reminded Harry of a hunting bird. His gaze swept the clearing, catalogued Harry, dismissed the trees, and fixed on something behind Harry with an expression of carefully calibrated hostility. Harry Potter. The woman said. Her voice was tight, strained, held together by willpower and propriety. Thank God. Harry recognized them, not personally, he'd never met either of them, but from Hagrid's descriptions, from the stories he'd read, from the letter he'd left on a wet floor in a shack on the sea. Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, Hogwarts had found him. Harry didn't move. His magic coiled inside him, not aggressive but alert, like a watchdog raising its head. Behind him he heard running footsteps, Kaito catching up, breathing hard. And then a heavier tread, faster, and Rimuru materialized from the tree line with his hand on his katana and murder in his eyes. Stand down, Harry said, without looking back. Benimaru's presence burned at his back like a furnace. They forced a dimensional breach. That's an act of. They are from my world, I know who they are. Harry kept his eyes on McGonagall and Snape. Stand down, Benimaru, please. A tense pause, then the furnace cooled fractionally. Benimaru didn't remove his hand from his sword, but he didn't draw. McGonagall's attention had shifted to Benimaru. Specifically, to the waves of heat radiating from him and the very visible promise of violence in his posture. And her face had gone the particular shade of white that accompanies the realization that one is dramatically outmatched. Snape, by contrast, hadn't reacted to Benimaru at all. His eyes were fixed on Harry with an intensity that bordered on physical force, and his face was doing something complicated. He was looking at Harry the way you'd look at a ghost, or, more precisely, the way you'd look at a ghost wearing the face of someone you'd lost. Potter. Snape said, and his voice was everything Hagrid had described, cold, precise, clipped, but underneath it, barely audible, was a crack. Professor Snape, Harry said. Professor McGonagall, you're a long way from Scotland. McGonagall's composure reassembled itself. Mr. Potter, we have spent 3 months searching for you. We have burned through 6 experimental dimensional transit calculations, 3 of which nearly killed us, and travelled across a barrier between worlds that is not designed to be crossed. You will forgive me if I dispense with pleasantries. She stepped forward, and despite the alien forest and the burning warrior behind Harry and the crackling rift behind her, she carried herself with an authority that could silence a room at 50 paces. Are you safe? The question landed harder than she'd probably intended. Harry felt it in his chest, not pain but a complex tangle of emotions he'd have needed a week to unravel. Yes, he said, I'm safe. Are you here of your own free will? Yes. Has anyone harmed you, coerced you, or, Professor? Harry's voice was quiet but firm. I left because I chose to leave. I'm here because I want to be here. Nobody kidnapped me. McGonagall studied him. He could see her absorbing the changes. The inches he'd grown, the muscle on his frame, the way he stood, the steadiness in his eyes. He wasn't the starving boy from the shack. She was recalculating. You look well, she said, and something in her voice softened. I am well. Snape hadn't spoken again. He stood slightly behind McGonagall, motionless, and his black eyes hadn't left Harry's face. The intensity of his gaze was uncomfortable, and Harry met it head-on because he'd learned in 3 months of training that looking away was a kind of surrender. You have your mother's eyes, Snape said. The words fell into the clearing like stones into water. McGonagall's mouth tightened. Rimuru shifted behind Harry, and Harry, who had heard Hagrid say the same thing in the shack on the rock, heard something in Snape's version that Hagrid's hadn't carried, grief, old, deep, tectonic grief, the kind that reshapes landscapes. I've been told, Harry said. She would have hated this. Snape said. His voice was a razor, thin and sharp. Lily would have hated knowing you were raised in that house, in that cupboard, by that woman, and she would have been right to hate it. The crack was wider now, Harry could hear it. Severus, McGonagall murmured, a warning. Snape's jaw tightened, and the crack sealed, hidden behind ice and control. The headmaster sent us to retrieve you. I'm not something to be retrieved. A sentiment I am personally familiar with. The ghost of something. Not a smile exactly, but the space where a smile might have been. Crossed Snape's face and vanished. Nevertheless, Dumbledore wishes to speak with you. There are matters of significant importance. I know about the Horcrux. That stopped both of them dead. McGonagall's face drained of colour. The what? But Snape understood. Harry saw it hit him. The word, the implication, the confirmation of something Snape had perhaps suspected but never confirmed. And the man's carefully constructed mask didn't crack again. It shattered. For one unguarded second, Severus Snape's face showed everything. Horror, rage, anguish, and a guilt so consuming it looked like it might eat him alive. You know, Snape said, barely audible. I know there's a piece of Voldemort's soul embedded in my scar. I know he made Horcruxes. I don't know how many. I know the fragment is the reason I can feel him in my dreams, and I know that if it's not removed, it will eventually either be pushed out by my growing magic or detonate inside my core. How do you know this? McGonagall demanded, her voice thin. Because the person who brought me here analysed my magical signature down to the foundational level and told me the truth, which is more than anyone in your world ever did. The rift behind them crackled and a tongue of energy lashed out, scorching the grass. McGonagall flinched. Snape didn't. That breach is unstable, said a new voice, calm and conversational, and carrying an authority that made the air itself seem to pay attention. If you don't close it within the next 15 minutes, it'll destabilize the local dimensional barrier and potentially rip open a permanent fissure between our worlds. That would be bad for everyone. Rimuru walked into the clearing as if he'd been there all along. He probably had been. Harry suspected he'd arrived the moment the rift opened and had been observing from concealment, letting Harry take the lead. He wore his usual human form, blue-haired and golden-eyed, and his hands were in his pockets, and he looked about as threatening as a university student on a coffee break. McGonagall and Snape both turned to him, and Harry saw them process what they were seeing. A young man, apparently human, apparently casual, apparently unthreatening. He also saw the moment they looked deeper. McGonagall with the trained eye of a transfiguration master who could sense magical auras, Snape with whatever dark and honed perception his years as a spy had given him, and realised that the casualness was camouflage over something they couldn't measure. You're the one who took him. McGonagall said, I'm the one who offered him a choice. He took himself. Rimuru smiled pleasantly. Rimuru Tempest, I'd say welcome to my world, but you sort of let yourselves in. We used experimental dimensional transit magic based on the residual energy signature you left at the point of departure, Snape said, and his voice had recovered its acid precision. Untested, dangerous, and deeply irresponsible, which I trust you appreciate, given that you performed an identical operation on a child. I appreciate the hypocrisy, certainly. Rimuru's smile didn't waver. My transit was clean, controlled, and left no residual trace beyond what was unavoidable. Yours is tearing at the seams and about to collapse. Raphael, stabilize their rift, please. The crackling stopped. The rift's ragged edges smoothed, the energy discharge ceased, and the gash in reality became a clean, stable oval. McGonagall looked at it, then at Rimuru, and Harry saw the recalculation happen in real time. You stabilized an interdimensional breach with a verbal command, she said. I have good tools. That is not an explanation. No, it's not. Rimuru walked to the flat stone and sat on it, cross-legged, as if settling in for a long chat. Look, I understand why you're here. The most famous child in your world disappeared and you need him back. But that's not really my decision to make, it's Harry's. He looked at Harry. So? Your visitors. Your call. Harry stood in the centre of the clearing, equidistant between his two worlds, the teachers from the school he'd rejected and the mentor who'd given him a choice. The afternoon sun filtered through the canopy and magicules drifted in the light like golden dust, and his magic hummed inside him, steady and strong. I'm not going back to Hogwarts, he said. McGonagall drew a breath. Mr. Potter, I'm not finished. The words came out with a weight that surprised even him. Not anger. He'd moved past the raw, hot anger of 3 months ago. This was something cooler and more solid, an authority he'd earned through training and choice and the slow, difficult work of deciding who he wanted to be. You came a long way and you went through a lot to get here. I respect that, so I'll listen to what you have to say, but the answer isn't going to change. McGonagall closed her mouth. Snape watched him with those unreadable dark eyes. Come back to the city, Harry said. We'll talk properly. With food and chairs and without a dimensional rift making everyone nervous. He turned and walked toward the forest path. Behind him he heard a moment of silence, then footsteps following. Rimuru fell into step beside him, and Benimaru dropped back to trail the visitors, his hand still resting on his katana with casual menace. You've gotten good at this, Rimuru murmured. At what? At being someone people listen to. They gathered in the main hall. Not the dining room, but the formal meeting space, with its long table and its high windows, and the subtle feeling of consequence that Shuna had designed into the room's architecture. It was a room for important conversations, and everyone in it knew it. Harry sat at the head of the table. He hadn't planned to. It had just happened, his feet carrying him there as naturally as they carried him to the warm stone in the clearing. Rimuru sat to his right, Shuna to his left. Benimaru stood by the door, arms crossed, radiating enough thermal energy to heat a small house. McGonagall and Snape sat across from them. They'd been offered tea. McGonagall accepted. Snape did not. The headmaster wished to come himself, McGonagall began. The transit magic was too unstable to risk his health given his age. He sent us as his representatives, with full authority to negotiate. Negotiate what? Harry asked. Your return, your enrollment at Hogwarts, your reintegration into the wizarding world. McGonagall's voice was precise, measured, each word chosen with care. Dumbledore acknowledges that mistakes were made regarding your placement with the Dursleys. He is prepared to offer alternative living arrangements, personal tutoring and— No, the word sat in the air, McGonagall pressed on. And access to resources regarding the threat you face, the Horcrux. She stumbled slightly on the word, still new and terrible. If what you say is true, you need help that your world can provide. My world had 11 years to provide help and didn't. You were protected, the Blood Wards. Protected from Voldemort, not from Vernon Dursley. Harry's voice was steady, but the temperature in the room dropped. Not metaphorically. His magic, responding to the cold edge in his emotions, actually pulled heat from the air around him. Shuna's teacup frosted at the rim. I've already had this conversation, Professor. I had it on a rock in the sea with a man twice your size who cried when I told him about the cupboard. I don't need to have it again. McGonagall flinched. Not from anger, not from offense, from shame. Harry saw it. The flicker in her eyes, the slight downturn of her mouth, the way her hands tightened in her lap, and he felt a pang of something that wasn't quite guilt but bordered on it. "I told Dumbledore," she said quietly. "The night he left you there, I watched the Dursleys all day. I told him they were the worst sort of muggles," he said. She stopped, swallowed. "He said it was for the best." Silence. Snape broke it. "Sentiment is irrelevant. The boy's living situation, however appalling, is in the past. The Horcrux is in the present." He leaned forward, and the candlelight caught the sharp planes of his face. "You said the fragment will either be expelled or detonate. What is being done to ensure the former?" Harry looked at Rimuru. "Quite a lot, actually," Rimuru said. "My analytical abilities have been modelling extraction procedures for the past 10 weeks. The challenge isn't power. I have more than enough energy to interact with the fragment. The challenge is precision." The soul fragment is integrated with Harry's magical core at a level that makes surgical removal extremely delicate. Remove too aggressively and you damage the core. Remove too gently and the fragment anchors deeper. "And you believe you can accomplish this?" Snape asked. "I believe I'm closer to a solution than anyone in your world has ever been, given that your world didn't even identify the problem." The words landed like a slap. Snape's eyes narrowed, and for a moment Harry thought the man might actually draw his wand, but instead Snape did something unexpected. He nodded. "A fair point." "The Horcrux isn't the only issue," McGonagall said. "Voldemort is making moves. We don't know the details. Dumbledore is characteristically opaque about his intelligence sources. But we know that the Philosopher's Stone, which was hidden at Hogwarts for protection, has been targeted. An attempt was made to steal it during the school year." "The Philosopher's Stone," Rimuru repeated. "The alchemical artifact produces the elixir of life and transmutes base metals to gold." "Yes, it belongs to Nicholas Flamel, who entrusted it to Dumbledore when he suspected Voldemort's agents were seeking it. And someone tried to steal it from inside Hogwarts. A professor." McGonagall's voice was ice. "Professor Quirrell, who teaches defense against the dark arts. We believe he is being controlled or possessed by Voldemort himself." Harry went cold. Not his magic this time, just him, his blood, his bones, the animal instinct that recognized a predator's name. "He's inside Hogwarts," Harry said. "Voldemort is inside the school." "Was." "Quirrell disappeared 3 weeks ago after a confrontation in the chambers protecting the stone. Dumbledore intervened directly, but Quirrell escaped through means we don't fully understand. The stone is safe. Flamel has since had it destroyed, but Voldemort's vessel is at large." "At large and desperate," Snape added. "Without the stone, the Dark Lord has lost his most promising avenue for resurrection. He will seek alternatives, and the alternatives are—" "The Horcruxes," Harry finished. Snape looked at him with something that bordered on surprise. "You understand the implications. If Voldemort knows he has Horcruxes anchoring him to life, he'll try to use them. Get to one, find a ritual, use the soul fragment as a seed for a new body, and one of those fragments is in my head." Harry's hand went to his scar unconsciously. "He's already been reaching for me in my dreams, if he gets desperate enough." "He'll try to use the connection," Rimuru said, and his voice had lost all its casualness. "Push through the link, try to access Harry directly." "Can he do that from another world?" McGonagall asked. "The connection is soul deep. It doesn't care about dimensional barriers." Rimuru stood, moved to the window, and looked out at Tempest. His city, his people, his responsibility. "I've been monitoring the fragment since we discovered it. It's been quiet. Compressed by Harry's growing power, pushed to the margins. But if an external force tries to activate it from the other side," he turned back to the table, "that changes the timeline." The room was quiet. The implications settled over them like ash. "What do you need?" Snape asked, and the question was directed at Rimuru, not Harry. A tacit acknowledgement that whatever his feelings about the situation, the being across the table was the one with the ability to do something about it. "Information," Rimuru said. "Everything you know about Horcruxes. How they're made, how they function, what magic binds the soul fragment to its container. Your world created this problem. Your world's knowledge is essential to solving it." Snape's jaw worked. Sharing dark magical knowledge with an unknown entity from another dimension clearly went against every instinct he possessed. But he looked at Harry, at Lily's eyes in James's face, and Harry saw the moment the decision was made. The Dark Lord's creation of Horcruxes is the darkest magic known to wizardkind, Snape said. The process involves murder. Specifically, the act of killing splits the soul, and a prepared ritual allows a fragment to be embedded in an object. The fragment is anchored by the violence of its creation. Destroying a Horcrux requires damage so severe that the container cannot be repaired. Basilisk venom, fiendfire, the killing curse itself. But Harry isn't an object, Rimuru said. He's a living vessel with his own soul. The standard destruction methods would kill him. Obviously. So we need a method that separates the fragment from the host without damaging either the fragment's container, Harry, or destabilizing the fragment itself, because a destabilized soul fragment inside a living person would be catastrophic. Snape's voice was barely a whisper. It would be Lily all over again. The name hung in the air. McGonagall closed her eyes briefly. Harry looked at Snape, really looked for the first time past the cold exterior and the razor voice and the black robes and the obvious hostility, and saw a man who was drowning. Drowning in guilt and grief and the ashes of a love he'd never gotten to keep, and who had come across dimensions not because Dumbledore ordered it, but because the boy with Lily's eyes was in danger, and that was the only compass Severus Snape had left. "You loved my mother," Harry said. The table went rigid. McGonagall made a small, pained sound. Rimuru shifted at the door. Rimuru went very still. Snape looked at Harry and the mask. The beautiful, terrible mask he'd worn for 20 years didn't fall. But it became transparent, and behind it, Harry could see the man, and the man was breaking. "Always," Snape said, one word. It carried everything. Harry held Snape's gaze for a long moment, then he nodded once, accepting the truth of it. Not forgiving, not condemning, just acknowledging. Here is a thing that is real. Here is a person who is in pain. Here is a piece of the story I didn't have before. "Then help us," Harry said. "Not for Dumbledore, not for the wizarding world, for her." Something shifted in Snape's expression. A fracture line sealing, a foundation steadying. He straightened in his chair, and when he spoke, his voice was clear and sharp and clean. "What do you need to know?" The conversation lasted hours. Snape spoke about Horcruxes with the clinical precision of a surgeon and the intimate knowledge of a man who had spent years in Voldemort's inner circle. He described the magical theory behind soul fragmentation. The specific enchantments, the binding structures, the way the soul fragment parasitically integrated with its host. McGonagall contributed knowledge from her decades of transfiguration research. The principles of magical transformation that might apply to separating one magical entity from another without destroying either. Rimuru listened with the focused intensity of a supercomputer being fed new data. Harry could almost feel Raphael working behind those gold eyes. Absorbing, analysing, building models, discarding failures, refining approaches. Every piece of information Snape provided was a new variable in the equation, and the equation was getting closer to solvable. "The binding is emotional," Rimuru said at one point, leaning forward with his elbows on the table. "You said the soul splits through the act of murder, through extreme emotional and moral violence, so the anchor isn't just magical, it's psychological. The fragment isn't held in place by a spell. It's held by the residual emotional energy of the act that created it." Snape blinked. It was, Harry suspected, the first time in years that someone had surprised him intellectually. "That is, a novel interpretation, but not inconsistent with the theory. It's more than consistent, it's the key." Rimuru stood and paced, a rare sign of excitement. "If the binding is emotional, then the extraction has to be emotional too. You can't cut out a soul fragment with magical surgery because it's not held in by magic. It's held in by the violence that created it. You have to address the violence. You have to offer the fragment something that counters the act of murder." "And what counters murder?" McGonagall asked. "Sacrifice, willing sacrifice, someone choosing to give something up, not having it taken, freely, deliberately." Rimuru looked at Harry. "Your mother's sacrifice protected you from the killing curse. That's not a coincidence. It's the same principle in reverse. Voldemort's violence put the fragment in you. Lily's sacrifice kept you alive despite it. The extraction has to operate on that axis. Not power against power, but choice against violence." Harry's chest felt tight. "What does that mean, practically?" "It means that when we extract the fragment, you're going to have to do something, Not just endure it, not just sit still while I work. You're going to have to make a choice. A genuine, meaningful, sacrificial choice that provides the emotional counterweight to the murder that created the Horcrux. What kind of choice? I don't know yet. It has to be real. It can't be engineered or rehearsed. It has to cost you something genuinely, and you have to offer it freely. Rimuru's expression was serious, more serious than Harry had ever seen it. This is the part I can't do for you, Harry. I can build the framework. I can create the magical infrastructure. I can hold the space and stabilize the energies, but the choice has to be yours. Harry thought about choice. About the shack on the rock, and the letter on the floor, and the word no in his mouth like a stone. About Rimuru's hand in the grey dawn and the portal that opened onto green grass and golden sun. About every day since. Every morning meditation, every combat session, every breakthrough and failure and small, hard-won victory. His whole life was choices, the only thing that had ever been truly his. I'll be ready, he said. The sun had set by the time the conversation wound down. Shuna had brought food, twice. And even Snape had eventually eaten, picking at rice and fish with an expression that suggested he found the cuisine personally offensive, but wasn't about to starve on principle. McGonagall looked tired. The dimensional transit had clearly been hard on her, and the hours of intense discussion had worn away the professional veneer, revealing a woman who was genuinely frightened and trying very hard not to show it. We should return, she said, glancing at the window, where the night sky of Tempest blazed with unfamiliar constellations. The transit window won't hold indefinitely, even stabilized. Before you go, Harry said. He'd been thinking about this during the conversation, turning it over, examining it from angles. I want you to know something. I don't hate Dumbledore. Both professors looked at him. I was angry. I'm still angry in some ways. He left me in that house and he didn't check, and that's something I'll carry, but I understand. He paused, choosing words carefully. I understand that he thought he was doing the right thing. I understand that the blood wards were real, and the protection was real, and the danger was real. I understand that he was playing a long game against Voldemort and I was a piece on the board, and that he probably lost sleep over it. He did, McGonagall said softly, more than you know. But understanding isn't the same as forgiving, and it's not the same as trusting. I don't trust Dumbledore. I may never trust Dumbledore, but I'm willing to work with him, at a distance, on my terms, through people I do trust. He looked at Snape. Through you, if you're willing. Snape's expression was unreadable. You trust me? No, I trust that you loved my mother and that you'll protect anything she died for. That's not the same thing, but it's enough. Something moved behind Snape's dark eyes. A flicker, quickly suppressed, that might have been respect. I am willing, Snape said. McGonagall stood, smoothing her robes with automatic precision. I will report to Dumbledore. He won't like it. He prefers to manage these situations personally, but he'll accept it. He doesn't have a choice. Nobody does, Harry said. That's the whole point. He walked them to the clearing. The rift was still there, stabilized by Rimuru's magic, a clean oval of shimmering light that showed the grey stone of what Harry guessed was a Hogwarts corridor. McGonagall paused at the rift's edge. She turned to Harry and her composure cracked, just slightly, just enough for the woman underneath to show through. You've grown, Mr. Potter, she said. Not just physically. You've... She stopped, pressed her lips together, and when she spoke again, her voice was rough. Your parents would be proud. Harry's throat closed. He nodded because he couldn't speak. McGonagall stepped through the rift and was gone. Snape lingered. He looked at Harry, then at Rimuru, then at Harry again. The Dark Lord will come for you, he said. Not today, not tomorrow. But he is relentless and patient and intelligent, and the connection between you will lead him here eventually. I know. When he comes, he will not come as a shade or a parasite. He will find a way to restore himself. There are rituals old and dark that require only a fragment of soul and a willing sacrifice. He will be physical, powerful, and merciless. I know. Snape reached into his robes and withdrew something small. A glass vial filled with a shimmering, silvery substance that moved like liquid moonlight. Memories, he said. Mine of your mother, I thought. He stopped, the mask trembled. I thought you might want to see her as she was. Harry took the vial. It was warm in his hand, or maybe his hand was warm around it. The silver substance swirled behind the glass, and in its depths he caught a flash of green eyes and red hair and a smile. Thank you, Harry whispered. Snape turned sharply and stepped through the rift without looking back. The portal sealed behind him with a sound like a held breath being released, and the clearing was quiet. Harry stood in the moonlight, holding a vial of memories, and cried. Not the desperate, suppressed tears of the boy in the cupboard. Real tears, full and hot and unashamed, the kind that come when something inside you that has been knotted for a very long time finally comes loose. Rimuru stood nearby, saying nothing, doing nothing, just being there. A steady, warm presence in the dark, as constant as the stars. When the tears stopped, Harry wiped his face with his sleeve and looked at the vial in his hand. I don't have a pensieve, he said. I don't know how to view these. I can help with that, Rimuru said. Not tonight, though. No, not tonight. They walked back to the city through the quiet forest. The magicules drifted around them, the trees whispered, and the night was vast and dark and full of the particular peace that comes after a storm. Rimuru, Harry said. Yeah, the choice you mentioned, the sacrificial choice for the extraction. What about it? I think I already know what it has to be. Rimuru glanced at him. Tell me. Not yet. Harry looked at the vial in his hand, his mother's eyes trapped in silver light waiting for him behind glass. When I'm ready. They reached the city gates, the guards nodded them through. The streets were quiet, lamplight pooling on stone, and somewhere in the academy, Kaito was probably wearing a groove in the courtyard waiting for them, and Mira was probably reading in the library, and Soren was probably talking to someone about something. Because Soren was always talking to someone about something, Harry's family, not by blood, by choice, he went to bed. He placed the vial on his desk, next to the Magicule Theory book, and the carved wooden slime that Rimuru had made for Kaito, and that Kaito had, as predicted, threatened to use as kindling but which now sat on Kaito's shelf in a place of honor. He locked the door from the inside. The latch clicked. He lay down, and for the first time in weeks the scar didn't hurt. Dumbledore received McGonagall and Snape in his office at 2 a.m. He was still dressed, still awake, still sitting behind his desk as if he'd never moved, and maybe he hadn't. Fawkes dozed on his perch. The dark instruments were dark. McGonagall gave her report. Precise, thorough, leaving nothing out. The other world. The nation of monsters. The being called Rimuru Tempest, who moved like a student and spoke like a diplomat and radiated a power that neither she nor Snape could accurately measure. And Harry, changed, growing, strong, not coming home. Dumbledore listened. He asked no questions. When McGonagall finished, he sat in silence for a long time. The Horcrux, he said finally. Snape stepped forward. He spoke about the conversation. About Rimuru's analysis, the emotional binding theory, the proposed extraction through sacrificial choice. He spoke with clinical detachment, as if reporting on someone else's problem, but his hands were clenched at his sides and his voice had the brittle quality of glass under stress. The being. Tempest possesses analytical capabilities beyond anything I've encountered, Snape said. His understanding of the Horcrux's nature, derived from independent analysis in a matter of weeks, exceeds what the Order has managed in years. And you believe he intends to extract the fragment without killing Harry? I believe he intends to try. Whether he succeeds. He'll succeed, McGonagall said, and both men looked at her. She stood with her arms crossed, her back straight, her chin up. The posture of a woman who had made a decision and would not be moved from it. I watched that boy tonight, Albus. I watched him command a room full of people older and more powerful than himself. I watched him face down 2 Hogwarts professors, 2 people who represent everything he rejected, and he didn't flinch. He didn't run. He listened and he spoke and he chose. Her voice thickened. He's 11 years old and he has more moral clarity than most adults I've met in 40 years of teaching. Whatever that being is doing, whatever he's teaching Harry, it's working. The boy isn't a weapon. He isn't a sacrifice, he's a leader. Dumbledore looked at her. For a long moment his face was unreadable, the twinkle gone, the warmth gone, just the ancient, terrible intelligence beneath. I know, he said. Do you? McGonagall's voice cut. Do you truly know, Albus? Because the boy I saw tonight is not the boy you planned for. He's not the child who was supposed to grow up humble and self-sacrificing and grateful to the world that saved him. He's not going to walk willingly to his death because a prophecy says he must. He's going to fight on his terms in his way, and if we want to be part of that fight, we'd better earn the right, because he doesn't owe us anything and he knows it. The office was silent. Dumbledore looked down at his hands. Old hands, liver-spotted, the wand calluses on his right fingers worn smooth by decades of use. Hands that had held a dying sister. Hands that had carried a baby to a doorstep. Hands that had played chess with living pieces and told himself the losses were acceptable. "You're right," he said. "He doesn't owe us anything." He reached for a lemon drop, unwrapped it, held it between his fingers without eating it, "but we owe him everything." McGonagall's posture softened fractionally. Snape said nothing, but something in his silence was less hostile than before. "What do we do?" McGonagall asked. "We do what Harry asked. We work with him through Severus at a distance on his terms. We provide information about the Horcruxes." Dumbledore's voice strengthened, the strategist reasserting itself over the penitent. "I have been researching Tom's Horcruxes for some time. I believe there are 6, not counting Harry. I know the identity of 2, the diary, which was destroyed by methods I have yet to confirm, and the ring, which I have located but not yet retrieved." Snape's eyes sharpened. "You didn't share this." "I am sharing it now." Dumbledore met his gaze. "The game has changed, Severus. I built my strategy around a prophecy and a sacrifice. Harry has rejected both. If we're to have any role in what comes next, we must change with it." He put the lemon drop in his mouth. The sweetness was the same as always. Automatic, comforting, hollow. But for the first time in a long time, the hollowness bothered him. "Send Harry the information," Dumbledore said. "Everything, the Horcruxes, their locations, the methods of destruction, hold nothing back." "And the prophecy?" McGonagall asked. "Tell him all of it, the full text, no more secrets." Snape's eyebrow rose. "That is a significant departure from your usual approach." "My usual approach left a child in a cupboard for 10 years and drove him to reject his entire world." Dumbledore's voice was quiet, and for a moment, beneath the calculations and the centuries-deep chess game, he was just a very old man who was very tired and very sorry. "I think a new approach is warranted." He looked out the window. The Hogwarts grounds were dark and still, the lake a sheet of black glass, the forbidden forest a wall of shadow. Somewhere out there, in a world he couldn't see or reach or control, a boy with Lily's eyes was making choices that would reshape the future. Dumbledore closed his eyes. "Let go, Albus," he told himself. Let go he couldn't. Not entirely, not yet, he was who he was. A manipulator, a strategist, a man who moved pieces because the board demanded it. But the board was changing, the pieces were choosing their own squares, and for the first time in decades, Albus Dumbledore did not know what would happen next. It felt, strangely, like hope. In Tempest, Harry dreamed, not the mirror dream, not the red-eyed reflection, something new. He stood in a field of wildflowers, and the sky was blue, and the air was warm, and a woman with red hair and green eyes was smiling at him from a distance. She didn't speak. She didn't approach. She just smiled, warm and bright and full of a love so fierce it crossed dimensions. And Harry stood in the field and felt it wash over him like sunlight. When he woke, the scar was quiet and the vial on his desk glimmered in the dawn light, and somewhere in the distance, Kaito's voice echoed across the courtyard, calling him to train. Harry got up, got dressed, laced his boots. He locked the door behind him. From the outside this time, because the room would be there when he came back, because this was his home, because no one was going to take it, and he went downstairs, into the morning, into the light. Chapter 5. The stone and the serpent. The pain hit Harry like a lightning strike at 3 in the morning. He was deep asleep. Dreamless, peaceful, the kind of rest his body had finally learned to trust. When the scar on his forehead split open like a fault line and every nerve in his body ignited. He didn't scream. The air left his lungs too fast for sound. He jackknifed upright in bed, both hands pressed against his forehead, and the world went white. Then it went somewhere else. He was in a room, not his room. A dark, stone-walled chamber that smelled like rot and something chemical, something burnt. Candles guttered in iron sconces, throwing shadows that crawled up the walls like living things. A fireplace held a low, sickly green fire that gave off no heat. A man knelt on the floor. He was shaking. Whole-body tremors that made his teeth chatter, and the back of his head was wrapped in something dark. A turban. His hands were pressed flat against the stone floor, and between them, drawn in what looked like blood, was a symbol Harry didn't recognize. A circle, a triangle, a line. "It is ready, my lord," the man whispered. The voice that answered didn't come from anywhere, it came from everywhere. From the walls, from the fire, from inside Harry's own skull. "Then begin." The man, Quirrell, Harry knew with a certainty that went beyond knowledge, raised his hands. The blood symbol flared. The green fire in the hearth surged upward, and the room filled with a sound that wasn't sound, a frequency below hearing that Harry felt in his bones. Quirrell began to chant. The words were in no language Harry had ever heard, but he understood them anyway, the way you understand a scream. They were an invitation, a summoning, a door being forced open from the wrong side. The turban unravelled. What was underneath should have been the back of Quirrell's skull. Instead, there was a face. Flat white with slit nostrils and red eyes that burned like coals in the dark room, and it was pressed against Quirrell's head like a growth, a parasite, a second self that had consumed its host and was wearing him like a suit. The face smiled. "I can feel him," Voldemort said, and his voice was silk over broken glass. "The boy, he's far, farther than he should be, but the anchor holds. My blood in his veins, my soul in his scar. Distance means nothing when you're already inside." The chanting intensified. Quirrell's body convulsed. The blood symbol on the floor began to rotate, spinning faster and faster, and the green fire exploded outward, filling the room with cold light. And then Voldemort pushed. Harry felt it. Across dimensions, across the barrier between worlds, the soul fragment in his scar responded to its master's call. It woke. It reached. It tried to open, like a door being unlocked from the other side, and the pain went from unbearable to something beyond pain entirely. A white-hot erasure of everything that wasn't agony. Harry screamed. In Tempest, the scream tore through the dormitory. Kaito was on his feet and through the door in 2 seconds. He'd taken to sleeping in the room next to Harry's, a habit he'd never explained and Harry had never questioned. And what he found was Harry on the floor, curled in a fetal position, both hands clamped over his scar, his body rigid with a seizure-like tremor that sent his heels drumming against the stone. "Rimuru," Kaito bellowed, loud enough to shake dust from the ceiling. He dropped to his knees beside Harry and grabbed his shoulders, trying to hold him still, and the moment his hands made contact, he yanked them back with a hiss. Harry's skin was burning, not metaphorically. Actual heat radiating from his body like a furnace, and around his scar the air itself shimmered and distorted. Footsteps in the corridor. Mira appeared, her fox ears flat against her skull, her eyes huge with terror. "What's happening to him?" "Get Rimuru. Now, run." Mira ran. Harry was still in the vision. He couldn't get out. The room with the green fire had expanded, or he had contracted, and he was standing in the center of the spinning blood symbol, and Voldemort's face was looking at him with an expression of triumph so pure it was almost joy. "There you are," Voldemort whispered. "You've been hiding, Harry, but you can't hide from what's already part of you." The fragment surged. Harry felt it expand, the cold knot near his core that Rimuru had been compressing, the dark parasite they'd been planning to extract. It swelled like a balloon being inflated, pressing outward against Harry's magic, and everywhere it touched, his power screamed. "You left our world," Voldemort continued. "Clever, but the Horcrux doesn't care about worlds, it cares about the soul it's anchored to. Mine. And through mine I can reach yours, I can see through your eyes, feel through your skin, and if I push hard enough." The fragment pulsed and Harry's vision doubled. He saw the stone room with the green fire, and simultaneously he saw his own dormitory in Tempest. Saw Kaito kneeling over his convulsing body, saw Mira's retreating back, saw the first grey light of dawn through his window. Both views overlaid each other, flickering, and in the gap between them, Voldemort looked through Harry's eyes and saw Tempest. Another world. Voldemort breathed, and the wonder in his voice was obscene. "You've gone to another world. Oh, Harry, you foolish, remarkable boy, do you know what you've shown me? Do you know what this means?" Harry fought, not with magic. His magic was in chaos, thrashing against the Horcrux's expansion like a caged animal, but with will. Pure, raw, stubborn will, the same force that had moved the rock in the clearing, the same force that had said no in a shack on the sea. He grabbed the vision with his mind and pushed back. "Get out of my head." The vision shuddered. Voldemort's face rippled, distorted, and for a moment Harry felt the connection weaken, felt the fragment contract, felt his own magic surge forward to fill the space. But then Voldemort pushed again, harder, and the fragment expanded further, and Harry felt something he'd never felt before, his core bending. His magical foundation, the ocean of power Rimuru had helped him find, was being compressed from the inside, squeezed by the growing Horcrux, and the pressure was building toward something catastrophic. Resonance cascade. Raphael's words, relayed through Rimuru weeks ago. If the fragment resists expulsion, it triggers a catastrophic resonance cascade within the subject's core. Harry was going to explode. Then Rimuru was there, not in the vision, in reality. Harry felt him arrive the way you feel the sun emerge from behind clouds. A sudden, massive presence, warm and vast and impossibly powerful, that settled over the dormitory like a second sky. Hands on his shoulders. Cool, steady, not flinching from the heat. And a voice in his ear, calm and clear and absolutely certain. "Harry, I need you to listen to me. Don't fight the fragment. Don't push against it." Harry's mind screamed with the wrongness of the instruction. The fragment was expanding, Voldemort was in his head, his core was bending. "Trust me. Stop fighting. Let it expand." Through the agony, through the terror, through the white-hot chaos of his shattering magical core, Harry found the one thing he trusted more than his own instincts. He stopped fighting. The fragment surged forward, triumphant, expanding into the space Harry's resistance had vacated. Voldemort's laugh echoed through the vision, cold and high and victorious. The dark energy spread through Harry's core like ink through water, and Rimuru struck, not at Harry, not at the fragment. At the connection. Harry felt it as a sensation beyond description. A surgical precision so fine it operated between molecules, between thoughts, between the individual threads of magical energy that bound the fragment to its master. Rimuru's power moved through Harry's core like a needle threading silk, and it found the line that connected the Horcrux in Harry's scar to the thing on the back of Quirrell's head, and it cut. The connection didn't break. It dissolved. One moment it was there. A pipeline of dark energy linking Harry to Voldemort across dimensions. And the next it was gone, dismantled at a level so fundamental that there was nothing left to reconnect. Voldemort's face in the vision went from triumph to confusion to fury in the space of a heartbeat. What? The vision collapsed. The stone room, the green fire, the spinning blood symbol. All of it shattered like a dropped mirror and fell away, and Harry was back in his body in his room on the floor, with Rimuru's hands on his shoulders and Kaito's terrified face hovering above him. The fragment was still there, he could feel it. Compressed again, contracted, curled in on itself like a wounded animal. But the line to Voldemort was gone, the pipeline was severed, the fragment was isolated. "It's okay," Rimuru said. "It's over, he can't reach you through the connection anymore." "I've cut the link." Harry's chest heaved. His body was shaking, drenched in sweat, and his scar felt like someone had pressed a brand against it. But the pressure was gone, the bending in his core had stopped. The cascade hadn't happened. He saw, Harry gasped. He saw Tempest through my eyes. "He knows where I am." Rimuru's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. A rapid assessment, a threat analysis, a recalculation of every variable. "I know. I was monitoring the connection when he pushed through. He got about 3 seconds of visual information before I cut the link. 3 seconds is enough. He's Voldemort, he'll figure it out. Let me worry about Voldemort's logistics. Right now, I need to make sure you're stable." Rimuru's fingertips touched Harry's forehead, just above the scar, and Harry felt the familiar sweep of analytical magic. Gentler this time, more careful, probing the damaged area around the fragment. "The Horcrux is contained. I've reinforced the compression barrier with a layered seal. Raphael's design, not mine. It'll hold against external activation attempts. He can't use the fragment as a doorway anymore, but it's still there. It's still there." Rimuru withdrew his hand. His face was serious, the most serious Harry had ever seen it, but his voice was steady. "And we're running out of time to deal with it. The expansion attempt stressed your core. You're resilient, more resilient than Raphael's models predicted, actually. But another episode like this could do permanent damage. We need to extract the fragment. Soon." "How soon?" "Days, a week at most." Harry stared at the ceiling. His body ached in places he didn't know could ache, and the residual pain in his scar pulsed with each heartbeat. Kaito was still beside him, one hand gripping Harry's arm as if afraid he'd float away, and through the doorway, Harry could see Mira and Soren and the dwarven twins and half the academy, all awake, all frightened, all there. "Okay," Harry said. "Tell me what to do." Rimuru helped him sit up. Kaito handed him water, and Harry drank, and the simple physical act of swallowing cold water grounded him in his body in a way that magic couldn't. The extraction framework is ready, Rimuru said. Raphael and I have been building it for weeks, ever since Snape gave us the Horcrux theory. It's based on the principle we discussed, emotional counterweight, sacrifice opposed to violence, but the framework is just the structure. The actual extraction depends on you, the choice. The choice? I told you it had to be real, meaningful, and freely given. I told you it had to cost you something, and you told me you knew what it had to be. Rimuru's gold eyes held his. Do you still know? Harry thought about the vial on his desk, his mother's memories, Snape's gift, the glimpse of green eyes and red hair and a love so fierce it crossed dimensions. He thought about the field of wildflowers in his dream. He thought about what Voldemort had said. You can't hide from what's already part of you. Yes, Harry said. I still know. Tell me. Harry looked at his friends gathered in the doorway, at Kaito's grip on his arm, at Mira's tear-streaked face and Soren's tight jaw and the dwarven twins clutching each other like children, which they were. Not here, Harry said. In the morning, in the clearing. Rimuru nodded. In the morning. He left, taking most of the crowd with him. Gentle but firm, ushering the students back to their rooms with reassurances that Harry was stable and that they should rest. But Kaito didn't leave. He sat on the floor beside Harry's bed, his back against the wall, his real sword across his knees, and he didn't say anything and he didn't need to. Harry lay back on his bed. The ceiling was white and clean and familiar. You don't have to stay, he said. I know. You should sleep. I know. Harry closed his eyes. Kaito's presence was a warm, solid weight at the edge of his awareness, and the silence between them was the kind that only exists between people who have learned that some things don't need words. He slept. No dreams. The scar was quiet. In the morning, everything would change. 800 miles away, in a dimension that existed parallel to Tempest but at right angles to reality, Voldemort raged. Quirrell's body had collapsed after the ritual. The man was barely alive. His life force drained to a flicker, his body a husk that shook and wept and begged in a voice so thin it was barely audible. Voldemort ignored him. Quirrell was a vessel, nothing more, useful until he wasn't. The connection to the boy had been severed, not broken. Broken implied it could be repaired. Severed with a precision that Voldemort had never encountered, by an intelligence that operated on a level he couldn't comprehend. 3 seconds of visual information. A room, a window, a glimpse of golden sky and foreign architecture, and then nothing. A wall of silence where the link had been. Something had cut his connection to his own Horcrux. That should have been impossible. The Horcrux was his soul. A fragment of his deepest self, anchored by murder, bound by the most powerful dark magic known to wizardkind. No spell could sever a soul connection. No power in the wizarding world could isolate a Horcrux from its creator, but the thing that had cut the connection wasn't from the wizarding world. Voldemort pressed his face against the back of Quirrell's skull and thought. He was very good at thinking. It was, perhaps, his greatest talent. Not raw power, though he had that in abundance, but the ability to analyze, adapt, and plan with a clarity undimmed by sentiment. The boy had gone to another world, another dimension. He'd been taken there by an entity of unknown nature and unknown power, and that entity had just demonstrated the ability to surgically dismantle Voldemort's deepest magic. This was not a setback. This was information. Voldemort didn't fear the unknown, he consumed it. He studied it. He bent it to his purpose, and what the brief connection had shown him. The 3 seconds of visual data, the sense of the boy's power, the taste of an alien magical system that operated on principles entirely different from his own, had given him something more valuable than the failed ritual. It had given him a direction. He couldn't reach the boy through the Horcrux anymore. The connection was gone, but the boy existed, and the boy still carried a fragment of Voldemort's soul, and that fragment was still an anchor. Still a piece of Voldemort embedded in another world. As long as it existed, the link between them was real, even if the pathway was closed. He needed a body. A real body, not this parasitic half-existence on the back of a dying man's head. With a body he could think clearly, plan properly, begin the work of finding a way across. The diary. The ring. The locket. The cup. The diadem. His Horcruxes scattered across the wizarding world, hidden and protected. 5 anchors to immortality, 5 fragments of his soul. He didn't need them all. He needed one. One fragment, one ritual, one willing sacrifice. Or unwilling, he wasn't particular. and he could rebuild himself, but Dumbledore was hunting the Horcruxes. Voldemort could feel it, a faint, distant pressure on the protective enchantments he'd placed around his treasures. The old man had finally figured it out. Slow but not stupid. Never stupid, Voldemort needed to move first. "Quirrell," he said, the man whimpered. "My lord, I can't the body. Your body is failing, I know. You have perhaps 3 weeks before it gives out entirely. Please. In those 3 weeks you will go to Albania, to the forest where I spent my exile. There is a cache there. Supplies, instructions, a prepared ritual site. You will follow the instructions precisely. You will find me a new host." A host. Not a possession. A transformation. The ritual requires a living body, freely given or forcibly taken, and a fragment of my soul to seed the change. His voice dropped to a whisper that was more terrifying than any shout. "I will become flesh again, Quirrell, and when I do, I will find the boy and the thing that protects him, and I will teach them both what it means to challenge Lord Voldemort." Quirrell sobbed. But he rose on shaking legs and he bowed and he said, "Yes, my lord." Voldemort smiled. It was not a human smile. It was the expression of something ancient and cold and patient, something that had cheated death 6 times and would do so again, something that understood power the way a shark understands water. As its natural medium, the substance it was born to move through, the boy had run to another world. The boy's protector had cut the connection. None of it mattered. Voldemort had eternity. And eternity always won at Hogwarts. Things were unraveling. Quirrell's disappearance had been officially attributed to a leave of absence for health reasons, which convinced absolutely no one. The students whispered. The staff convened behind closed doors. The Daily Prophet ran increasingly hysterical headlines. Defense professor vanishes. Dark magic suspected. Where is the boy who lived? Dumbledore's Hogwarts, safe or sorry? Hermione Granger sat in the Gryffindor common room at 1 a.m, surrounded by books and notes and the growing architecture of an obsession, and she ignored all of it. She had the vain book. She had McGonagall's research. She had 3 months of her own work. Calculations, theories, cross-references with every text on dimensional magic she could find. And she had something else. A letter. It had arrived that morning, delivered not by owl but by something else. A small, translucent butterfly made of blue light that had materialized on her windowsill during breakfast and dissolved into a folded piece of paper the moment she touched it. The paper was thick, textured, nothing like parchment, and the handwriting on it was neat and unfamiliar. Miss Granger. Your research into dimensional transit theory has been brought to my attention. It's impressive work, particularly for someone operating with limited resources and no precedent. You've made 2 errors in your calculation of barrier membrane resonance frequencies. Your model assumes a constant rather than variable membrane thickness, and you've neglected the relativistic effects of magicule-dense environments on transit stability. But otherwise, your theoretical framework is sound. My name is Rimuru Tempest. I believe we have a mutual acquaintance. Harry as well. He asked me to tell you that since I understand you've been looking for him. He also asked me to tell you that your reputation precedes you. Apparently Professor McGonagall described you as the brightest witch of your age during her visit here, and Harry says anyone McGonagall calls bright must be terrifying. I'm writing because Harry needs allies in your world. Intelligent, capable, trustworthy people who can operate independently and who aren't beholden to Dumbledore's agenda. Professor Snape is one, Professor McGonagall is another, and you, I think, might be a third if you're interested. And I suspect you are, because the kind of person who breaks into a restricted section to research dimensional theory is not the kind of person who walks away from an interesting problem. I'd like to establish a line of communication. The butterfly that delivered this letter can serve as a courier. Simply write your response and hold it out. Another will come. Corrections to your resonance calculations are on the back. RT.PS. Harry also says to tell Neville that someone named Trevor is fine, whatever that means. Hermione had read the letter 4 times. She'd checked the corrections. They were right. Both of them, elegantly and obviously right, in a way that made her feel simultaneously humbled and exhilarated. She'd shown the letter to Neville, who had gone pink at the mention of his name and then immediately asked if Trevor was really fine, because his toad had been missing for 3 days. When Hermione pointed out that Harry Potter apparently knew about Trevor from an alternate dimension, Neville had simply nodded and said, "He's probably psychic. Gryffindors are weird." Now Hermione sat with the letter in her lap and a blank piece of parchment in front of her and tried to figure out how to respond to a message from another world. She started writing. Stopped. Crumpled the parchment. Started again. Stopped again. The problem wasn't what to say. The problem was that everything she wanted to say was too much. She wanted to ask about the other world, its magical system, its population, its physics. She wanted to ask about Harry, what he was learning, how he'd changed, what it felt like to walk through a rift between dimensions. She wanted to ask about Rimuru Tempest. What he was, what he wanted, why he'd taken an interest in a boy from another world. She wanted to explain what was happening at Hogwarts, the unraveling, the fear, the sense that something dark was moving beneath the surface and nobody at the top was being honest about it. She wanted to help. That was the core of it. The thing that had driven her since the night of the sorting, when she'd looked at the empty chair at the Gryffindor table and felt the wrongness like a splinter under her skin. She wanted to help Harry Potter, not because he was famous, not because of the prophecy, but because he'd been failed spectacularly and completely by every adult who should have protected him, and Hermione Granger did not tolerate failure. Not in herself, not in the systems she inhabited, not in the people who were supposed to be responsible. She started writing. This time she didn't stop, "Mr. Tempest. Thank you for the corrections. You're right about the variable membrane thickness, I should have caught that. The relativistic effects of magicule-dense environments are something I have no data on, since no such environments exist in our world, so I'd appreciate any reference materials you could provide. Please tell Harry that I'm glad he's well, and that I've been looking for him since the first night, and that I intend to keep looking until there's nothing left to find. Also tell him that terrifying is the nicest thing anyone's called me since I got here. Here's what's happening at Hogwarts. Quirrell is gone. Dumbledore intervened to protect the Philosopher's Stone, which has since been destroyed by Flamel. The staff is on high alert, but the students aren't being told anything useful, which means the rumour mill is operating at full capacity and about half of what people believe is wrong. The Ministry is pressuring Dumbledore about Harry's absence. Fudge, our minister, is a political animal with the strategic depth of a puddle, and he's terrified of the optics. The boy who lived rejects the wizarding world is not a headline he can survive. More importantly, Snape has been different since he returned from your world. Quieter, more focused. He's still awful in class. I think that might just be his personality, but there's something driving him now that wasn't there before. He and McGonagall meet privately twice a week. I don't know what they discuss, but I know it involves Harry, and I know it involves Horcruxes because I heard the word through a door I was definitely not listening at. You asked if I'm interested in being an ally. I am. Not because I want adventure or excitement or to be part of something important, although I won't pretend those things don't appeal to me. I'm interested because the wizarding world is broken, Mr. Tempest. It's built on blood purity and institutional secrecy, and the assumption that a handful of powerful old men know what's best for everyone. Harry saw that when he was 11 and he walked away. I can't walk away. This is my world and I need to fix it from the inside, but I could use help. And I think Harry could use a friend from home. Tell me what you need. Hermione Granger P.S. Trevor is under Neville's bed. He just doesn't want to come out. Neville's been feeding him the wrong flavour of flies. She held the parchment out, arm extended, feeling slightly ridiculous. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the air shimmered, and a small blue butterfly materialized on the edge of the paper, flexed its luminous wings once and dissolved. Taking the letter with it, Hermione sat in the empty common room, hand still extended, and felt something click into place. Not a plan, not yet. Something deeper, a sense of alignment like a compass finding north. What are you doing? Ron Weasley stood at the bottom of the boys' staircase, hair sticking up at angles that defied physics, wearing pajamas that were 2 inches too short at the ankle. Writing letters. Hermione said, "To who?" "To another world." Ron stared at her, then he shrugged. "All right, want to play chess, I can't sleep." Hermione looked at him. Rumpled, sleepy, completely unfazed by the concept of interdimensional correspondence. And felt something that might have been the beginning of friendship. "I don't know how to play chess." That's fine, I'll teach you, I'm brilliant at chess. Modest too, modesty is for people who aren't brilliant at chess. She laughed, surprised, genuine, and followed him to the common room table, where Ron set up a battered chess set with the practiced ease of long habit. The pieces grumbled and yawned, the fire crackled. Outside, the Scottish night pressed against the windows, dark and cold and full of things Hermione was only beginning to understand. But inside, in the warm circle of firelight, a girl and a boy sat across from each other and played chess, and somewhere in the space between moves, a friendship began to take root. Harry told Rimuru in the clearing, as promised, in the morning light. He sat on the warm stone, cross-legged, his hands on his knees. Rimuru sat across from him, listening. The forest was quiet, unnaturally quiet, as if the trees themselves were paying attention. The choice has to be real, Harry said. It has to cost me something. It has to counter the violence that created the Horcrux. Yes, Voldemort made the Horcrux by murdering my parents. The violence was an act of taking their lives, taking my future, taking something precious and destroying it for his own gain. Yes, so the counter isn't destruction. It's giving, freely, willingly, knowing what it costs. Rimuru watched him more actions write the next chapter now. Chapter 6. The boy who chose Harry sat on the warm stone in the clearing and told Rimuru what he was willing to give. My anger, he said. Rimuru didn't move, didn't blink. The gold eyes stayed fixed on Harry's face with the absolute stillness of someone who was listening with every part of themselves. My anger at Dumbledore, at the Dursleys, at the wizarding world that left me in a cupboard. At my parents for dying, which I know is irrational, but it's there. It's been there my whole life. The rage that's been sitting in my chest since I was old enough to understand that I'd been thrown away. Harry's voice was steady, but his hands trembled on his knees. It's real. It costs me something, and it's the only thing I have that's powerful enough to counter what Voldemort did. Harry, Rimuru's voice was careful, measured. You understand what you're describing. You're not talking about suppressing anger or managing it or letting it go through some therapeutic process. You're talking about offering it up, sacrificing it permanently as a magical counterweight. The anger won't come back, not as it is now, the fuel that's been driving you for 10 years. I know. The thing that made you say no in the shack, the thing that pushed you to train harder, fight harder, grow faster than anyone expected, that rage has been your engine, Harry. Without it, I'll have to find something else. Harry looked at his hands, they were calloused now. From sword practice, from climbing, from 100 small abrasions earned through hard daily work, not the soft, thin hands of the boy in the cupboard. I've been thinking about this for weeks, ever since you explained the principle. The Horcrux was made through an act of violent taking. The counter has to be an act of willing giving, and the thing I'm giving has to be something that matters, something real, something that shaped me, something I'd feel the loss of. There are other things you could offer, memories, power, a portion of your magical reserves. Those are assets. Resources, giving them up would be a sacrifice in the strategic sense, but not the emotional one. The binding is emotional, you said so yourself, the counterweight has to be emotional. Harry met Rimuru's eyes. My anger is the most powerful emotion I have, it's the foundation I built everything on. Giving it up isn't just costly, it's terrifying, because without it I don't know who I am. The clearing was silent. The magicules drifted in the morning light like golden pollen, and the trees stood witness, ancient and patient, and Rimuru sat across from Harry and said nothing for a very long time. Then he smiled. Not the easy, casual smile he wore like armor, but something deeper and rarer. The smile of someone who had been genuinely, profoundly surprised. You know, Rimuru said, when I pulled you out of that shack, I thought I was rescuing a scared kid from a bad situation. I thought I'd teach you some magic, give you a safe place to grow up, and eventually help you deal with your world's problems on your own terms. And instead you became the most remarkable person I've ever met, and I've met true dragons. He stood, brushed grass from his coat and extended his hand. Let's get that thing out of your head. Harry took his hand and stood. The warmth between their palms was steady, and the magic in Harry's core hummed in recognition, not of power meeting power, but of trust meeting trust. When? Harry asked. Tonight. The extraction framework needs a few hours to finalize. Raphael's been running final calibrations since last night. I want Shuna present for medical support, and I want the clearing warded against external interference. If Voldemort somehow senses what we're doing through the residual connection. I thought you cut the connection. I cut the active link. The passive resonance between the fragment and its creator can't be fully eliminated while the fragment still exists. It's like cutting a phone line. The wire is dead, but the wire is still there. Rimuru squeezed his hand once and released it. Tonight, midnight, in the clearing, Harry nodded. The day stretched ahead of him, long and strange, and waited with the knowledge that by tomorrow morning he would either be free of the thing in his scar or he would be dead. Rimuru hadn't said the second part. He hadn't needed to. Harry understood the risks the way he understood gravity. As a fact of the environment, not negotiable, not worth panicking about, he went to breakfast. The dining hall was full. The student body had expanded to nearly 20 now, and the morning meal had become a noisy, chaotic affair that Harry had grown to love with a fierceness that surprised him. He sat in his usual spot, and Kaito slid a plate in front of him without being asked. Piled high, because Kaito had apparently decided that Harry's caloric intake was his personal responsibility and approached the task with military precision. You look like you've decided something. Kaito said, studying him. I have, something dangerous. Yes. Kaito's jaw tightened, but he didn't press. He'd learned, they'd all learned, that Harry shared information on his own timeline and pushing only made him retreat. Instead, Kaito picked up his chopsticks and said, then eat. Whatever it is, you'll do it better with a full stomach. Harry ate. He tasted everything. The rice was sticky and warm. The fish was grilled with a salt and citrus seasoning that Shuna had perfected over months. The vegetables were fresh from the academy garden that Mira had started tending as a side project, and that had, under her sensitive magical touch, become absurdly productive. Every bite was specific and real and grounding, and Harry ate slowly, deliberately, letting each flavor register. If this was his last meal, it was a good one. He stopped that thought, examined it, set it aside. After breakfast, he found Mira in the library. She was cross-legged on a cushion in the reading pavilion, surrounded by books, her fox ears turning like satellite dishes as she tracked the ambient magical flows around the academy. She'd grown in the months since arriving, not just in confidence but in ability. Her magical sensitivity, once a source of anxiety, had become a genuine skill. She could map the magicule density of an entire area with her eyes closed, detect emotional resonance in magical signatures and, most impressively, sense disturbances in dimensional barriers from miles away. Rimuru had started consulting her on security matters, which had turned her pink with pride and then immediately sent her into a spiral of self-doubt, which Harry had spent an entire afternoon talking her out of. Mira, she looked up. Her ears twitched, reading him the way she read everything. Whatever she sensed in his magical signature made her eyes widen. Something's happening tonight, she said. Not a question. Yes, Rimuru's extracting the Horcrux. She set down her book with exaggerated care as if it might shatter. The thing in your scar, the soul fragment. He thinks he can remove it. I think he can too, but it's going to be dangerous and I wanted. He stopped, started again. I wanted to tell you in case it goes wrong. Yeah, Mira's ears were flat against her skull, her tell for distress, but her voice was steady. What do you need from me? Nothing, I just wanted you to know. That's not nothing, Harry. She stood, and despite being almost a head shorter than him, she held his gaze with an intensity that made her seem much larger. You came here to tell me because you think there's a chance you might die tonight, and you didn't want me to find out from someone else. That's not nothing, that's trust. His throat tightened. Mira, shut up, I'm not finished. Her eyes were bright and her voice had a crack in it that she was actively fighting. You came to this world alone, you had nothing, and in 3 months you've built this. She gestured around them. At the library, the academy, the courtyard where they could hear the dwarven twins arguing about something architectural. You've built a family, Harry, not just for yourself, for all of us. Kaito was alone, I was terrified of my own shadow. Soren was playing at being detached because it was safer than caring. And you, just by being here, by being you, you made us into something. Mira, I didn't. You did. And you're not allowed to die tonight because we need you and that's not up for negotiation. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, sniffed hard, and sat back down on her cushion. Now go away. I'm reading. Harry stood in the library pavilion in the warm morning light and felt the weight of what she'd said settle into him like an anchor. He found Soren next in the marketplace, where the merchant's son was negotiating a deal with a dwarven smith for training equipment. Soren listened to Harry's news with his characteristic composure, absorbing, processing, revealing nothing, and then said, "What are the odds?" "I don't know." "Rimuru's odds. What does he think?" "He thinks it'll work." "Then it'll work." Soren's voice was flat, certain, the voice of someone who had spent his life calculating risk and had decided this one was acceptable. "Rimuru doesn't bluff. If he says he can do it, he's run the numbers." "You're very calm about this." "I'm very calm about everything. It's a skill." But something flickered behind Soren's sharp eyes, something warm and unguarded. "Come back, Harry, we're just getting started." "I plan to. Then it's not worth worrying about." He found the dwarven twins in their workshop. They'd claimed an unused storage room and converted it into a forge, because dwarves apparently couldn't exist without metalwork, the way fish couldn't exist without water. Breck was hammering something. Dalla was feeding the forge fire. They looked up when Harry entered. "We heard," Breck said. "News travelled in the academy the way it travelled everywhere, instantly and with embellishments." "We made you something," Dalla said. She reached behind the forge and produced a small object. A pendant, forged from a metal Harry didn't recognize. It was shaped like a shield, simple and elegant, and it hung on a fine chain that caught the forge light like liquid gold. Engraved on its face in tiny, precise letters was a word in the dwarven script that Harry had learned enough of to read. "Unbroken. It's dwarven spirit steel," Breck explained with the gruff pride of a craftsman presenting his best work. "We've been working on it for weeks. It's not magical. Well, it's a little magical. We're dwarves. Everything we make is a little magical, but it's strong. The strongest metal we know how to forge. For luck," Dalla added. "Dwarves don't believe in luck, but you're not a dwarf, so we figured you might need some." Harry took the pendant. It was warm from the forge and it weighed almost nothing, and when he closed his hand around it, the metal seemed to pulse against his palm. Not magically, but with the resonance of something made with care and skill and intention. "Thank you," he said. "Don't thank us," Breck said. "Just don't break it, we'll be offended." He put the chain around his neck. The pendant rested against his chest over his heart, and its warmth settled into him like a second heartbeat. He looked for Kaito last. He found him in the training yard, of course. Kaito was always in the training yard when things were bad. It was his version of the cupboard, the place he retreated to when the world became too much. Except that instead of hiding, Kaito hit things, which was, Harry had to admit, a more productive coping mechanism. Kaito was attacking a training post with his real sword. Not the wild, sloppy strikes of the angry boy Harry had met 3 months ago. These were clean, precise, technically sound. Benimaru's influence showed in every movement. The ogre commander had taken Kaito as an unofficial student after the boy earned his blade, and the transformation in Kaito's fighting had been dramatic. He was still aggressive, still fierce, still powered by an engine of rage that Harry recognized intimately. But the rage was channeled now, directed, honed into something that was less an explosion and more a blade. Kaito finished his sequence and turned. He looked at Harry, and his face was hard in a way that Harry had learned meant he was trying not to feel something. "Tonight," Kaito said. "Tonight. And you're going around saying goodbye to everyone." "I'm not saying goodbye, I'm saying, you're saying goodbye, don't insult me by pretending otherwise." Kaito drove his sword into the ground and walked to Harry. He was taller than Harry by several inches. The ogre blood showed in his frame, his build, the sheer physical density of him, and when he stood close, Harry had to look up. "You are the most stubborn, reckless, infuriating person I have ever met," Kaito said, "and I grew up with ogres. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me." "It's not a compliment, it's a diagnosis." Kaito's jaw was set like concrete. "You're going to walk into that clearing tonight and let someone dig a piece of a dark wizard's soul out of your head, and you've decided the price of admission is your anger. The thing that keeps you sharp, the thing that keeps you fighting, and you're just okay with that. I'm not okay with it, I'm choosing it, there's a difference. The difference is semantics. The difference is everything." Harry looked up at his friend. His first real friend, the angry half-ogre who'd corrected his footwork and fought beside him and sat on his floor in the dark when the nightmares came. "Kaito, I've been angry my whole life. It's the first thing I ever felt, and it's been the engine behind everything I've done." But anger isn't a foundation. It's a fuel, and fuels run out or they burn the house down. I don't want to be angry anymore, not because it isn't justified, it is, but because I want to be more than what was done to me. And if you can't, if you give up your anger and what's underneath is just empty, then I fill it with something else. Harry reached out and gripped Kaito's arm the way Kaito had gripped his on the night of the Horcrux attack. The anger got me here, but this place. You, Mira, Soren, Rimuru, everyone, this is what I'm building with. I don't need the anger for that. I just need the choice. Kaito stared at him. The hardness in his face didn't crack. Kaito's face never cracked, but his hand came up and gripped Harry's arm in return, and the strength of it, the fierce, desperate, unshakable strength, said everything his words wouldn't. Come back, Kaito said. I will. Promise me. I promise. Kaito held on for a moment longer. Then he released Harry's arm, pulled his sword from the ground and turned back to the training post. Your footwork is still wrong, he said over his shoulder. Left heel, I've told you 100 times. Harry watched him for a moment. The precise, furious strikes, the controlled breathing, the way the late afternoon light caught the blade. And then he turned and walked away. He had 6 hours until midnight. He spent them in his room, not packing. There was nothing to pack, not planning. The plan was Rimuru's, and Harry trusted it. He sat on his bed with the vial of Snape's memories in his hands, and the dwarven pendant warm against his chest, and the last light of the day painting gold rectangles on his wall. He thought about his mother. About green eyes and red hair and a sacrifice so powerful it had broken the laws of magic. She'd given her life willingly, stepped between her son and death and said, not Harry, please not Harry, and the love in those words had created a protection that the darkest wizard alive couldn't penetrate. That was the template, not the death. The willingness, the choice to give something precious away freely for someone else. Voldemort had murdered to create the Horcrux. Lily had sacrificed to create the protection. The two acts existed on the same axis, violence and love, taking and giving. And the Horcrux was stuck in the middle, anchored by the first, shielded by the second. Harry's anger was the bridge. It was the emotion most connected to Voldemort's act. Rage at the murder, rage at the consequences, rage at the cascading injustices that had followed. It was the emotional echo of the violence that created the Horcrux, and that made it the perfect counterweight. Offer the rage freely, willingly, as a gift rather than a weapon, and the Horcrux would lose its emotional anchor. The theory was sound. Whether the practice would match, it was another question entirely. Harry set the vial on his desk, lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. He didn't sleep. He breathed. He felt his magic. The warm, vast ocean in his core and the cold, dark spot within it, the foreign thing, the parasite. He felt the Horcrux the way he'd learned to feel the rock in the clearing. Not as an enemy, but as a thing that existed, a piece of reality with its own nature and its own weight and its own relationship to the forces around it. He felt it, and for the first time he didn't hate it. It was a piece of a broken soul, a fragment of a man who had been so afraid of death that he'd torn himself apart to avoid it. It was pitiful. It was tragic. It was the product of a fear so total it had consumed everything human in Tom Riddle and left only Voldemort. Cold, brilliant, empty. Harry lay on his bed and felt something shift inside him. Not a magical shift, a perspective shift. The anger that had been his constant companion, the hot coal in his chest, the engine that drove him, didn't diminish, but it changed texture. It became less about what had been done to him and more about what fear could do to a person. Voldemort hadn't been born evil. He'd been born afraid. And fear, left untreated, left unmet by kindness or connection or love, became the cruelty that had shattered Harry's life. Harry knew about fear becoming cruelty. He'd grown up in a house built on it. The Dursleys weren't evil. They were afraid. Of magic, of difference, of the sister Petunia had lost and the world she'd been excluded from. And their fear had turned into the cupboard, the missed meals, the casual violence, the systematic erasure of a child's worth. Fear to cruelty to anger to more fear. A cycle. A wheel. Harry was going to step off the wheel, not by suppressing the anger, not by pretending it wasn't justified. By offering it up. Freely, willingly, as a conscious act of release, and trusting that what remained would be enough. He lay on the bed until the light faded and the room went dark and the stars came out through his window. Unfamiliar constellations that had become familiar. Patterns he'd learned to read the way he'd once read the cracks in his cupboard ceiling. Then he got up, put on his boots and went to meet the knight. The clearing was transformed. Rimuru had been working all day and the evidence was everywhere. The flat stone at the center glowed with a soft, blue-white light, covered in a pattern of lines and symbols that looked like a circuit diagram designed by an artist. The lines extended outward from the stone, across the grass, up the trunks of the surrounding trees, forming a web of luminous connections that pulsed gently in the dark. The air itself was different. Thicker, denser, charged with so much magical energy that Harry's skin prickled the moment he stepped between the trees. Rimuru stood at the stone's edge and he looked different. Not physically. He was still the same blue-haired young man, the same gold eyes, the same casual posture. But his aura was visible. Harry had never seen Rimuru's aura. The man kept it contained with the same effortless control that characterized everything he did. But tonight it was out and it was vast. A shimmering, blue-gold field that extended from his body in every direction, touching the trees, the stone, the luminous patterns on the ground. It was warm and immense and utterly, terrifyingly powerful, and for the first time Harry caught a glimpse of what Rimuru actually was. Not a teacher, not a mentor, not a friendly slime with good manners, but a force of nature that had chosen to be gentle. Shuna stood to one side, her hands folded, her face serene. She wore a different garment tonight, white formal with symbols stitched in silver thread along the hems. Her own aura was visible too, pink and steady, and it interacted with the pattern on the ground in ways that suggested she was part of the framework. "Ready?" Rimuru asked. Harry walked to the stone, his boots crunched on the luminous grass. The dwarven pendant pulsed against his chest. His magic hummed inside him. Steady, strong, alert, ready. "Then sit, center yourself, find your core." Harry sat on the stone. It was warm, warmer than usual, vibrating faintly with the energy Rimuru had poured into it. He closed his eyes and found the ocean inside him in a single breath. 3 months of daily practice had made it effortless. The magic was there, vast and golden and alive, and within it, the cold dark spot. Smaller now, compressed by months of growth and Rimuru's layered seals, but still present, still foreign, still anchored. "I'm going to activate the framework." Rimuru said, "You'll feel a pulling sensation. That's the extraction lattice engaging with the fragment. Don't resist it, but don't help it either. The framework does the heavy lifting. Your job is the choice. When? You'll know. When the lattice has the fragment isolated. When it's ready to be pulled free, you'll feel a resistance. That's the emotional anchor, the violence binding. That's when you make the offering. And if the anchor doesn't release, then we stop. We pull back, reassess, try again another way. I told you, Harry, this is not a suicide mission. If it doesn't work tonight, we find another approach." Harry opened his eyes and looked at Rimuru. The man's face was calm, but behind the calm was a tension Harry had never seen. The tension of someone who cared deeply about the outcome and was controlling that care with iron discipline, because caring too much during a delicate magical procedure was as dangerous as caring too little. "It'll work," Harry said. "You sound sure." "I am sure." He wasn't. But the doubt was small and the trust was large, and the choice had already been made. Everything that remained was execution. "Then let's begin." Rimuru raised his hands. The pattern on the ground flared to life. Not gradually, but all at once, every line and symbol igniting with blue-white light that turned the clearing into a cathedral of luminescence. The trees blazed. The air sang. The magicules in the clearing surged inward, drawn by the framework, channeled into the stone beneath Harry in a torrent of energy so dense it was almost liquid. Harry felt the lattice engage. It was like a hand reaching into his chest. Gentle, precise, inhumanly careful. It bypassed his own magic, slipping through the golden ocean like a needle through water, and found the cold dark spot. Touched it, mapped it, began to separate it from the surrounding tissue of Harry's magical core. Thread by thread it hurt, not the searing agony of Voldemort's attack. This was different, a deep structural pain like having a tooth extracted very slowly. The fragment resisted, clinging to the pathways it had occupied for 10 years, and each severed connection sent a spike of discomfort through Harry's body. He breathed through it. The combat training helped. Kaito's voice in his head, steady and demanding. "Breathe through the pain. Pain is information. Listen to it, don't fight it." Minutes passed, or hours. Time lost meaning inside the framework. The lattice worked, patient and precise, and the fragment gradually, incrementally came loose. Harry could feel it, a shifting in his core like a splinter working its way to the surface. The cold, dark spot moved, fraction by fraction, away from the center of his magic and toward the periphery, and then it stopped, the emotional anchor. The binding. The violence that held the fragment in place. Voldemort's murder, Voldemort's rage, the echo of a killing curse fired in a nursery on a Halloween night. It gripped the fragment like roots grip earth, and no amount of magical precision could cut through it, because it wasn't magical. It was emotional. It was the ghost of an act so terrible that it had left a permanent mark on the fabric of reality. "Harry," Rimuru's voice from far away. "It's time." Harry opened his eyes, the clearing blazed around him. Rimuru stood with his arms extended, his aura burning like a sun, holding the framework open through sheer force of will. Shuna was at Harry's side, her hands on his shoulders, her own energy flowing into him as support, stabilization, an anchor to the physical world. The Horcrux hung in his core, half extracted, held by a thread of ancient violence. Harry reached for his anger. It was there where it always was. The hot coal in his chest, the engine that had powered him since childhood. The rage at the Dursleys, at Dumbledore, at the world that failed him, at the parents who left him, at the scar that marked him, at the prophecy that chained him. It was vast and old and deeply, intimately his, and it had been the first real thing he ever felt, and it had saved his life more times than he could count. He held it. He felt its heat, its weight, its terrible, familiar comfort. And then, deliberately, consciously, with full awareness of what it cost, he let it go, not destroyed. Not suppressed, released, like opening a cage door and watching a bird fly free. The anger left him in a rush of heat and light. Not outward, not as an explosion, but upward, offered to the clearing and the framework and the night sky, given freely as a gift to the universe that had shaped it. The effect was immediate. The emotional anchor shattered. The fragment, suddenly untethered, lurched free of Harry's core with a sensation like a cork being pulled from a bottle. The lattice caught it, Rimuru's framework, weeks in the making, designed for exactly this moment, and drew it outward, out of Harry's magic, out of his body, out of the scar on his forehead that had defined him for 10 years. Harry screamed, not from pain. The pain was gone, from emptiness. The space where the anger had been was vast and hollow and echoing, and the space where the Horcrux had been was raw and bleeding, and together they left a void inside him that felt like the end of the world. And then the void filled, not with anger, not with darkness, with everything else. The warmth of the stone beneath him, the steady pulse of Shuna's hands on his shoulders, the hum of Rimuru's magic, vast and blue and caring, the distant, imagined presence of Kaito in the training yard, striking and waiting for Harry to come back. Mira in the library. Soren in the market. Breck and Dalla at their forge, the pendant against his chest, warm and unbroken, the love he'd built in 3 months. The family he'd chosen. The life he'd made from nothing. It filled the void, and the void became a foundation, and the foundation became something new. Not anger, not fear, not the desperate survival instinct of a boy in a cupboard, but something quieter and stronger and infinitely more durable. Peace. Harry opened his eyes. The clearing was silent. The framework's light was fading, the luminous patterns dimming like embers. The trees stood dark against a sky that was just beginning to lighten. The first grey hint of dawn on the eastern horizon. In front of him, hovering above the stone, was a small, dark sphere. It was the size of a marble, black as pitch, and it pulsed with a sickly, reddish light that made the air around it curdle. The Horcrux, Voldemort's soul fragment extracted whole, contained by the framework's residual energy. Harry looked at it, at the thing that had lived inside him for 10 years. The uninvited passenger, the cold spot in his core, the source of nightmares and scar pain and a connection to the darkest wizard alive. It was so small. "Is it done?" he asked. His voice was hoarse and his body felt like it had been wrung out and hung up to dry, but his mind was clear. Clearer than it had ever been. "It's done," Rimuru said. He looked exhausted, genuinely, visibly exhausted in a way Harry had never seen. His aura had retracted, his face was pale, and he was leaning against a tree as if his legs weren't entirely trustworthy, but he was smiling. "The fragment is intact and isolated. It can't reconnect to you, it can't reconnect to Voldemort, it's just a piece of a broken soul in a box." What do we do with it? Destroy it. But not tonight. Tonight we sleep. Rimuru made a small gesture and a containment field, blue, shimmering, layered, enveloped the dark sphere. Raphael will hold it. It's not going anywhere. Shuna's hands squeezed Harry's shoulders, and when he looked up at her, she was crying. Not sobbing. Shuna didn't sob, but tears ran freely down her cheeks, and her smile was so fierce and so proud that it hurt to look at. Well done, Harry, she whispered. Well done. Harry stood, his legs held barely. The world swam, steadied, settled. He took a step, another. The stone was solid under his feet. The air was cool on his face. His scar didn't hurt. He touched it. Reflex, habit, 10 years of associating that ridge of skin with pain and threat and the shadow of a killer. It was smooth, inert, just a scar, just skin, he laughed. It came out broken and raw and beautiful, and it was the laugh of a boy who had been carrying something impossibly heavy for impossibly long and had finally set it down. They walked back to the city as dawn broke. Rimuru moved slowly, his energy spent, and Harry walked beside him with the careful steps of someone who was very tired and very alive. Shuna walked behind them, quiet, watchful, her tears dried but her face still luminous with emotion. At the academy gate, a figure was waiting. Kaito stood in the pre-dawn light with his sword on his back, and his arms crossed and his face set in the expression Harry knew meant he'd been standing there all night. Behind him, sitting on the courtyard bench, wrapped in blankets and fighting sleep, were Mira, Soren, Breck and Dalla. They hadn't gone to bed, any of them. Harry stopped at the gate. Kaito looked at him, at his exhausted face, his steady eyes, the absence of pain in his expression. Well, Kaito said. Harry reached up and touched his scar, felt nothing, just skin. It's gone, he said. Kaito's face didn't crack. It never cracked. But he stepped forward and pulled Harry into a hug so fierce, it lifted him off the ground, and Harry hugged him back with what little strength he had left. And behind them, Mira burst into tears and Soren stood up and Breck and Dalla started shouting in Dwarven. And the courtyard filled with noise and relief and the particular chaos of people who love someone and have been very, very afraid. Harry let himself be held, let himself be surrounded, let the voices wash over him. Kaito's gruff, I told you to come back, and Mira's sobbing laugh and Soren's. Well, that's one problem solved, and the twins arguing about whether Dwarven spirit steel was responsible for the success. The pendant pulsed against his chest, unbroken. He was tired, he was emptied. The place where his anger had been was still raw and strange, like a room with the furniture removed. Recognizable but unfamiliar. He'd have to learn to live in that room, learn what to put in it, learn who he was without the engine that had driven him for a decade, but that was tomorrow's work. Tonight, this morning, he was alive and free and surrounded by people who cared about him, and the scar on his forehead was just a scar. The news reached Hogwarts through the butterfly courier 3 days later. Hermione read the letter at the Gryffindor table during breakfast, and she read it twice, and then she folded it carefully and put it in her pocket and excused herself and went to the nearest bathroom and cried for 15 minutes. Then she washed her face, straightened her tie and walked to Professor McGonagall's office. The Horcrux is gone, she said, standing in the doorway. Rimuru extracted it. Harry's safe. McGonagall set down her quill. She removed her glasses. She pressed her fingers against her eyes for a long moment, and when she lowered her hands, her eyes were bright. Thank God, she said. There's more. Hermione entered the office and closed the door. Rimuru's letter included details about the extraction method, the theoretical framework, the emotional counterweight principle, the mechanics of soul fragment separation from a living host. He's offering to share the research with us. He says. She pulled out the letter, unfolded it, found the passage. He says, the method is replicable, with modifications for any soul fragment in any container. If Voldemort made other Horcruxes, this research provides a pathway to destroying them without the need for basilisk venom or fiendfire. I'm sending the technical details under separate cover to Professor Snape. McGonagall stared at her. He's giving us the method to destroy the Horcruxes. All of them. Every one Voldemort ever made. The silence in the office was enormous. Through the window, Hermione could see the Hogwarts grounds. The lake, the forest, the Quidditch pitch, the ancient castle that had educated generations of witches and wizards. A world she loved and wanted to save. I want to go there, Hermione said. McGonagall's expression shifted. Miss Granger. I've been corresponding with Rimuru for weeks. My dimensional transit calculations are complete. He corrected the last errors in his most recent letter. I can open a rift, not a large one, not a stable one, but enough for one person to pass through. She met McGonagall's eyes. I've done everything I can do from here. I've researched, I've compiled, I've analysed. But the next phase isn't research, it's preparation. Voldemort is out there building a new body, and when he comes back, Harry is going to fight him. I want to be ready to help. You're 12 years old. Harry was 11 when he walked through a portal to another world. Age isn't the relevant variable, Professor. Commitment is. McGonagall studied her. The girl stood in the doorway of her office with her school uniform neat and her hair wild and her chin lifted at an angle that McGonagall recognised with a pang, because she'd seen that chin on another girl, 30 years ago. A girl with red hair and green eyes who had walked into every fight she'd ever faced with exactly that same stubborn, blazing certainty. If you go, McGonagall said slowly, you cannot come back easily. The transit is one way without a stable anchor on both sides. You'd be leaving Hogwarts. Leaving your world for an indefinite period. I know, your parents. I'll talk to them, I'll explain. They won't understand, but they'll trust me, they always have. McGonagall was quiet for a long time. Outside, the castle bell rang the quarter hour. Students moved through corridors, laughing, complaining, alive. Go, McGonagall said. Hermione blinked. Really? Go, learn what you can, help Harry, and when the time comes. McGonagall's voice roughened, and she put her glasses back on with hands that weren't entirely steady. When the time comes to fight, bring what you've learned back to us. We'll need it. Hermione stood very straight. I will, Professor. And Miss Granger. McGonagall looked at her with an expression that was fierce and proud and just a little bit broken. Tell Harry that Hogwarts will be here when he's ready. No conditions, no expectations, just a door that's always open. I'll tell him. Hermione left the office and went to find Neville. She found him in Greenhouse 3, elbow deep in soil, talking to a Mimbulus Mimbletonia with the gentle, coaxing patience that only Neville could bring to interspecies horticulture. Neville. He looked up, read her face, set down his trowel. You're going, he said. Yes. To the other world. To Harry. Yes. Neville wiped his hands on his robes, straightened his back, and looked at her with an expression that was nothing like the trembling, insecure boy she'd met on the Hogwarts Express 4 months ago. He'd been growing too. Quietly, steadily, in the way that plants grow, invisible until one day you look and something that was small is suddenly tall. I want to come, he said. Neville, you can't. You're going to tell me it's dangerous and I'm not ready and I should stay where it's safe. He held her gaze. My parents are in St. Mungo's because they fought Voldemort's followers and lost. My grandmother raised me to be brave, and I've spent my whole life thinking I wasn't. But I am. I'm just brave about different things. Hermione looked at him. At the soil under his nails and the determination in his eyes and the quiet, steady, root-like courage that was so easy to overlook and so impossible to uproot. Okay, she said. You can come. Neville smiled. It was the best smile she'd ever seen. They arrived in Tempest on a Thursday. The rift opened in the clearing. The same clearing where Harry had meditated, trained, moved rocks, and had a piece of Voldemort's soul extracted from his head. Hermione stumbled through first, clutching a bag stuffed with books and notes, her hair even wilder than usual from the dimensional transit. Neville came second, slightly green, steadying himself against a tree. Harry was waiting for them. He stood at the edge of the clearing, and he looked nothing like the boy in the history books. He was taller, broader, dressed in the practical clothes of a Tempest Academy student, and he stood with a stillness and a confidence that belonged to someone much older. His eyes were green. Lily's eyes, as everyone always said, and they were calm and warm and clear. The scar on his forehead was just a scar. You must be Hermione, he said. Hermione Granger, who had prepared multiple conversation starters, who had rehearsed this moment, who had imagined it from every angle, opened her mouth and said, Your magical aura is completely unlike anything in recorded wizarding literature. Harry grinned. Yeah, I get that a lot. He looked at Neville. And you're Neville Longbottom. Kaito's going to love you. Why? Neville asked, slightly nervously. Because you're brave and you don't know it yet. That's his favourite kind of person to train. Neville went pink. I'm not really. You crossed dimensions to help someone you've never met. That's brave by any definition I know. Harry stepped forward and held out his hand. Welcome to Tempest. Hermione shook his hand first. Her grip was strong, her eyes were fierce, and Harry could feel the intelligence radiating from her like heat from a forge. I have about 400 questions, she said. I'd be disappointed if you didn't. Neville shook his hand next. His grip was gentler but steady, and his eyes were wide with the particular wonder of someone seeing something impossible for the first time. Is that a real ogre? He whispered, looking past Harry to where Kaito was leaning against a tree, arms crossed, watching the newcomers with his characteristic expression of armed skepticism. Half ogre. And yes, he's real. Don't let him scare you. He's essentially a puppy with a sword. I heard that, Kaito called. You were meant to. They walked back to the city together. Harry and Hermione and Neville and Kaito, 4 children from worlds that should never have intersected, walking through an ancient forest in another dimension, talking and arguing and laughing like they'd known each other for years instead of minutes. Hermione asked questions at a rate that made Harry's head spin. Neville kept stopping to examine plants he'd never seen, his face alight with wonder. Kaito walked beside Neville and didn't say much, but Harry caught him glancing at the round-faced boy with an expression of cautious assessment that he recognized. The same look Kaito had given Harry on the first day. Tempest rose before them in the morning light, beautiful and impossible and alive. It's real, Hermione breathed, seeing it for the first time. The buildings, the bridges, the gardens, the people, human and monster and everything in between, living and working and existing together. It's real, Harry confirmed. It's home. Rimuru met them at the academy. He looked better. The exhaustion from the extraction had faded over the past few days, and he was back to his usual self, casual and warm and radiating a friendliness that immediately put Neville at ease and made Hermione narrow her eyes with the instinct of someone who recognized that charm could be a weapon. Welcome, Rimuru said. Hermione, your dimensional transit was excellent. Clean aperture, stable edges, minimal residual. Much better than the Hogwarts professors managed. Hermione went pink with pleasure. I had good reference material. You had 2 corrections in a letter, the rest was yours. Rimuru looked at Neville. And you must be the one with the toad. Trevor's fine, Neville said automatically. Good, I've been weirdly invested in that toad's well-being. Rimuru gestured toward the academy. Come in, we'll get you settled and then we need to talk. They gathered in the hall. The full group now. Harry, Rimuru, Shuna, Kaito, Mira, Soren, Hermione, Neville and Benimaru standing by the door like a monument to controlled violence. The afternoon light filled the room, and the table was laid with tea and food, and the atmosphere was warm but charged with the particular energy of something beginning. Here's where we stand, Rimuru said once everyone was settled. The Horcrux is out of Harry. The connection to Voldemort is severed. The soul fragment is contained and can be destroyed at any time. That's the good news. The bad news, Harry said. Voldemort saw Tempest through your eyes before I cut the link. He knows another world exists. He knows you're here. And he's in the process of finding a way to restore his body. Rimuru looked around the table. Once he has a body, he'll come. Not immediately. He'll need time to rebuild his power, gather followers, plan, but he'll come. The fragment in Harry's scar was his anchor in this world, and even though it's been extracted, the residual trace will give him a direction. It might take months, it might take years, but Voldemort is patient and brilliant and utterly relentless, and he will find a way across. So we prepare. Hermione said, we prepare, but not just for Voldemort. Hermione, you said the wizarding world is broken. You were right. The blood purity ideology, the institutional secrecy, the ministry's corruption, those problems don't disappear when Voldemort does. He's a symptom of a deeper disease, and if we only treat the symptom, the disease will produce another Voldemort eventually. You want to change the system, Soren said, leaning forward with the light in his eyes that meant he'd found a problem worth solving. I want to give you the tools to change it, all of you. Rimuru's gaze moved around the table. Each face, each pair of eyes, each young person who had come to this place through their own path and for their own reasons. That's what this academy is really for. Not just combat training or magical theory. I'm building leaders, people who can cross boundaries, between worlds, between species, between systems, and find common ground, people who see power as a tool for building, not dominating. He looked at Harry. It starts with you. Not because of a prophecy. Not because you're the boy who lived, because you're the boy who chose. You chose to leave a world that failed you. You chose to learn a new way. You chose to sacrifice the thing that defined you so that something better could grow in its place. And when the time comes, when Voldemort crosses over, when the wizarding world faces its crisis, you'll choose again, and this time you'll have an army at your back. Not an army, Harry said. No, a family. He looked around the table, at Kaito, steady and fierce, at Mira, sensitive and strong, at Soren, sharp and strategic, at Hermione, brilliant and burning, at Neville, quiet and brave, at Shuna, who had fed him and sheltered him and cried when he was free, at Rimuru, who had taught Kaito the sword and guarded the gate and never once wavered, at Rimuru, who had sat down next to a lonely boy on a rock in the ocean and changed everything. A family, Harry repeated. That's what we are, that's what we fight with, not anger, not destiny, not prophecy, choice, connection. The decision to stand together because we want to, not because we have to. The hall was quiet. The afternoon light deepened toward gold. Through the window, tempest spread out beneath them. The city Rimuru had built from nothing, the nation of monsters and humans and everything in between, living proof that the world could be made differently. Rimuru smiled. Not the casual grin, not the teacher's encouragement, but something deeper. A rare, unguarded expression of genuine, uncomplicated happiness. Well, he said, then let's get to work. That night, Harry stood on the hill above Tempest and looked at the stars. The city glowed below him, warm and busy. He could hear music from somewhere. A festival Shuna had mentioned, celebrating the harvest. Lanterns bobbed through the streets like earthbound stars. Laughter drifted on the warm air, behind him footsteps. Kaito coming to stand beside him as he always did. They stood in silence for a while. You're different, Kaito said. Better or worse? Different, the anger's gone, I can see it in how you stand. You used to stand like you were bracing for a hit, now you stand like. He paused, searching, like you're waiting for something good. Harry thought about that, it was true, the anger's absence was still strange. A missing tooth his tongue kept finding, but the space it left wasn't empty anymore. It was filling, day by day, with something quieter and warmer and more durable. Are you scared? Kaito asked. Of what's coming? Yes. Good, scared is smart. Scared means you understand what's at stake. What about you? Are you scared? Kaito was quiet for a long time. The wind moved through the grass on the hillside and the stars turned slowly overhead and the city hummed with life below. I was scared when my parents died, Kaito said. Scared that the world was cruel and there was nothing I could do about it. Scared that being half of two things meant I'd never be whole. He looked at Harry. I'm not scared anymore, not because the world got less cruel, because I found people worth fighting for. Harry's chest tightened. Not with anger, that was gone, with something else, something better. Kaito, yeah, thank you for staying. Where else would I go? Kaito's voice was gruff, dismissive, and underneath it, warm as the forge. Someone has to fix your footwork. Harry laughed. A real laugh, full and free and unguarded. The laugh of a boy who had walked through fire and come out the other side and found that the other side was worth the crossing. Below them, Tempest blazed with light. Above them, the stars of another world turned in patterns that Harry had learned to read, constellations he'd named himself. The sword, the gate, the open hand, somewhere across dimensions, Voldemort schemed. Dumbledore planned. The wizarding world churned. The future hurtled toward them, vast and uncertain and full of choices yet unmade. But tonight, on a hill above the city he called home, surrounded by people he'd chosen and who had chosen him, Harry Potter was at peace, not the peace of endings. The peace of beginnings. He touched the scar on his forehead. Felt nothing. He touched the pendant on his chest. Felt everything. He turned from the hill and walked back toward the light.